Section 30 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caillot. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. All things have their season. Such as compare Cato the censor with the younger Cato, who killed himself, compared two beautiful natures, much resembling one another. The first acquired his reputation several ways, and excels in military exploits and the utility of his public employments. But the virtue of the younger, besides that it were blasphemy to compare any to it in vigour, was much more pure and unblemished. For who could absolve that of the censor from envy and ambition, having dared to attack the honour of Scipio, a man in goodness and all other excellent qualities infinitely beyond him or any other of his time? That which they report of him, amongst other things, that in his extreme old age he put himself upon learning the Greek tongue with so greedy an appetite, as if to quench a long thirst, does not seem to me to make much of his honour, it being properly what we call falling into second childhood. All things have their seasons, even good ones, and I may say my paternoster out of time, as they accuse T. Quintus Flaminius, that being general of an army, he was seen praying apart in the time of a battle that he won. Imponet finem sapiens et rebus honestus. The wise man limits even honest things. Juvenal 6, 444. Eudemonides, seeing Xenocrates when very old, still very intent upon his school lectures. When will this man be wise, said he, if he is yet learning? And Philopemion to those who extolled King Ptolemy for every day inuring his person to the exercise of arms. It is not, said he, commendable in a king of his age to exercise himself in these things. He ought now really to employ them. The young are to make their preparations, the old to enjoy them, say the sages. And the greatest vice they observe in us is that our desires incessantly grow young again. We are always re-beginning to live. Our studies and desires should sometimes be sensible of age. Yet we have one foot in the grave, and still our appetites and pursuits spring every day anew within us. Tu secanda marmora, locus sub ipsum funus et sepulchri imemus struis domos. You against the time of death have marble cut for use, and forgetful of the tomb build houses. Horace, Odes 2, 1817. The longest of my designs is not of above a year's extent. I think of nothing now but ending. Rid myself of all new hopes and enterprises. Take my last leave of every place I depart from, and every day dispossess myself of what I have. Olim jam nec peret quidquam mihi, nec acquiritur plus super est viatiquiquam viae. Henceforward I will neither lose nor expect to get. I have more wherewith to defray my journey than I have way to go. Or, hitherto nothing of me has been lost or gained, more remains to pay the way than there is way. Seneca Epistles 77. The sense seemed to be that so far he had met his expenses, but that for the future he was likely to have more than he required. Vixi et quem deberat cursum fortuna peregi. I have lived and finished the career Fortuna placed before me. Aeneid 4, 653. 'Tis indeed the only comfort I find in my old age, that it mortifies in me several cares and desires, wherewith my life has been disturbed. The care how the world goes, the care of riches, of grandeur, of knowledge, of health, of myself. There are men who are learning to speak at a time when they should learn to be silent forever. A man may always study, but he must not always go to school. What a contemptible thing is an old abecedarian. Seneca Epistles 36. Diversos diversa juvant, non omnibus anes omnia conveniunt. Various things delight various men, all things are not for all ages. Gales Elegies 1, 104. If we must study, Let us study what is suitable to our present condition, that we may answer as he did, who being asked to what end he studied in his decrepit age, "That I may go out better," said he, "and at greater ease." Such a study was that of the younger Cato, feeling his end approach, and which he met with in Plato's discourse of the eternity of the soul, not as we are to believe that he was not long before furnished with all sorts of provision for such a departure, for of assurance and established will and instruction he had more than Plato had in all his writings. His knowledge and courage were in this respect above philosophy. He applied himself to this study, not for the service of his death, but as a man whose sleeps were never disturbed in the importance of such a deliberation. He also, without choice or change, continued his studies with the other customary actions of his life. The night that he was denied the praetorship he spent in play. That wherein he was to die he spent in reading. The loss either of life or of office was all one to him. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Virtue. I find by experience that there is a good deal to be said betwixt the flights and emotions of the soul, or a resolute and constant habit, and very well perceive that there is nothing we may not do, nay, even to the surpassing the divinity itself, says a certain person, forasmuch as it is more to render a man's self impassible by his own study and industry, than to be so by his natural condition, and even to be able to conjoin to man's imbecility and frailty a godlike resolution and assurance. But it is by fits and starts, and in the lives of those heroes of times past there are sometimes miraculous impulses, and that seem infinitely to exceed our natural force. But they are indeed only impulses, and 'tis hard to believe that these so elevated qualities in a man can so thoroughly tinct and imbue the soul that they should become ordinary, and, as it were, natural in him. It accidentally happens even to us, who are but abortive births of men, sometimes to launch our souls, when roused by the discourses or examples of others, much beyond their ordinary stretch, but 'tis a kind of passion which pushes and agitates them, and in some sort ravishes them from themselves. But this perturbation once overcome, we see that they insensibly flag and slacken of themselves, if not to the lowest degree, at least so as to be no more the same, insomuch as that upon every trivial occasion, the losing of a bird, or the breaking of a glass, we suffer ourselves to be moved little less than one of the common people. I am of opinion that, order, moderation, and constancy excepted, all things are to be done by a man that is very imperfect and defective in general. Therefore it is, say the sages, that to make a right judgment of a man, you are chiefly to pry into his common actions, and surprise him in his everyday habit. Pyrrho, he who erected so pleasant a knowledge upon ignorance, endeavoured, as all the rest who were really philosophers did, to make his life correspond with his doctrine; and because he maintained the imbecility of human judgment to be so extreme as to be incapable of any choice or inclination, and would have it perpetually wavering and suspended, considering and receiving all things as indifferent, 'tis said that he always comforted himself after the same manner and countenance. If he had begun a discourse, he would always end what he had to say, though the person he was speaking to had gone away. If he walked, he never stopped for any impediment that stood in his way, being preserved from precipices, collision with carts, and other like accidents, by the care of his friends, for to fear or to avoid anything had been to shock his own propositions, which deprived the senses themselves of all election and certainty. Sometimes he suffered incision and cauteries with so great constancy as never to be seen so much as to wince. 'Tis something to bring the soul to these imaginations, 'tis more to join the effects, and yet not impossible, but to conjoin them with such perseverance and constancy as to make them habitual, is certainly an attempt so remote from the common usage, almost incredible to be done. Therefore it was, that being some time taken in his house, sharply scolding with his sister, and being reproached that he therein transgressed his own rules of indifference, What, said he, must this bit of a woman also serve for a testimony to my rules? Another time being seen to defend himself against a dog, It is, said he, very hard totally to put off man, and we must endeavour and force ourselves to resist and encounter things, first by effects, but at least by reason and argument. About 7 or 8 years since, a husbandman yet living but 2 leagues from my house, having long been tormented with his wife's jealousy, coming one day home from his work, and she welcoming him with her accustomed railing, entered into so great fury, that with the sickle he had yet in his hand, he totally cut off all those parts that she was jealous of, and threw them in her face. And it is said that a young gentleman of our nation, brisk and amorous, having by his perseverance at last mollified the heart of a fair mistress, and raged that upon the point of fruition he found himself unable to perform, and that non viriliter iners senile penis extulerat caput, Tibulus Priapia Carmina 84. As soon as ever he came home, he deprived himself of the rebellious member, and sent it to his mistress, a cruel and bloody victim for the expiation of his offence. If this had been done upon mature consideration, and upon the account of religion, as the priests of Cybele did, what should we say of so high an action? A few days since, at Bergerac, 5 leagues from my house, up the river Dordogne, a woman having overnight been beaten and abused by her husband, a choleric, ill-conditioned fellow, resolved to escape from his ill usage at the price of her life, and going so soon as she was up the next morning to visit her neighbours, as she was wont to do, and having let some words fall in recommendation of her affairs, she took a sister of hers by the hand, and led her to the bridge, whither being come, and having taken leave of her, in jest as it were, without any manner of alteration in her countenance, she threw herself headlong from the top into the river, and was there drowned. That which is the most remarkable in this, is that this resolution was a whole night forming in her head. It is quite another thing with the Indian women, for it being the custom there for the men to have many wives, and the best beloved of them to kill herself at her husband's decease, every one of them makes it the business of her whole life to obtain this privilege and gain this advantage over her companions, and the good offices they do their husbands aim at no other recompense but to be preferred in accompanying him in death. Ubi mortifero iacta est fax ultima lecto, uxorum fusis stat pia turba comis, et certamen habent lethi, que vivas equatur, conjugium pudor est non liquisi mori, ardent victrices et flamme pectora prebent, imponuntque suis ora perusta viris. For when they threw the torch on the funeral bed, the pious wives, with hair dishevelled, stand around striving which living shall accompany her spouse, and are ashamed that they may not die. They who are preferred expose their breasts to the flame, and they lay their scorched lips on those of their husbands. Propertius 3:13-17. A certain author of our times reports that he has seen in those Oriental nations this custom in practice, that not only the wives bury themselves with their husbands, but even the slaves he has enjoyed also, which is done after this manner: the husband being dead, the widow may, if she will, but few will, demand 2 or 3 months' respite wherein to order her affairs. The day being come, she mounts on horseback, dressed as fine as at her wedding, and with a cheerful countenance says she is going to sleep with her spouse, holding a looking-glass in her left hand and an arrow in the other. Being thus conducted in pomp, accompanied with her kindred and friends, and a great concourse of people in great joy, she is at last brought to the public place appointed for such spectacles, in the midst of which is a pit full of wood, and adjoining to it a mount raised 4 or 5 steps, upon which she is brought and served with a magnificent repast, which being done, she falls to dancing and singing, and gives order, when she thinks fit, to kindle the fire. This being done, she descends, and taking the nearest of her husband's relations by the hand, they walk to the river close by, where she strips herself stark naked, and having distributed her clothes and jewels to her friends, plunges herself into the water as if there to cleanse herself from her sins. Coming out thence, she wraps herself in a yellow linen of 25 ells long, and again giving her hand to this kinsman of her husband's, they return back to the mound, where she makes a speech to the people, and recommends her children to them, if she have any. Betwixt the pit and the mound there is commonly a curtain drawn, to screen the burning furnace from their sight, which some of them, to manifest the greater courage, forbid. Having ended what she has to say, a woman presents her with a vessel of oil, wherewith to anoint her head and her whole body, which when done with, she throws into the fire, and in an instant precipitates herself after. Immediately the people throw a good many billets and logs upon her, that she may not be long in dying, and convert all their joy into sorrow and mourning. If they are persons of meaner condition, the body of the defunct is carried to the place of sepulture, and there placed sitting, the widow kneeling before him, embracing the dead body, and they continue in this posture whilst the people build a wall about them, which so soon as it is raised to the height of the woman's shoulders, one of her relations comes behind her, and taking hold of her head, twists her neck. So soon as she is dead, the wall is presently raised up and closed, and there they remain entombed. There was in this same country something like this in their gymnosophists, for not by constraint of others, nor by the impetuosity of a sudden humour, but by the express profession of their order, their custom was, as soon as they arrived at a certain age, or that they saw themselves threatened by any disease, to cause a funeral pile to be erected for them, and on the top of a stately bed, where, after having joyfully feasted their friends and acquaintance, they laid them down with so great resolution, that, fire being applied to it, they were never seen to stir either hand or foot. And after this manner one of them, Calanus by name, expired in the presence of the whole army of Alexander the Great, and he was neither reputed holy nor happy amongst them who did not thus destroy himself, dismissing his soul purged and purified by the fire, after having consumed all that was earthly and mortal. This constant premeditation of the whole life is that which makes the wonder. Amongst her other controversies, that of fatum has also crept in, and to tie things to come, and even our own wills to a certain and inevitable necessity, we are yet upon this argument of time past. Since God foresees that all things shall so fall out, as doubtless he does, it must then necessarily follow that they must so fall out. To which our masters reply, that the seeing anything come to pass as we do, and as God himself also does, for all things being present with him, he rather sees than foresees, is not to compel an event. That is, we see because things do fall out, but things do not fall out because we see. Events cause knowledge, but knowledge does not cause events. That which we see happen does happen, but it might have happened otherwise, and God, in the catalogue of the causes of events, which he has in his prescience, has also those which we call accidental and voluntary, depending upon the liberty. He has given our free will, and knows that we do amiss because we would do so. I have seen a great many commanders encourage their soldiers with this fatal necessity, for if our time be limited to a certain hour, neither the enemy's shot, nor our own boldness, nor our flight and cowardice, can either shorten or prolong our lives. This is easily said, but see who will be so easily persuaded, and if it be so that a strong and lively faith draws along with it actions of the same kind, certainly this faith we so much brag of is very light in this age of ours, unless the contempt it has of works makes it disdain their company. So it is that to this very purpose the Sire de Joinville, as credible a witness as any other whatever, tells us of the Bedouins, a nation amongst the Saracens, with whom the King St. Louis had to do in the Holy Land, that they, in their religion, so firmly believed the number of every man's days to be from all eternity prefixed and set down by inevitable decree, that they went naked to the wars, excepting a Turkish sword, and their bodies only covered with a white linen cloth. And for the greatest curse they could invent when they were angry, this was always in their mouths: "Accursed be thou, as he that arms himself for fear of death." This is a testimony of faith very much beyond ours. And of this sort is that also the two friars of Florence gave in our fathers' days. Being engaged in some controversy of learning, they agreed to go both of them into the fire in the sight of all the people, each for the verification of his argument, and all things were already prepared, and the thing just upon the point of execution, when it was interrupted by an unexpected accident. A young Turkish lord, having performed a notable exploit in his own person in the sight of both armies, that of Amurath and that of Huniades, ready to join battle, being asked by Amurath what in such tender and inexperienced years, for it was his first sally into arms, had inspired him with so brave a courage, replied that his chief tutor for valour was a hare. "For being," said he, "one day a hunting, I found a hare sitting, and though I had a brace of excellent greyhounds with me, yet methought it would be best for sureness to make use of my bow, for she sat very fair. I then fell to letting fly my arrows, and shot 40 that I had in my quiver, not only without hurting, but without starting her from her form. At last I slipped my dogs after her, but to no more purpose than I had shot, by which I understood that she had been secured by her destiny, and that neither darts nor swords can wound without the permission of fate, which we can neither hasten nor defer." This story may serve, by the way, to let us see how flexible our reason is to all sorts of images. A person of great years, name, dignity, and learning boasted to me that he had been induced to a certain very important change in his faith by a strange and whimsical incitation, and one otherwise so inadequate that I thought it much stronger taken the contrary way. He called it a miracle, and so I look upon it, but in a different sense. The Turkish historians say that the persuasion those of their nation have imprinted in them of the fatal and unalterable prescription of their days, manifestly conduces to the giving them great assurance in dangers, and I know a great prince who makes very fortunate use of it, whether it be that he really believes it, or that he makes it his excuse for so wonderfully hazarding himself. Let us hope fortune may not be too soon weary of her favour to him. There has not happened in our memory a more admirable effect of resolution than in those two who conspired the death of the Prince of Orange. The first of these was Jehan de Jauregui, who wounded the prince on 18th of March, 1582. The second, by whom the prince was killed on 10th of July, 1584, was Balthazar Gerard. 'Tis marvellous how the second who executed it could ever be persuaded into an attempt, wherein his companion, who had done his utmost, had had so ill success; and after the same method, and with the same arms, to go attack a lord, armed with so recent a late lesson of distrust, powerful in followers and bodily strength, in his own hall, amidst his guards, and in a city wholly at his devotion. Assuredly he employed a very resolute arm, and a courage enflamed with furious passion. A poignard is surer for striking home, but by reason that more motion and force of hand is required than with a pistol, the blow is more subject to be put by or hindered. That this man did not run to a certain death, I make no great doubt, for the hopes any one could flatter him withal could not find place in any sober understanding, and the conduct of his exploits sufficiently manifests that he had no want of that, no more than of courage. The motives of so powerful a persuasion may be diverse, for our fancy does what it will both with itself and us. The execution that was done near Orleans, the murder of the Duke of Guise by Poltrot, was nothing like this. There was in this more of chance than vigour. The wound was not mortal, if fortune had not made it so, and to attempt to shoot on horseback, and at a great distance, by one whose body was in motion from the motion of his horse, was the attempt of a man who had rather miss his blow than fail of saving himself. This was apparent from what followed, for he was so astonished and stupefied with the thought of so high an execution, that he totally lost his judgment, both to find his way to flight and to govern his tongue. What needed he to have done more than to fly back to his friends across the river? 'Tis what I have done in less dangers, and that I think of very little hazard, how broad soever the river may be, provided your horse have easy going in, and that you see on the other side easy landing according to the stream. The other, Balthazar Gerard, when they pronounced his dreadful sentence, I was prepared for this, said he, beforehand, and I will make you wonder at my patience. The Assassins, a nation bordering upon Phoenicia, are reputed amongst the Mohammedans a people of very great devotion and purity of manners. They hold that the nearest way to gain paradise is to kill someone of a contrary religion, which is the reason they have often been seen, being but one or two, and without armour, to attempt against powerful enemies, at the price of a certain death, and without any consideration of their own danger. So was our Raymond Count of Tripoli assassinated, which word is derived from their name, in the heart of his city, in 1151, during our enterprises of the Holy War, and likewise Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat, the murderers of their execution bearing themselves with great pride and glory that they had performed so brave an exploit. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of a Monstrous Child. This story shall go by itself, for I will leave it to physicians to discourse of. 2 days ago I saw a child, the 2 men and a nurse, who said they were the father, the uncle, and the aunt of it, carried about to get money by showing it, by reason it was so strange a creature. It was, as to all the rest, of a common form, and could stand upon its feet, could go and gabble much like other children of the same age. It had never as yet taken any other nourishment but from the nurse's breasts, and what, in my presence, they tried to put into the mouth of it, it only chewed a little and spat it out again without swallowing. The cry of it seemed indeed a little odd and particular, and it was just 14 months old. Under the breast it was joined to another child, but without a head, and which had the spine of the back without motion, the rest entire. For though it had one arm shorter than the other, it had been broken by accident at their birth. They were joined breast to breast, and as if a lesser child sought to throw its arms about the neck of one something bigger. The juncture and thickness of the place where they were conjoined was not above 4 fingers, or thereabouts, so that if you thrust up the imperfect child, you might see the navel of the other below it, and the joining was betwixt the paps and the navel. The navel of the imperfect child could not be seen, but all the rest of the belly, so that all that was not joined of the imperfect one, as arms, buttocks, thighs, and legs, hung dangling upon the other, and might reach to the mid-leg. The nurse, moreover, told us that it urined at both bodies, and that the members of the other were nourished, sensible, and in the same plight with that she gave suck to, excepting that they were shorter and less. This double body and several limbs relating to one head might be interpreted a favourable prognostic to the king, Henry III, of maintaining these various parts of our state under the union of his laws. But lest the event should prove otherwise, 'tis better to let it alone, for in things already past there needs no divination. Ut quum facts sunt, tum ad conjecturam aliqui interpretatione revosentur. So as, when they come to pass, they may then by some interpretation be recalled to conjecture. Cicero, De Divinatione, 2:31. As they said of Epimenides, they always prophesied backward. I have just seen a herdsman in Medoc, of about 30 years of age, who has no sign of any genital parts. He has 3 holes, by which he incessantly voids his water. He is spirited, has desire, and seeks contact with women. Those that we call monsters are not so to God, who sees in the immensity of his work the infinite forms that he has comprehended therein, and it is to be believed that this figure which astonishes us has relation to some other figure of the same kind unknown to man. From his all wisdom nothing but good, common, and regular proceeds, but we do not discern the disposition and relation. Quod crebro videt, non miratur etiamsi, cur fiat nescit. Quod ante non vidit, id si evenerit, ostentum esse censet. What he often sees he does not admire, though he be ignorant how it comes to pass. When a thing happens he never saw before, he thinks that it is a portent. Cicero de Divinatione 2:22. Whatever falls out contrary to custom, we say, is contrary to nature, but nothing, whatever it be, is contrary to her. Let therefore this universal and natural reason expel the error and astonishment that novelty brings along with it. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Anger. Plutarch is admirable throughout, but especially where he judges of human actions. What fine things does he say in the comparison of Lycurgus and Numa upon the subject of our great folly in abandoning children to the care and government of their fathers. The most of our civil governments, as Aristotle says, leave, after the manner of the Cyclopes, to every one the ordering of their wives and children, according to their own foolish and indiscreet fancy. And the Lacedaemonian and Cretan are almost the only governments that have committed the education of children to the laws. Who does not see that in a state all depends upon their nurture and bringing up? And yet they are left to the mercy of parents, let them be as foolish and ill-conditioned as they may, without any manner of discretion. Amongst other things, how often have I, as I have passed along our streets, had a good mind to get up a farce, to revenge the poor boys whom I have seen hided, kicked down, and miserably beaten by some father or mother, when in their fury and mad with rage. You shall see them come out with fire and fury sparkling in their eyes. Rabiae jecur incendente feruntur, praecipites, ut saxa jugis abrupta, quibus mons subtrahitur, clivoque latus pendente recedit. They are headlong borne with burning fury, as great stones torn from the mountains, by which the steep sides are left naked and bare. Juvenal, Satires, 6:647. And according to Hippocrates, the most dangerous maladies are they that disfigure the countenance, with a roaring and terrible voice, very often against those that are but newly come from nurse, and there they are lamed and spoiled with blows, whilst our justice takes no cognizance of it, as if these maims and dislocations were not executed upon members of our commonwealth. Grat est quod patria quum populoque dedisti, si facus ut patriae Citadonius, utilis agris, utilis et bellor et pacis rebus agendis. It is well when to thy country and the people thou hast given a citizen, provided thou make fit for his country's service, useful to till the earth, useful in affairs of war and peace. Juvenal Satires, 1470. There is no passion that so much transports men from their right judgment as anger. No one would demur upon punishing a judge with death who should condemn a criminal on the account of his own choler. Why then should fathers and pedagogues be any more allowed to whip and chastise children in their anger? 'Tis then no longer correction, but revenge. Chastisement is instead of physic to children, and would we endure a physician who could be animated against and enraged at his patient? We ourselves, to do well, should never lay a hand upon our servants whilst our anger lasts. When the pulse beats, and we feel emotion in ourselves, let us defer the business. Things will need appear otherwise to us when we are calm and cool. 'Tis passion that then commands, 'tis passion that speaks, and not we. Faults seen through passion appear much greater to us than they really are, as bodies do when seen through a mist. He who is hungry uses meat, but he who will make use of chastisement should have neither hunger nor thirst to it. And moreover, chastisements that are inflicted with weight and discretion are much better received and with greater benefit by him who suffers. Otherwise, he will not think himself justly condemned by a man transported with anger and fury, and will allege his master's excessive passion, his inflamed countenance, his unwonted oaths, his emotion, and precipitous rashness for his own justification. Ora tument ira, nigrescunt sanguine venae, lumina gorgonios saevius igne micant. Their faces swell, their veins grow black with rage, and their eyes sparkle with Gorgonian fire. Ovid, De Arte Amandi, 3:503. Suetonius reports that Gaius Rabirius, having been condemned by Caesar, the thing that most prevailed upon the people, to whom he had appealed, to determine the cause in his favor, was the animosity and vehemence that Caesar had manifested in that sentence. Saying is a different thing from doing. We are to consider the sermon apart and the preacher apart. These men lent themselves to a pretty business who in our times have attempted to shake the truth of our church by the vices of her ministers. She extracts her testimony elsewhere. 'Tis a foolish way of arguing, and that would throw all things into confusion. A man whose morals are good may have false opinions, and a wicked man may preach the truth, even though he believe it not himself. 'Tis doubtless a fine harmony when doing and saying go together, and I will not deny but that saying, when the actions follow, is not of greater authority and efficacy, as Eumenides said, hearing a philosopher talk of military affairs. These things are finely said, but he who speaks them is not to be believed, for his ears have never been used to the sound of the trumpet. And Cleomenes, hearing an orator declaiming upon valor, burst out into laughter, at which the other, being angry, "I should," said he to him, "do the same if it were a swallow that spoke of the subject, but if it were an eagle, I should willingly hear him." I perceive, methinks, in the writings of the ancients, that he who speaks what he thinks strikes much more home than he who only feigns. Hear Cicero speak of the love of liberty. Hear Brutus speak of it. The mere written words of this man sound as if he would purchase it at the price of his life. Let Cicero, the father of eloquence, treat of the contempt of death. Let Seneca do the same. The first languishingly draws it out so that you perceive he would make you resolve upon a thing on which he is not resolved himself. He inspires you not with courage, for he himself has none. The other animates and inflames you. I never read an author, even of those who treat of virtue and of actions, that I do not curiously inquire what kind of a man he was himself. For the ephori at Sparta, seeing a dissolute fellow propose a wholesome advice to the people, commanded him to hold his peace, and entreated a virtuous man to attribute to himself the invention and to propose it. Plutarch's writings, if well understood, sufficiently bespeak their author, and so that I think I know him even in his soul. And yet I could wish that we had some fuller account of his life, and I am thus far wandered from my subject upon this account of the obligation I have to Aulus Gellius for having left us in writing this story of his manners that brings me back to my subject of anger. A slave of his, a vicious, ill-conditioned fellow, but who had the precepts of philosophy often ringing in his ears, having for some offence of his been stripped by Plutarch's command whilst he was being whipped, muttered at first that it was without cause, and that he had done nothing to deserve it. But at last, falling in good earnest to exclaim against and rail at his master, he reproached him that he was no philosopher, as he had boasted himself to be, that he had often heard him say it was indecent to be angry, nay, had written a book to that purpose, and that the causing him to be so cruelly beaten in the height of his rage totally gave the lie to all his writings. To which Plutarch calmly and coldly answered, "How, ruffian," said he, "by what dost thou judge that I am now angry? Does either my face, my color, or my voice give any manifestation of my being moved? I do not think my eyes look fierce, that my countenance appears troubled, or that my voice is dreadful. Am I red? Do I foam? Does any word escape my lips I ought to repent? Do I start? Do I tremble with fury? For those, I tell thee, are the true signs of anger." And so, turning to the fellow that was whipping him, "Ply on thy work," said he, "while this gentleman and I dispute." This is his story. Archytas Tarentinus, returning from a war wherein he had been captain general, found all things in his house in very great disorder, and his lands quite out of tillage, through the ill husbandry of his receiver. And having caused him to be called to him, "Go," said he, "if I were not in anger, I would soundly drub your sides." Plato likewise, being highly offended with one of his slaves, gave Speusippus order to chastise him, excusing himself from doing it because he was in anger. And Charillus, a Lacedaemonian, to a helot, who carried himself insolently towards him, "By the gods," said he, "if I were not angry, I would immediately cause thee to be put to death." 'Tis a passion that is pleased with and flatters itself. How often, being moved under a false cause, if the person offending makes a good defence and presents us with a just excuse, are we angry against truth and innocence itself? In proof of which I remember a marvellous example of antiquity. Piso, otherwise a man of very eminent virtue, being moved against a soldier of his, for that returning alone from forage he could give him no account where he had left a companion of his, took it for granted that he had killed him, and presently condemned him to death. He was no sooner mounted upon the gibbet, but, behold, his wandering companion arrives, at which all the army were exceedingly glad, and after many embraces of the two comrades, the hangman carried both the one and the other into Piso's presence, all those present believing it would be a great pleasure even to himself. But it proved quite the contrary, for through shame and spite his fury, which was not yet cool, redoubled, and by subtlety which his passion suddenly suggested to him, he made 3 criminals for having found one innocent, and caused them all to be dispatched. The first soldier, because sentence had passed upon him; the second, who had lost his way because he was the cause of his companion's death; and the hangman, for not having obeyed the order which had been given him. Such as have had to do with testy and obstinate women may have experimented into what a rage it puts them to oppose silence and coldness to their fury, and that a man disdains to nourish their anger. The orator Celius was wonderfully choleric by nature, and to one who supped in his company, a man of gentle and sweet conversation, and who, that he might not move him, approved and consented to all he said, he, impatient that his ill humour should thus spend itself without aliment, "For the love of the gods, deny me something," said he, "that we may be 2. Women, in like manner, are only angry that others may be angry again, in imitation of the laws of love. Phocion, to one who interrupted his speaking by injurious and very opprobrious words, made no other return than silence, and to give him full liberty and leisure to vent his spleen. Which he accordingly having done, and the storm blown over, without any mention of this disturbance, he proceeded in his discourse where he had left off before. No answer can nettle a man like such a contempt. Of the most choleric man in France, anger is always an imperfection, but more excusable in a soldier, for in that trade it cannot sometimes be avoided. I often say that he is the most patient man that I know, and the most discreet in bridling his passions, which rise in him with so great violence and fury. Magno veluti cum flamma sonore virgias surgeritur costis ondantes aena, exultant quas tu latices furit intus aquaevis, fumidus at qualte spumis exuberat omnis, nec iam se capit unda, volat vapor ater ad auras. With a loud crackling noise, a fire of sticks is applied to the boiling cauldron's side. By the heat in frisky boils the liquor dances, within the water rages, and high the smoky fluid in foam overflows. Nor can the wave now contain itself, the black steam flies all abroad. Aeneid 7, 462. That he must of necessity cruelly constrain himself to moderate it, and for my part, I know no passion which I could with so much violence to myself attempt to cover and conceal. I would not set wisdom at so high a price, and do not so much consider what a man does, as how much it costs him to do no worse. Another boasted himself to me of the regularity and gentleness of his manners, which are to truth very singular, to whom I replied that it was indeed something, especially in persons of so eminent a quality as himself, upon whom every one had their eyes, to present himself always well-tempered to the world, but that the principal thing was to make provision for within and for himself, and that it was not, in my opinion, very well to order his business outwardly well, and to grate himself within, which I was afraid he did, in putting on and maintaining this mask and external appearance. A man incorporates anger by concealing it, as Diogenes told Demosthenes, who, for fear of being seen in a tavern, withdrew himself the more retiredly into it. The more you retire backward, the further you enter in. I would rather advise that a man should give his servant a box of the ear a little unseasonably, than rack his fancy to present this grave and composed countenance, and had rather discover my passions than brood over them at my own expense. They grow less inviting and manifesting themselves, and 'tis much better their point should wound others without than be turned towards ourselves within. Omnia vitia in aperto leviora sunt, et tunc perniciosissima cum simulata sanitate subsidient. All vices are less dangerous when open to be seen, and then most pernicious when they lurk under a dissembled good nature. I admonish all those who have authority to be angry in my family, in the first place to manage their anger, and not to lavish it upon every occasion, for that both lessens the value and hinders the effect. Rash and incessant scolding runs into custom, and renders itself despised, and what you lay out upon a servant for a theft is not felt, because it is the same he has seen you 100 times employ against him for having ill-washed a glass, or set a stool out of place. Secondly, that they be not angry to no purpose, but make sure that their reprehension reach him with whom they are offended, for ordinarily they rail and bawl before he comes into their presence, and continue scolding an age after he is gone. Et se cum petulans amentia certat, and petulant madness contends with itself. Claudian in Eutropio 237. They attack his shadow, and drive the storm in a place where no one is either chastised or concerned, but in the clamour of their voice. I likewise in quarrels condemn those who huff and vapour without an enemy. Those rhodomontades should be reserved to discharge upon the offending party. Mugitus veluti cum primen proelia taurus terrificos quiet, atquirasci in cornu attentat, arboris obnixus trunco ventusque lacessit ictibus, et sparsad pugnum proludet arena. As when a bull, to usher in the fight, makes dreadful bellowings, and whets his horns against the trunk of a tree. With blows he beats the air, and rehearses the fight by scattering the sand. Aeneid 12:103. When I am angry, my anger is very sharp, but withal very short, and as private as I can. I lose myself indeed in promptness and violence, but not in trouble, so that I throw out all sorts of injurious words at random and without choice, and never consider pertinently to dart my language where I think it will deepest wound, for I commonly make use of no other weapon than my tongue. My servants have a better bargain of me in great occasions than in little. The little ones surprise me, and the misfortune is that when you are once upon the precipice, 'tis no matter who gave you the push, you always go to the bottom. The fall urges, moves, and makes haste of itself. In great occasions, this satisfies me that they are so, just every one expects a reasonable indignation, and then I glorify myself in deceiving their expectation. Against these, I fortify and prepare myself. They disturb my head, and threaten to transport me very far should I follow them. I can easily contain myself from entering into one of these passions, and am strong enough, when I expect them, to repel their violence, be the cause never so great. But if a passion once prepossesses and sees me, it carries me away, be the cause never so small. I bargain thus with those who may contend with me when you see me moved first. Let me alone, right or wrong. I'll do the same for you. The storm is only begot by a concurrence of angers, which easily spring from one another, and are not born together. Let every one have his own way, and we shall always be at peace. a profitable advice, but hard to execute. Sometimes also it falls out that I put on a seeming anger for the better governing of my house, without any real emotion. As age renders my humors more sharp, I study to oppose them, and will, if I can, order it so that for the future I may be so much the less peevish and hard to please, as I have more excuse and inclination to be so, although I have heretofore been reckoned amongst those who have the greatest patience. A word more to conclude this argument. Aristotle says that anger sometimes serves for arms to virtue and valor. That is probable. Nevertheless, they who contradict him pleasantly answer that 'tis a weapon of novel use, for we move all other arms. This moves us. Our hand guides it not. 'Tis it that guides our hand. It holds us. We hold not it. End of section 33. Reading by Malone. Section 34 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Defense of Seneca and Plutarch. The familiarity I have with these two authors, and the assistance they have lent to my age and to my book, wholly compiled of what I have borrowed from them, oblige me to stand up for their honor. As to Seneca, amongst a million of little pamphlets that those of the so-called Reformed religion disperse abroad for the defense of their cause, and which sometimes proceed from so good a hand that 'tis pity his pen is not employed in a better subject. I have formerly seen one, that to make up the parallel he would fain find out betwixt the government of our late poor King Charles IX. And that of Nero, compares the late Cardinal of Lorraine with Seneca, their fortunes, in having both of them been the prime ministers in the government of their princes, and in their manners, conditions, and deportments to have been very near alike, wherein, in my opinion, he does the said cardinal a very great honor. For though I am one of those who have a very high esteem for his wit, eloquence, and zeal to religion, and service of his king, and his good fortune to have lived in an age wherein it was so novel, so rare, and also so necessary for the public good to have an ecclesiastical person of such high birth and dignity, and so sufficient and capable of his place, yet, to confess the truth, I do not think his capacity by many degrees near to the other, nor his virtue either so clean, entire, or steady as that of Seneca. Now the book whereof I speak, to bring about its design, gives a very injurious description of Seneca, having borrowed its approaches from Dion the historian, whose testimony I do not at all believe, for besides that he is inconsistent, that after having called Seneca one while very wise, and again a mortal enemy to Nero's vices, makes him elsewhere avaricious, an usurer, ambitious, effeminate, voluptuous, and a false pretender to philosophy. His virtue appears so vivid and vigorous in his writings, and his vindication is so clear from any of these imputations, as of his riches and extraordinary expensive way of living, that I cannot believe any testimony to the contrary. And besides, it is much more reasonable to believe the Roman historians in such things than Greeks and foreigners. Now Tacitus and the rest speak very honorably both of his life and death, and represent him to us a very excellent and virtuous person in all things. And I will allege no other reproach against Dion's report but this, which I cannot avoid, namely, that he has so weak a judgment in the Roman affairs that he dares to maintain Julius Caesar's cause against Pompey, and that of Antony against Cicero. Now let us come to Plutarch. Jean Bodin is a good author of our times, and a writer of much greater judgment than the rout of scribblers of his age, and who deserves to be read and considered. I find him, though, a little bold in this passage of his Method of History, where he accuses Plutarch not only of ignorance, wherein I would have let him alone, for that is beyond my criticism, but that he often writes things incredible and absolutely fabulous. These are his own words. If he had simply said that he had delivered things otherwise than they really are, it had been no great reproach. For what we have not seen, we are forced to receive from other hands, and take upon trust. And I see that he purposely sometimes variously relates the same story, as the judgment of the 3 best captains that ever were, given by Hannibal. 'Tis one way in the life of Flamius, and another in that of Pyrrhus. But to charge him with having taken incredible and impossible things for current pay is to accuse the most judicious author in the world of want of judgment. And this is his example. As, says he, when he relates that a Lacedaemonian boy suffered his bowels to be torn out by a fox cub he had stolen, and kept it still concealed under his coat till he fell down dead, rather than he would discover his theft. I find, in the first place, this example ill chosen, forasmuch as it is very hard to limit the power of the faculties of the soul, whereas we have better authority to limit and know the force of the bodily limbs. And therefore, if I had been he, I should rather have chosen an example of the second sort, and there are some of these less credible. And amongst others, that which he relates of Pyrrhus, that, all wounded as he was, he struck one of his enemies, who was armed from head to foot, so great a blow with his sword that he clave him down from his crown to his seat, so that the body was divided into 2 parts. In this example I find no great miracle, nor do I admit the excuse with which he defends Plutarch, in having added these words, as, 'tis said, to suspend our belief, for unless it be in things received by authority, and the reverence to antiquity or religion, he would never have himself admitted or enjoined us to believe things incredible in themselves, and that these words, as 'tis said, are not put in this place to that effect, is easy to be seen, because he elsewhere relates to us upon this subject of the patience of the Lacedaemonian children, examples happening in his time, more unlikely to prevail upon our faith, as what Cicero has also testified before him, as having, as he says, been upon the spot, that even to their times there were children found who, in the trial of patience they were put to before the altar of Diana, suffered themselves to be there whipped till the blood ran down all over their bodies, not only without crying out, but without so much as a groan, and some till they voluntarily lost their lives. And that which Plutarch also, amongst 100 other witnesses, relates, that at a sacrifice, a burning coal having fallen into the sleeve of a Lacedaemonian boy, as he was censing, he suffered his whole arm to be burned, till the smell of the broiling flesh was perceived by those present. There was nothing, according to their custom, wherein their reputation was more concerned, nor for which they were to undergo more blame and disgrace, than in being taken in theft. I am so fully satisfied of the greatness of those people that this story does not only not appear to me, as to Baudin, incredible, but I do not find it so much as rare and strange. The Spartan history is full of 1,000 more cruel and more rare examples, and is indeed all miracle in this respect. Marcellinus, concerning theft, reports that in his time there was no sort of torments which would compel the Egyptians, when taken in this act, though a people very much addicted to it, so much as to tell their name. A Spanish peasant, being put to the rack as to the accomplices of the murder of Praetor Lucius Piso, cried out in the height of the torment that his friends should not leave him, but look on in all assurance that no pain had the power to force from him one word of confession, which was all they could get the first day. The next day, as they were leading him a second time to another trial, strongly disengaging himself from the hands of his guards, he furiously ran his head against a wall and beat out his brains. Epicurus, having tired and glutted the cruelty of Nero's satellites, and undergone their fire, their beating, their racks, a whole day together, without one syllable of confession of her conspiracy, being the next day brought again to the rack, with her limbs almost torn to pieces, conveyed the lace of her robe with a running noose over one of the arms of her chair, and suddenly slipping her head into it with the weight of her own body, hanged herself. Having the courage to die in that manner, is it not to be presumed that she purposely lent her life to the trial of her fortitude the day before, to mock the tyrant and encourage others to the like attempt? And whoever will inquire of our troopers the experiences they have had in our civil wars will find effects of patience and obstinate resolution in this miserable age of ours. And amongst this rabble, even more effeminate than the Egyptians, worthy to be compared with those we have just related of the Spartan virtue. I know there have been simple peasants amongst us who have endured the soles of their feet to be broiled upon a gridiron, their finger ends to be crushed with the cock of a pistol, and their bloody eyes squeezed out of their heads by force of a cord twisted about their brows, before they would so much as consent to a ransom. I have seen one left stark naked for dead in a ditch, his neck black and swollen, with a halter yet about it, with which they had dragged him all night at a horse's tail, his body wounded in 100 places with stabs of daggers that had been given him not to kill him, but to put him to pain and to affright him, who had endured all this, and even to being speechless and insensible, resolved, as he himself told me, rather to die 1,000 deaths, as indeed, as to matter of suffering, he had borne one, before he would promise anything, and yet he was one of the richest husbandmen of all the country. How many have been seen patiently to suffer themselves to be burnt and roasted for opinions taken upon trust from others, and by them not at all understood? I've known 100 women, for Gascony has a certain prerogative for obstinacy, whom you might sooner have made eat fire than forsake an opinion they had conceived in anger. They are all the more exasperated by blows and constraint, and he that made the story of the woman who, in defiance of all correction, threats, and bastinadoes, ceased not to call her husband lousy knave, and who, being plunged over head and ears in water, yet lifted her hands above her head, and made a sign of cracking lice, feigned a tale of which, in truth, we every day see a manifest image in the obstinacy of women. And obstinacy is the sister of constancy, at least in vigor and stability. We are not to judge what is possible and what not according to what is credible and incredible to our apprehension, as I have said elsewhere, and it is a great fault, and yet one that most men are guilty of, which nevertheless I do not mention with any reflection upon Baudin, to make a difficulty of believing that in another, which they could not or would not do themselves. Everyone thinks that the sovereign stamp of human nature is imprinted in him, and that from it all others must take their rule, and that all proceedings which are not like his are feigned and false. Is anything of another man's actions or faculties proposed to him? The first thing he calls to the consultation of his judgment is his own example. And as matters go with him, so they must of necessity do with all the world besides. Dangerous and intolerable folly! For my part, I consider some men as infinitely beyond me, especially amongst the ancients, and yet, though I clearly discern my inability to come near them by 1,000 paces, I do not forbear to keep them in sight, and to judge of what so elevates them, of which I perceive some seeds in myself, as I also do of the extreme meanness of some other minds, which I neither am astonished at, nor yet misbelieve. I very well perceive the turns those great souls take to raise themselves to such a pitch, and admire their grandeur, and those flights that I think the bravest I could be glad to imitate, where, though I want wing, yet my judgment readily goes along with them. The other example he introduces of things incredible and wholly fabulous, delivered by Plutarch, is that Agesilaus was fined by the Ephori for having wholly engrossed the hearts and affections of his citizens to himself alone. And herein I do not see what sign of falsity is to be found. Clearly, Plutarch speaks of things that must needs be better known to him than to us, and it was no new thing in Greece to see men punished and exiled for this very thing, for being too acceptable to the people. Witness the ostracism and petalism. Ostracism at Athens was banishment for 10 years. Petalism at Syracuse was banishment for 5 years. There is yet in this place another accusation laid against Plutarch which I cannot well digest, where Baudin says that he has sincerely paralleled Romans with Romans, and Greeks amongst themselves, but not Romans with Greeks. Witness, says he, Demosthenes and Cicero, Cato and Aristides, Sylla and Lysander, Marcellus and Pelopidas, Pompey and Agesilaus, holding that he has favored the Greeks in giving them so unequal companions. This is really to attack what in Plutarch is most excellent and most to be commended, for in his Parallels, which is the most admirable part of all his works, and with which, in my opinion, he is himself the most pleased, the fidelity and sincerity of his judgments equals their depth and weight. He's a philosopher who teaches us virtue. Let us see whether we cannot defend him from this reproach of falsity and prevarication. All that I can imagine could give occasion to this censure is the great and shining lustre of the Roman names which we have in our minds, It does not seem likely to us that Demosthenes could rival the glory of a consul, proconsul, and proctor of that great republic. But if a man consider the truth of the thing, and the men in themselves, which is Plutarch's chiefest aim, and will rather balance their manners, their natures and parts, than their fortunes, I think, contrary to Baudin, that Cicero and the elder Cato come far short of the men with whom they are compared. I should sooner, for his purpose, have chosen the example of the younger Cato compared with Phocion, for in this couple there would have been a more likely disparity to the Romans' advantage. As to Marcellus, Sylla, and Pompey, I very well discern that their exploits of war are greater and more full of pomp and glory than those of the Greeks, whom Plutarch compares with them. But the bravest and most virtuous actions, any more in war than elsewhere, are not always the most renowned. I often see the names of captains obscured by the splendor of other names of less desert, witness Labienus, Ventidius, Telesinus, and several others. And to take it by that, were I to complain on behalf of the Greeks, could I not say that Camillus was much less comparable to Themistocles, the Gracchi to Agis and Cleomenes, and Numa to Lycurgus? But 'tis folly to judge, at one view, of things that have so many aspects. When Plutarch compares them, he does not for all that make them equal. Who could more learnedly and sincerely have marked their distinctions? Does he parallel the victories, feats of arms, the force of the armies conducted by Pompey, with his triumphs, with those of Agesilaus? I do not believe, says he, that Xenophon himself, if he were now living, though he were allowed to write whatever pleased him to the advantage of Agesilaus, would dare to bring them into comparison. Does he speak of paralleling Lysander to Sylla? There is, says he, no comparison, either in the number of victories or in the hazard of battles, for Lysander only gained 2 naval battles. This is not to derogate from the Romans, for having only simply named them with the Greeks, he can have done them no injury, whatever disparity soever there may be betwixt them. And Plutarch does not entirely oppose them to one another. There is no preference in general. He only compares the pieces and circumstances one after another, and gives of every one a particular and separate judgment. Wherefore, if any one could convict him of partiality, he ought to pick out some one of those particular judgments, or say in general that he was mistaken in comparing such a Greek to such a Roman, when there were others more fit and better resembling to parallel him to. End of section 34. Reading by Malone. Section 35 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Malone. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. The Story of Spurina. Philosophy thinks she has not ill employed her talent, when she has given the sovereignty of the soul and the authority of restraining our appetites to reason, amongst which they who judge that there is none more violent than those which spring from love, have this opinion also, that they seize both body and soul, and possess the whole man, so that even health itself depends upon them, and medicine is sometimes constrained to pimp for them. But one might, on the contrary, also say that the mixture of the body brings an abatement and weakening, for such desires are subject to satiety and capable of material remedies. Many, being determined to rid their souls from the continual alarms of this appetite, have made use of incision and amputation of the rebelling members. Others have subdued their force and ardor by the frequent application of cold things, as snow and vinegar. The sackcloths of our ancestors were for this purpose, which is cloth woven of horsehair, of which some of them made shirts, and others girdles, to torture and correct their reins. A prince not long ago told me that in his youth, upon a solemn festival in the court of King Francis I, where everybody was finely dressed, he would needs put on his father's hair shirt, which was still kept in the house. But how great soever his devotion was, he had not the patience to wear it till night, and was sick a long time after, adding withal that he did not think there could be any youthful heat so fierce that the use of this recipe would not mortify, and yet perhaps he never essayed the most violent. For experience shows us that such emotions are often seen under rude and slovenly clothes, and that a hair shirt does not always render those chaste who wear it. Xenocrates proceeded with greater rigor in this affair, for his disciples, to make trial of his continency, having slipped Lais, that beautiful and famous courtesan, into his bed, quite naked, except the arms of her beauty and her wanton allurements, her philters, finding that, in despite of his reason and philosophical rules, his unruly flesh began to mutiny, he caused those members of his to be burned that he found consenting to this rebellion, whereas the passions which wholly reside in the soul, as ambition, avarice, and the rest, find the reason much more to do, because it cannot there be helped but by its own means. Neither are those appetites capable of satiety, but grow sharper and increase by fruition. The sole example of Julius Caesar may suffice to demonstrate to us the disparity of these appetites. For never was man more addicted to amorous delights than he, of which one testimony is the peculiar care he had of his person, to such a degree as to make use of the most lascivious means to that end then in use, as to have all the hairs of his body twitched off, and to wipe all over with perfumes with the extremest nicety. And he was a beautiful person in himself, of fair complexion, tall and sprightly, full-faced, with quick hazel eyes, if we may believe Suetonius, for the statues of him that we see at Rome do not in all points answer this description. Besides his wives, whom he 4 times changed, without reckoning the amours of his boyhood with Nicomedes, king of Bithynia, he had the maidenhead of the renowned Cleopatra, queen of Egypt. Witness the little Cesario whom he had by her. He also made love to Eunoe, queen of Mauritania, and at Rome to Postumia, the wife of Servius Sulpicius, to Lollia, the wife of Gabinius, to Tertulla, the wife of Crassus, and even to Mutia, wife to the great Pompey, which was the reason, the Roman historians say, that she was repudiated by her husband, which Plutarch confesses to be more than he knew. And the Curios, both father and son, afterwards reproached Pompey, when he married Caesar's daughter, that he had made himself son-in-law to a man who had made him cuckold, and one whom he himself was wont to call Aegisthus. Besides all these, he entertained Servilia, Cato's sister, and mother to Marcus Brutus, whence, every one believes, proceeded the great affection he had to Brutus, by reason that he was born at a time when it was likely he might be his son. so that I have reason, methinks, to take him for a man extremely given to this debauch, and of very amorous constitution. But the other passion of ambition, with which he was infinitely smitten, arising in him to contend with the former, it was boon compelled to give way. And here calling to mind Mohammed, who won Constantinople, and finally exterminated the Grecian name, I do not know where these two were so evenly balanced, equally an indefatigable lecher and soldier. But where they both meet in his life and jostle one another, the quarrelling passion always gets the better of the amorous one, and this, though it was out of its natural season, never regained an absolute sovereignty over the other till he had arrived at an extreme old age and unable to undergo the fatigues of war. What is related for a contrary example of Ladislaus, king of Naples, is very remarkable, that being a great captain, valiant and ambitious, he proposed to himself, for the principal end of his ambition, the execution of his pleasure, and the enjoyment of some rare and excellent beauty. His death sealed up all the rest, for having by a close and tedious siege reduced the city of Florence to so great distress that the inhabitants were compelled to capitulate about surrender, he was content to let them alone, provided they would deliver up to him a beautiful maid he had heard of in their city. They were forced to yield to it, and by a private injury to avert the public ruin. She was the daughter of a famous physician of his time, who, finding himself involved in so foul a necessity, resolved upon a high attempt. As every one was lending a hand to trick up his daughter, and to adorn her with ornaments and jewels, to render her more agreeable to this new lover, he also gave her a handkerchief, most richly wrought, and of an exquisite perfume, an implement they never go without in those parts, which she was to make use of at their first approaches. This handkerchief, poisoned with his greatest art, coming to be rubbed between the chafed flesh and open pores, both of the one and the other, so suddenly infused the poison, that immediately, converting their warm into a cold sweat, they presently died in one another's arms. But I return to Caesar. His pleasures never made him steal 1 minute of an hour, nor go to step aside from occasion that might anyway conduce to his advancement. This passion was so sovereign in him over all the rest, and with so absolute authority possessed his soul, that it guided him at pleasure. In truth, this troubles me, when, as to everything else, I consider the greatness of this man, and the wonderful parts wherewith he was endued. Learned to that degree in all sorts of knowledge that there is hardly any one science of which he has not written, so great an orator that many have preferred his eloquence to that of Cicero, and he, I conceive, did not think himself inferior to him in that particular, for his 2 anti-Catos were written to counterbalance the elocution that Cicero had expended in his Cato. As to the rest, was ever soul so vigilant, so active, and so patient of labor as his? And doubtless it was embellished with many other rare seeds of virtue, lively, natural, and not put on. He was singularly sober, so far from being delicate in his diet that Oppius relates how that, having one day at table set before him medicated instead of common oil in some sauce, he ate heartily of it, that he might not put his entertainer out of countenance. Another time he caused his baker to be whipped for serving him with a finer than ordinary sort of bread. Cato himself was wont to say of him that he was the first sober man who ever made it his business to ruin his country. And as to the same Cato's calling him one day drunkard, it fell out thus, being both of them in the Senate at a time when Catiline's conspiracy was in question, of which Caesar was suspected. One came and brought him a letter sealed up. Cato, believing that it was something the conspirators gave him notice of, required him to deliver into his hands, which Caesar was constrained to do to avoid further suspicion. It was by chance a love letter that Servilia, Cato's sister, had written to him, which Cato having read, he threw it back to him, saying, "There, drunkard." This, I say, was rather a word of disdain and anger than an express reproach of this vice, as we often rate those who anger us with the first injurious words that come into our mouths, though nothing due to those we are offended at. To which may be added that the vice with which Cato upbraided him is wonderfully near akin to that wherein he had surprised Caesar, for Bacchus and Venus, according to the proverb, very willingly agree. But to me Venus is much more sprightly, accompanied by sobriety. The examples of his sweetness and clemency to those by whom he had been offended are infinite. I mean, besides those he gave during the time of the civil wars, which, as plainly enough appears by his writings, he practised to cajole his enemies, and to make them less afraid of his future dominion and victory. But I must also say that if these examples are not sufficient proofs of his natural sweetness, they at least manifest a marvelous confidence and grandeur of courage in this person. He has often been known to dismiss whole armies, after having overcome them, to his enemies without ransom, or deigning so much as to bind them by oath, if not to favor him, at least no more to bear arms against him. He has 3 or 4 times taken some of Pompey's captains prisoners, and as often set them at liberty. Pompey declared all those to be enemies who did not follow him to the war. He proclaimed all those to be his friends who sat still and did not actually take arms against him. To such captains of his as ran away from him to go over to the other side, he sent moreover their arms, horses, and equipage. The cities he had taken by force he left at full liberty to follow which side they pleased, imposing no other garrison upon them but the memory of his gentleness and clemency. He gave strict and express charge, the day of his great battle of Pharsalia, that, without the utmost necessity, no one should lay a hand upon the citizens of Rome. These, in my opinion, were very hazardous proceedings, and 'tis no wonder if those in our civil war, who, like him, fight against the ancient estate of their country, do not follow his example. They are extraordinary means, and that only appertain to Caesar's fortune, and to his admirable foresight in the conduct of affairs. When I consider the incomparable grandeur of his soul, I excuse victory that it could not disengage itself from him, even in so unjust and so wicked a cause. To return to his clemency, we have many striking examples in the time of his government, when, all things being reduced to his power, he had no more written against him which he had as sharply answered, yet he did not soon after forbear to use his interest to make him consul. Gaius Calvus, who had composed several injurious epigrams against him, having employed many of his friends to mediate a reconciliation with him, Caesar voluntarily persuaded himself to write first to him, and our good Catullus, who had so rudely ruffled under him the name of Mamurra, coming to offer his excuses to him, he made the same day sit at his table. Having intelligence of some who spoke ill of him, he did no more, but only by a public oration declare that he had notice of it. He still less feared his enemies than he hated them. Some conspiracies and cabals that were made against his life being discovered to him, he satisfied himself in publishing by proclamation that they were known to him, without further prosecuting the conspirators. As to the respect he had for his friends, Gaius Oppius, being with him upon a journey and finding himself ill, he left him the only lodging he had for himself, and lay all night upon a hard ground in the open air. As to what concerns his justice, he put a beloved servant of his to death for lying with a noble Roman's wife, though there was no complaint made. Never had man more moderation in his victory, nor more resolution in his adverse fortune. But all these good inclinations were stifled and spoiled by his furious ambition, by which he suffered himself to be so transported and misled that one may easily maintain that this passion was the rudder of all his actions. Of a liberal man, it made him a public thief to supply this bounty and profusion, and made him utter this vile and unjust saying, that if the most wicked and profligate persons in the world had been faithful in serving him towards his advancement, he would cherish and prefer them to the utmost of his power, as much as the best of men. It intoxicated him with so excessive a vanity as to dare to boast in the presence of his fellow citizens that he had made the great commonwealth of Rome a name without form and without body. And to say that his answers for the future should stand for laws, and also to receive the body of the Senate coming to him, sitting, to suffer himself to be adored, and to have divine honors paid to him in his own presence. To conclude, this sole vice, in my opinion, spoiled in him the most rich and beautiful nature that ever was, and has rendered his name abominable to all good men, in that he would erect his glory upon the ruins of his country, and the subversion of the greatest and most flourishing republic the world shall ever see. There might, on the contrary, many examples be produced of great men whom pleasures have made to neglect the conduct of their affairs, as Mark Antony and others. But where love and ambition should be in equal balance and come to jostle with equal forces, I make no doubt but the last would win the prize. To return to my subject, 'tis much to bridle our appetites by the argument of reason, or by violence, to contain our members within their duty, but to lash ourselves for our neighbour's interest, and not only to divest ourselves of the charming passion that tickles us, of the pleasure we feel in being agreeable to others, and courted and beloved of everyone, but also to conceive a hatred against the graces that produce that effect, and to condemn our beauty because it inflames others. Of this, I confess, I have met with few examples, but there is one. Spurina, a young man of Tuscany. Qualis gemamicat, fulvum quae dividit aurum, aut colo decus aut capiti, vel quali per artem inclusum bux aut oricia terra bintho lucetebur. As a gem shines enchased in yellow gold, or an ornament on the neck or head, or as ivory has lustre, set by art in boxwood or Orician ebony. Being endowed with a singular beauty, and so excessive that the chastest eyes could not chastely behold its rays, not contenting himself with leaving so much flame and fever as he everywhere kindled without relief, entered into a furious spite against himself and those great endowments nature had so liberally conferred upon him, as if a man were responsible to himself for the faults of others, and purposely slashed and disfigured with many wounds and scars the perfect symmetry in proportion that nature had so curiously imprinted in his face. To give my free opinion, I more admire than honor such actions. Such excesses are enemies to my rules. The design was conscientious and good, but certainly a little defective in prudence. What if his deformity served afterwards to make others guilty of the sin of hatred or contempt, or of envy at the glory of so rare a recommendation, or of calumny, interpreting this humor a mad ambition? Is there any form from which vice cannot, if it will, extract occasion to exercise itself, one way or another? It had been more just, and also more noble, to have made of these gifts of God a subject of exemplary regularity and virtue. They who retire themselves from the common offices, from that infinite number of troublesome rules that fetter a man of exact honesty in civil life, are, in my opinion, very discreet, what peculiar sharpness of constraint soever they impose upon themselves in so doing. 'Tis in some sort a kind of dying to avoid the pain of living well. They may have another reward, but the reward of difficulty I fancy they can never have, nor in uneasiness that there can be anything more or better done than the keeping oneself upright amid the waves of the world, truly and exactly performing all parts of our duty. 'Tis peradventure more easy to keep clear of the sex than to maintain oneself aright in all points in the society of a wife, and a man may with less trouble adapt himself to entire abstinence than to the due dispensation of abundance. Use, carried on according to reason, has in it more of difficulty than abstinence. Moderation is a virtue that gives more work than suffering. The well-living of Scipio has 1,000 fashions, that of Diogenes but one. This as much excels the ordinary lives in innocence as the most accomplished excel them in utility and force. End of section 35. Reading by Malone. Section 36 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Malone. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Observation on the means to carry on a war, according to Julius Caesar. 'Tis related of many great leaders that they have had certain books in particular esteem, as Alexander the Great, Homer, Scipio Africanus, Xenophon, Marcus Brutus, Polybius, Charles V, Philippe de Comines. And 'tis said that in our times Machiavelli is elsewhere still in repute, but the late Marshal Strozzi, who had taken Caesar for his man, doubtless made the best choice, seeing that it indeed ought to be the breviary of every soldier, as being the true and sovereign pattern of the military art. And moreover, God knows with that grace and beauty he has embellished that rich matter with so pure, delicate, and perfect expression that, in my opinion, There are no writings in the world comparable to his as to that business. I will set down some rare and particular passages of his wars that remain in my memory. His army, being in some consternation upon the rumor that was spread of the great forces that King Juba was leading against him, instead of abating the apprehension which his soldiers had conceived at the news, and of lessening to them the forces of the enemy, having called them all together to encourage and reassure them, he took a quite contrary way to what we are used to do. For he told them that they need no more trouble themselves with inquiring after the enemy's forces, for that he was certainly informed thereof, and then told them of a number much surpassing both the truth and the report that was current in his army. Following the advice of Cyrus and Xenophon, forasmuch as the deception is not of so great importance to find an enemy weaker than we expected, than to find him really very strong, after having been made to believe that he was weak. It was always his use to accustom his soldiers simply to obey, without taking upon them to control or so much as to speak of their captain's designs, which he never communicated to them but upon the point of execution. And he took a delight, if they discovered anything of what he intended, immediately to change his orders, to deceive them, and to that purpose would often, when he had assigned his quarters in a place, pass forward and lengthen his day's march, especially if it was foul and rainy weather. The Swiss, in the beginning of his wars in Gaul, having sent to him to demand a free passage over the Roman territories, though resolved to hinder them by force, he nevertheless spoke kindly to the messengers, and took some respite to return an answer, to make use of that time for the calling his army together. These silly people did not know how good a husband he was of his time, for he often repeats that it is the best part of a captain to know how to make use of occasions, and his diligence in his exploits is in truth unheard of and incredible. If he was not very conscientious in taking advantage of an enemy under color of a treaty of agreement, he was as little so in this, that he required no other virtue in a soldier but valor only, and seldom punished any other faults but mutiny and disobedience. He would often, after his victories, turn them loose to all sorts of license, dispensing them for some time from the rules of military discipline, saying withal that he had soldiers so well trained up that, powdered and perfumed, they would run furiously to the fight. In truth, he loved to have them richly armed, and made them wear engraved, gilded, and damasked armor, to the end that the care of saving it might engage them to a more obstinate defense. Speaking to them, he called them by the name of fellow soldiers, which we yet use, which his successor Augustus reformed, supposing he had only done it upon necessity, and to cajole those who merely followed him as volunteers. Reini mihi caesaran undis duxerat, hic socius, facinus quos inquanat aequat. In the waters of the Rhine, Caesar was my general. Here at Rome, he is my fellow. Crime levels those whom it polluted. Lucan 5, 289. But that his carriage was too mean and low for the dignity of an emperor and general of an army, and therefore brought up the custom of calling them soldiers only. With this courtesy Caesar mixed great severity to keep them in awe. The 9th Legion having mutinied near Placentia, he ignominiously cashiered them, though Pompey was then yet on foot, and received them not again to grace till after many supplications. He quieted them more by authority and boldness than by gentle ways. In that place where he speaks of his passage over the Rhine to Germany, he says that, thinking it unworthy of the honor of the Roman people to waft over his army and vessels, he built a bridge that they might pass over dry foot. There it was that he built that wonderful bridge of which he gives so particular a description, for he nowhere so willingly dwells upon his actions as in representing to us the subtlety of his inventions in such kind of handiwork. I have also observed this, that he set a great value upon his exhortations to the soldiers before the fight. For where he would show that he was either surprised or reduced to a necessity of fighting, he always brings in this, that he had not so much as leisure to harangue his army. Before that great battle with those of Tournay, Caesar, says he, having given order for everything else, presently ran where fortune carried him to encourage his people, and meeting with the 10th Legion, had no more time to say anything to them but this, that they should remember their wonted valor, not to be astonished, but bravely sustain the enemy's encounter. And seeing the enemy had already approached within a dart's cast, he gave the signal for battle, and going suddenly thence elsewhere to encourage others, he found that they were already engaged. Here is what he tells us in that place. His tongue indeed did him notable service upon several occasions, and his military eloquence was, in his own time, so highly reputed that many of his army wrote down his harangues as he spoke them, by which means there were volumes of them collected that existed a long time after him. He had so particular a grace in speaking that his intimates, and Augustus amongst others, hearing those orations read, could distinguish even to the phrases and words that were not his. The first time that he went out of Rome with any public command, he arrived in 8 days at the river Rhone, having with him in his coach a secretary or two before him, who were continually writing, and him who carried his sword behind him. And certainly, though a man did nothing but go on, he could hardly attain that promptitude with which, having been everywhere victorious in Gaul, he left it, and, following Pompey to Brundisium, in 18 days' time he subdued all Italy, returned from Brundisium to Rome, from Rome went into the very heart of Spain, where he surmounted extreme difficulties in the war against Afranius and Petreius, and in the long siege of Marseilles. Thence he returned into Macedonia, beat the Roman army at Pharsalia, passed thence in pursuit of Pompey into Egypt, which he also subdued. From Egypt he went into Syria and the territories of Pontus, where he fought Pharnaces. Thence into Africa, where he defeated Scipio and Juba, and again returned through Italy, where he defeated Pompey's sons. Occior et caeli flammis et tigrite foeta, swifter than lightning, or the cub-bearing tigress. Lucan 5:45. Aquilati montis saxum de vertice praecaps cum ruit a volsum vento, siu torbitus imber proluit, aut annis solvit sublapsus vetustas, fertur in abruptum magno mons improbus actu, exultatque solo, silvas armentivirosque involven secum. And as a stone torn from the mountain's top by the wind or rain, torrents are loosened by age, falls massive with mighty force. bounds here and there, and its course sweeps from the earth with it woods, herds, and men. Aeneid 12:684. Speaking of the siege of Avaricum, he says that it was his custom to be night and day with the pioneers. Engineers, D.W. In all enterprises of consequence, he always reconnoitred in person, and never brought his army into quarters till he had first viewed the place. And, if we may believe Suetonius, when he resolved to pass over into England, he was the first man that sounded the passage. He was wont to say that he more valued a victory obtained by counsel than by force, and in the war against Petreius and Afranius, fortune presenting him with an occasion of manifest advantage, he declined it, saying that he hoped, with a little more time, but less hazard, to overthrow his enemies. He there also played a notable part in commanding his whole army to pass the river by swimming, without any manner of necessity. Rapuitque ruens in proelia miles, quod fugiens timuissiter, mox unde receptis membra fuent armis, gelidos quae agurgate cursu restituunt artus. The soldier, rushing through a way to fight which he would have been afraid to have taken in flight, then with their armor they cover wet limbs, and by running restore warmth to their numbed joints. Lucan 4:151. I find him a little more temperate and considerate in his enterprises than Alexander, for this man seems to seek and run headlong upon dangers, like an impetuous torrent which attacks and rushes against everything it meets, without choice or discretion. Sic tauriformis volvator aufidus, qui regna dauni perfluit Apuli, dum saevit horrendamque cotis divuluiem meditator agris. So the beforked Aufidus, which flows through the Apulian downus, when raging, threatens a fearful deluge to the tilled ground. Horace, Odes 4:14-25. And indeed, he was a general in the flower and first heat of his youth, whereas Caesar took up the trade at a ripe and well-advanced age, to which may be added that Alexander was of a more sanguine, hot, and choleric constitution, which he also inflamed with wine, from which Caesar was very abstinent. But where necessary occasion required, never did any man venture his person more than he, so much so that, for my part, methinks I read in many of his exploits a determinate resolution to throw himself away, to avoid the shame of being overcome. In his great battle with those of Tournai, he charged up to the head of the enemies without his shield, just as he was seeing the van of his own army beginning to give ground, which also several other times befell him. Hearing that his people were besieged, he passed through the enemy's army in disguise to go and encourage them with his presence. Having crossed over to Dyrrachium with very slender forces, and seeing the remainder of his army, which he had left to Antony's conduct, slow in following him, he undertook alone to repass the sea in a very great storms, and privately stole away to fetch the rest of his forces, the ports on the other side being seized by Pompey, and the whole sea being in his possession. As to what he performed by force of hand, there are many exploits that in hazard exceed all the rules of war. For with how small means did he undertake to subdue the kingdom of Egypt, and afterwards to attack the forces of Scipio and Juba, 10 times greater than his own. These people had, I know not what, more than human confidence in their fortune, and he was wont to say that men must embark and not deliberate upon high enterprises. After the Battle of Pharsalia, when he had sent his army away before him into Asia and was passing into one single vessel the Strait of the Hellespont, he met Lucius Cassius at sea with 10 tall men of war, when he had the courage not only to stay his coming, but to sail up to him and summon him to yield, which he did. Having undertaken that furious siege of Alexia, where there were 80,000 men in garrison, all Gaul being in arms to raise the siege, and having set an army on foot of 109,000 horse and of 240,000 foot, what a boldness and vehement confidence was it in him that he would not give over his attempt, but resolved upon 2 so great difficulties, which nevertheless he overcame. And after having won that great battle against those without, soon reduced those within to his mercy. The same happened to Lucullus at the siege of Tigranocerta against King Tigranes, but the condition of the enemy was not the same, considering the effeminacy of those with whom Lucullus had to deal. I will here set down 2 rare and extraordinary events concerning this siege of Alexia. One, that the Gauls, having drawn their powers together to encounter Caesar, after they had made a general muster of all their forces, resolved in their council of war to dismiss a good part of this great multitude, that they might not fall into confusion. This example of fearing to be too many is new, but, to take it right, it stands to reason that the body of an army should be of a moderate greatness, and regulated to certain bounds, both out of respect to the difficulty of providing for them, and the difficulty of governing and keeping them in order. At least it is very easy to make it appear by example that armies monstrous in number have seldom done anything to purpose. According to the saying of Cyrus in Xenophon, "'Tis not the number of men, but the number of good men that gives the advantage," the remainder serving rather to trouble than assist, and Bajazet principally grounded his resolution of giving Tamerlane battle, contrary to the opinion of all his captains, upon this, that his enemies' numberless number of men gave him assured hopes of confusion. Scanderbeg, a very good and expert judge in such matters, was wont to say that 10 or 12,000 reliable fighting men were sufficient to a good leader to secure his regulation in all sorts of military occasions. The other thing I will here record, which seems to be contrary both to the custom and the rules of war, is that Vercingetorix, who was made general of all the parts of the revolted Gaul, should go shut up himself in Alexia, for he who has the command of a whole country ought never to shut himself up, but in case of such last extremity that the only place he has left is in concern, and that the only hope he has left is in the defense of that city. Otherwise, he ought to keep himself always at liberty, that he may have the means to provide in general for all parts of his government. To return to Caesar, he grew in time more slow and more considerate, as his friend Oppius witnesses, conceiving that he ought not lightly to hazard the glory of so many victories which one blow of fortune might deprive him of. 'Tis what the Italians say when they would reproach the rashness and foolhardiness of young people, calling them bisognosi d'onore, necessitous of honor, and that being in so great a want and dearth of reputation, they have reason to seek it at what price soever, which they ought not to do who have acquired enough already. There may reasonably be some moderation, some satiety in this thirst and appetite of glory, as well as in other things, and there are enough people who practice it. He was far remote from the religious scruples of the ancient Romans, who would never prevail in their wars but by dint of pure and simple valor. And yet he was more conscientious than we should be in these days, and did not approve all sorts of means to obtain a victory. In the war against Ariovistus, while he was parleying with him, there happened some commotion between the horsemen, which was occasioned by the fault of Ariovistus' light horse, wherein, though Caesar saw he had a very great advantage of the enemy, he would make no use on't, lest he should have been reproached with a treacherous proceeding. He was always wont to wear rich garments, and of a shining colour in battle, that he might be the more remarkable and better observed. He always carried a stricter and tighter hand over his soldiers when near an enemy. When the ancient Greeks would accuse any one of extreme insufficiency, they would say, in common proverb, that he could neither read nor swim. He was of the same opinion, that swimming was of great use in war, and himself found it so. For when he had to use diligence, he commonly swam over the rivers in his way, for he loved to march on foot, as also did Alexander the Great. Being in Egypt forced to save himself, to go into a little boat, and so many people leaping in with him that it was in danger of sinking, he chose rather to commit himself to the sea, and swam to his fleet, which lay 200 paces off, holding in his left hand his tablets, and drawing his coat armor in his teeth, that it might not fall into the enemy's hands. And at this time he was of a pretty advanced age. Never had any general so much credit with his soldiers. In the beginning of the Civil War, his centurions offered him to find every one a man-at-arms at his own charge, and the foot soldiers to serve him at their own expense. Those who were most at their ease, moreover, undertaking to defray the more necessitous. The late Admiral Chatillon, Gaspard de Coligny, assassinated in the St. Bartholomew Massacre, 24th August, 1572, showed us the like example in our civil wars. For the French of his army provided money out of their own purses to pay the foreigners that were with them. There are but rarely found examples of so ardent and so ready an affection amongst the soldiers of elder times, who kept themselves strictly to their rules of war. Passion has a more absolute command over us than reason, and yet it happened in the war against Hannibal that, by the example of the people of Rome in the city, the soldiers and captains refused their pay in the army, and in Marcellus' camp those were branded with the name of mercenaries who would receive any. Having got the worst of it near Dyrrhachium, his soldiers came and offered themselves to be chastised and punished, so that there was more need to comfort than to reprove them. One single cohort of his withstood 4 of Pompey's legions above 4 hours together, till they were almost all killed with arrows, so that there were 130,000 shafts found in the trenches. A soldier called Scaevola, who commanded at one of the avenues, invincibly maintained his ground, having lost an eye, with one shoulder and one thigh shot through, and his shield hit in 230 places. It happened that many of his soldiers, being taken prisoners, rather chose to die than promise to join the contrary side. Granius Petronius was taken by Scipio in Africa. Scipio, having put the rest to death, sent him word that he gave him his life, for he was a man of quality and quaestor. to whom Petronius sent answer back that Caesar's soldiers were wont to give others their life, and not to receive it, and immediately with his own hand killed himself. Of their fidelity there are infinite examples, amongst them that which was done by those who were besieged in Salona, a city that stood for Caesar against Pompey, is not, for the rarity of an accident that there happened, to be forgotten. Marcus Octavius kept them close besieged, they within being reduced to the extremest necessity of all things, so that to supply the want of men, most of them being either slain or wounded, they had manumitted all their slaves, and had been constrained to cut off all the women's hair to make ropes for their war engines, besides the wonderful dearth of victuals, and yet continuing resolute never to yield, after having drawn the siege to a great length, by which Octavius was grown more negligent and less attentive to his enterprise, they made choice of one day about noon, and having first placed the women and children upon the walls to make a show, sallied upon the besiegers with such fury that having routed the first, second, and third body, and afterwards the fourth, and the rest, and beaten them all out of their trenches, they pursued them even to their ships. And Octavius himself was fain to fly to Dyrrachium, where Pompey lay. I do not at present remember that I have met with any other example where the besieged ever gave the besieger a total defeat and won the field, nor that a sortie ever achieved the result of a pure and entire victory. End of section 36. Reading by Malone.
Section 37 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of 3 Good Women. They are not by the dozen, as everyone knows, and especially in the duties of marriage, for that is a bargain full of so many nice circumstances that 'tis hard a woman's will should long endure such a restraint. Men, though their condition be something better under that tie, have yet enough to do. The true touch and test of a happy marriage have respect to the time of the companionship, if it has been constantly gentle, loyal, and agreeable. In our age, women commonly reserve the publication of their good offices and their vehement affection towards their husbands until they have lost them, or at least till then defer the testimonies of their good will, a too slow testimony and unseasonable. By it they rather manifest that they never loved them till dead. Their life is nothing but trouble, their death full of love and courtesy. As fathers conceal their affection from their children, women likewise conceal theirs from their husbands, to maintain a modest respect. This mystery is not for my palate. 'Tis to much purpose that they scratch themselves and tear their hair. I whisper in a waiting woman's or secretary's ear, how were they, how did they live together? I always have that good saying in my head, Jactantius moerent, que minus dolent. They make the most ado who are least concerned, or they mourn the more ostentatiously the less they grieve. Tacitus Annales 277, writing of Germanicus. Their whimpering is offensive to the living and vain to the dead. We should willingly give them leave to laugh after we are dead, provided they will smile upon us whilst we are alive. Is it not enough to make a man revive in pure spite, that she who spat in my face whilst I was in being, shall come to kiss my feet when I am no more? If there be any honour in lamenting a husband, it only appertains to those who smiled upon them whilst they had them, let those who wept during their lives laugh at their deaths, as well outwardly as within. Therefore, never regard those blubbered eyes and that pitiful voice. Consider her deportment, her complexion, the plumpness of her cheeks under all those formal veils. 'Tis there she talks plain French. There are few who do not mend upon't, and health is a quality that cannot lie. That starched and ceremonious countenance looks not so much back as forward, and is rather intended to get a new husband than to lament the old. When I was a boy, a very beautiful and virtuous lady, who is yet living, the widow of a prince, wore somewhat more ornament in her dress than our laws of widowhood allow, and being reproached with it, she made answer that it was because she was resolved to have no more love affairs, and would never marry again. I have here, not at all dissenting from our customs, made choice of 3 women, who have also expressed the utmost of their goodness and affection about their husbands' deaths, yet are they examples of another kind than are now in use, and so austere that they will hardly be drawn into imitation. The younger Pliny had near a house of his in Italy a neighbour who was exceedingly tormented with certain ulcers in his private parts. His wife, seeing him so long to languish, entreated that he would give her leave to see, and at leisure to consider of the condition of his disease, and that she would freely tell him what she thought. This permission being obtained, and she having curiously examined the business, found it impossible he could ever be cured, and that all he had to hope for, or expect, was a great while to linger out a painful and miserable life, and therefore, as the most sure and sovereign remedy, resolutely advised him to kill himself. But finding him a little tender and backward in so rude an attempt, "Do not think, my friend," said she, "that the torments I see thee endure are not as sensible to me as to thyself, and that to deliver myself from them I will not myself make use of the same remedy I have prescribed to thee. I will accompany thee in the cure, as I have done in the disease. Fear nothing, but believe that we shall have pleasure in this passage that is to free us from so many miseries, and we will go happily together." Which having said, and roused up her husband's courage, she resolved that they should throw themselves headlong into the sea, out of a window that overlooked it, and that she might maintain to the last the loyal and vehement affection wherewith she had embraced him during his life, she would also have him die in her arms. But lest they should fail, and should quit their hold in the fall through fear, she tied herself fast to him by the waist, and so gave up her own life to procure her husband's repose. This was a woman of mean condition, and amongst that class of people 'tis no very new thing to see some examples of rare virtue. Extrema perillos justitia excedens terris vestigia fecit. Justice, when she left the earth, took her last steps among them. Virgil, Georgicon, 2, 473. The other 2 were noble and rich, where examples of virtue are rarely lodged. Arria, the wife of Caecinapetus, a consular person, was the mother of another Arria, the wife of Thrasea-Petus, he whose virtue was so renowned in the time of Nero, and by this son-in-law the grandmother of Fannia. For the resemblance of the names of these men and women, and their fortunes, have led to several mistakes. This first Arria, her husband Caecinapetus, having been taken prisoner by some of the Emperor Claudius' people, after Scribonianus's defeat, whose party he had embraced in the war, begged of those who were to carry him prisoner to Rome, that they would take her into their ship, where she would be of much less charge and trouble to them than a great many persons they must otherwise have to attend her husband, and that she alone would undertake to serve him in his chamber, his kitchen, and all other offices. They refused, whereupon she put herself into a fisher boat she hired on the spot, and in that manner followed him from Sclavonia. When she had come to Rome, Junia, the widow of Scribonianus, having one day, from the resemblance of their fortune, accosted her in the Emperor's presence, she rudely repulsed her with these words: "I," said she, "speak to thee, or give ear to anything thou sayest. To thee, in whose lap Scribonianus was slain, and thou art yet alive. These words, with several other signs, gave her friends to understand that she would undoubtedly dispatch herself, impatient of supporting her husband's misfortune. And Thrasea, her son-in-law, beseeching her not to throw away herself, and saying to her, "What, if I should run the same fortune that Caecina has done? Would you that your daughter, my wife, should do the same?" "Would I?" replied she. "Yes, yes, I would, if she had lived as long, and in as good understanding with thee as I have done with my husband." These answers made them more careful of her, and to have a more watchful eye to her proceedings. One day, having said to those who looked to her, "'Tis too much purpose that you take all these pains to prevent me. You may indeed make me die an ill death, but to keep me from dying is not in your power." She in a sudden frenzy started from a chair whereon she sat, and with all her force dashed her head against the wall, by which blow being laid flat in a swoon, and very much wounded, after they had again with great ado brought her to herself, "I told you," said she, "that if you refused me some easy way of dying, I should find out another, how painful soever." The conclusion of so admirable a virtue was this: her husband Paetus, not having resolution enough of his own to dispatch himself, as he was by the Emperor's cruelty enjoined, one day amongst others, after having first employed all the reasons and exhortations which she thought most prevalent to persuade him to it, she snatched the poignard he wore from his side, and holding it ready in her hand, for the conclusion of her admonitions, "Do thus, Paetus," said she, and in the same instant giving herself a mortal stab in the breast, and then drawing it out of the wound, presented it to him, ending her life with this noble, generous, and immortal saying, "Pete non dolet," having time to pronounce no more but those three never to be forgotten words, "Paetus, it is not painful." Casta suo gladium cum tradere taria peto, quern debisceribus traxerat ipsa suis, si qua fides vulmus quod feci non dolet inquit, sed quod to facies id mihi pete dolet. When the chaste Arria gave to Paetus the reeking sword she had drawn from her chest, "If you believe me," she said, "Paetus, the wound I have made hurts not, but 'tis that which thou wilt make that hurts me." Martial 1:14. The action was much more noble in itself, and of a braver sense than the poet expressed it, for she was so far from being deterred by the thought of her husband's wound and death, and her own, that she had been their promotress and adviser. But having performed this high and courageous enterprise for her husband's only convenience, she had even in the last gasp of her life no other concern but for him, and of dispossessing him of the fear of dying with her. Paetus presently struck himself to the heart with the same weapon, ashamed, I suppose, to have stood in need of so dear and precious an example. Pompeia Paulina, a young and very noble Roman lady, had married Seneca in his extreme old age. Nero, his fine pupil, sent his guards to him to denounce the sentence of death, which was performed after this manner. When the Roman emperors of those times had condemned any man of quality, they sent to him by their officers to choose what death he would, and to execute it within such or such a time, which was limited, according to the degree of their indignation, to a shorter or a longer respite, that they might therein have better leisure to dispose their affairs, and sometimes depriving them of the means of doing it by the shortness of the time. And if the condemned seemed unwilling to submit to the order, they had people ready at hand to execute it either by cutting the veins of the arms and legs, or by compelling them by force to swallow a draught of poison. But persons of honour would not abide this necessity, but made use of their own physicians and surgeons for this purpose. Seneca, with a calm and steady countenance, heard their charge, and presently called for paper to write his will, which being by the captain refused, he turned himself towards his friends, saying to them, Since I cannot leave you any other acknowledgment of the obligation I have to you, I leave you at least the best thing I have, namely, the image of my life and manners, which I entreat you to keep in memory of me, that by so doing you may acquire the glory of sincere and real friends. And therewithal, one while appeasing the sorrow he saw in them with gentle words, and presently raising his voice to reprove them. What, said he, are become of all our brave philosophical precepts? What are become of all the provisions we have so many years laid up against the accidents of fortune? Is Nero's cruelty unknown to us? What could we expect from him who had murdered his mother and his brother, but that he should put his tutor to death, who had brought him up? After having spoken these words in general, he turned himself towards his wife, and embracing her fast in his arms, as, her heart and strength failing her, she was ready to sink down with grief, he begged of her, for his sake, to bear this accident with a little more patience, telling her, that now the hour was come wherein he was to show, not by argument and discourse, but effect, the fruit he had acquired by his studies, and that he really embraced his death, not only without grief, but moreover with joy. Wherefore, my dearest, said he, do not dishonour it with thy tears, that it may not seem as if thou lovest thyself more than my reputation. Moderate thy grief, and comfort thyself in the knowledge thou hast had of me and my actions, leading the remainder of thy life in the same virtuous manner thou hast hitherto done. To which Paulina, having a little recovered her spirits, and warmed the magnanimity of her courage with the most generous affection, replied, No, Seneca, said she, I am not a woman to suffer you to go alone in such a necessity. I will not have you think that the virtuous examples of your life have not taught me how to die. And when can I ever better or more fittingly do it, or more to my own desire, than with you? And therefore assure yourself I will go along with you. Then Seneca, taking this noble and generous resolution of his wife in good part, and also willing to free himself from the fear of leaving her exposed to the cruelty of his enemies after his death, I have, Paulina, said he, instructed thee in what would serve thee happily to live, but thou more covetest, I see, the honour of dying. In truth, I will not grudge it thee. The constancy and resolution in our common end are the same, but the beauty and glory of thy part are much greater. Which being said, the surgeons at the same time opened the veins of both their arms, but as those of Seneca were more shrunk up as well with age as abstinence, made his blood flow too slowly. He moreover commanded them to open the veins of his thighs, and lest the torments he endured might pierce his wife's heart, and also to free himself from the affliction of seeing her in so sad a condition. After having taken a very affectionate leave of her, he entreated she would suffer them to carry her into her chamber, which they accordingly did. But all these incisions being not yet enough to make him die, he commanded Statius Annius, his physician, to give him a draught of poison, which had not much better effect, for by reason of the weakness and coldness of his limbs, it could not arrive at his heart. Wherefore they were forced to superadd a very hot bath, and then, feeling his end approach, whilst he had breath, he continued excellent discourses upon the subject of his present condition, which the secretaries wrote down, so long as they could hear his voice, and his last words were long after in high honour and esteem amongst men, and it is a great loss to us that they have not come down to our times. Then, feeling the last pangs of death, with the bloody water of the bath he bathed his head, saying, This water I dedicate to Jupiter, the deliverer. Nero, being presently informed of all this, fearing lest the death of Paulina, who was one of the best born ladies of Rome, and against whom he had no particular unkindness, should turn to his reproach, sent orders in all haste to bind up her wounds, which her attendants did without her knowledge, she being already half dead and without all manner of sense. Thus, though she lived contrary to her own design, it was very honourably and befitting her own virtue, her pale complexion ever after manifesting how much life had run from her veins. These are my 3 very true stories, which I find as entertaining and as tragic as any of those we make out of our own heads wherewith to amuse the common people, And I wonder that they who are addicted to such relations do not rather cull out 10,000 very fine stories which are to be found in books, that would save them the trouble of invention, and be more useful and diverting, and he who would make a whole and connected body of them would need to add nothing of his own, but the connection only, as it were the solder of another metal, and might by these means embody a great many true events of all sorts, disposing and diversifying them according as the beauty of the work should require, after the same manner almost as Ovid has made up his metamorphoses of the infinite number of various fables. In the last couple, this is, moreover, worthy of consideration, that Paulina voluntarily offered to lose her life for the love of her husband, and that her husband had formerly also forborne to die for the love of her. We may think there is no just counterpoise in this exchange. But, according to his stoical humour, I fancy he thought he had done as much for her in prolonging his life upon her account, as if he had died for her. In one of his letters to Lucilius, after he has given him to understand that, being seized with an ague in Rome, he presently took coach to go to a house he had in the country, contrary to his wife's opinion, who would have him stay, and that he had told her that the ague he was seized with was not a fever of the body, but of the place, it follows thus: "She let me go," says he, "giving me a strict charge of my health. Now I, who know that her life is involved in mine, begin to make much of myself, that I may preserve her, and I lose the privilege my age has given me, of being more constant and resolute in many things, when I call to mind that in this old fellow there is a young girl, who is interested in his health, and since I cannot persuade her to love me more courageously, she makes me more solicitously love myself. For we must allow something to honest affections, and sometimes, though occasions importune us to the contrary, we must call back life, even though it be with torment, we must hold the soul fast in our teeth, since the rule of living, amongst good men, is not so long as they please, but as long as they ought. He that loves not his wife nor his friends so well as to prolong his life for them, but will obstinately die, is too delicate and too effeminate. The soul must impose this upon itself, when the utility of our friends so requires. We must sometimes lend ourselves to our friends, and when we would die for ourselves, must break that resolution for them. 'Tis a testimony of grandeur of courage to return to life for the consideration of another, as many excellent persons have done, and 'tis a mark of singular good nature to preserve old age, of which the greatest convenience is the indifference as to its duration, and a more stout and disdainful use of life, when a man perceives that this office is pleasing, agreeable, and useful to some person by whom he is very much beloved, and a man reaps by it a very pleasing reward. For what can be more delightful than to be so dear to his wife, as upon her account he shall become dearer to himself? Thus has my Paulina loaded me not only with her fears, but my own. It has not been sufficient to consider how resolutely I could die, but I have also considered how irresolutely she would bear my death. I am enforced to live, and sometimes to live in magnanimity. These are his own words, as excellent as they everywhere are. End of section 37. Section 38 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of the most excellent men. If I should be asked my choice among all the men who have come to my knowledge, I should make answer that methinks I find three more excellent than all the rest. One of them, Homer. Not that Aristotle and Varro, for example, were not peradventure as learned as he, nor that possibly Virgil was not equal to him in his own art, which I leave to be determined by such as know them both. I, who for my part understand but one of them, can only say this, according to my poor talent, that I do not believe the Muses themselves could ever go beyond the Roman. Tale facit carmen docta testudine, quale Cincius impositis temperat articulis. He plays on his learned lute a verse such as Cynthian Apollo modulates with his imposed fingers. Propertius 2:34-79. And yet in this judgment we are not to forget that it is chiefly from Homer that Virgil derives his excellence, that he is guide and teacher, and that one touch of the Iliad has supplied him with body and matter out of which to compose his great and divine Aeneid. I do not reckon upon that, but mix several other circumstances that render to me this poet admirable, even as it were above human condition, and in truth I often wonder that he who has produced and by his authority given reputation in the world to so many deities was not deified himself, being blind and poor, living before the sciences were reduced into rule and certain observation. He was so well acquainted with them that all those who have since taken upon them to establish governments, to carry on wars, and to write either of religion or philosophy, of what sect soever, or of the arts, have made use of him as of a most perfect instructor in the knowledge of all things, and of his books as of a treasury of all sorts of learning. Qui quid pulchrum, quid turpe, quid utile, quid non, plenius ac melius Chrysipo et Crantore dixit. Who tells us what is good, what evil, what useful, what not, more clearly and better than Chrysippus and Crantor. Horace, Epodon 1-2-3. And as this other says, Ac voceu fonte pereni, vatum pieris ora rigantur aquis, from which, as from a perennial spring, the lips of the poets are moistened by Pierian waters. Ovid, Amores 3:9-25. And the other, Ad Heliconiadum comites, quorum unus omerus sceptra potitus. Add the companions of the Muses, whose sceptre Homer has solely obtained. Lucretius 3:1050. And the other, Cuiusque ex ore profuso omnis posteritas latices in carmina duxit, amnemque in tenues ausa est deducere rivos, unius fecunda bonis, from whose mouth all posterity has drawn out copious streams of verse, and has made bold to turn the mighty river into its little rivulets, fertile in the property of one man. Manilius Astronomica 2:8. 'Tis contrary to the order of nature that he has made the most excellent production that can possibly be. For the ordinary birth of things is imperfect. They thrive and gather strength by growing, whereas he rendered the infancy of poesy and several other sciences mature, perfect, and accomplished at first. And for this reason he may be called the first and the last of the poets, according to the fine testimony antiquity has left us of him, that as there was none before him whom he could imitate, so there has been none since that could imitate him. His words, according to Aristotle, are the only words that have motion and action, the only substantial words. Alexander the Great, having found a rich cabinet amongst Darius' spoils, gave order it should be reserved for him to keep his Homer in, saying that he was the best and most faithful counsellor he had in his military affairs. For the same reason it was that Cleomenes, the son of Anaxandridas, said that he was the poet of the Lacedaemonians, for that he was an excellent master for the discipline of war. This singular and particular commendation is also left of him in the judgment of Plutarch, that he is the only author in the world that never glutted nor disgusted his readers, presenting himself always another thing, and always flourishing in some new grace. That wanton Alcibiades, having asked one, who pretended to learning for a book of Homer, gave him a box of the ear because he had none, which he thought as scandalous as we should if we found one of our priests without a breviary. Xenophanes complained one day to Hiero, the tyrant of Syracuse, that he was so poor he had not wherewithal to maintain 2 servants. What? replied he, Homer, who was much poorer than thou art, keeps above 10,000, though he is dead. What did Panaetius leave unsaid when he called Plato the Homer of the philosophers? Besides, what glory can be compared to his? Nothing is so frequent in men's mouths as his name and works, nothing so known and received as Troy, Helen, and the war about her, when perhaps there was never any such thing. Our children are still called by names that he invented above 3000 years ago. Who does not know Hector and Achilles? Not only some particular families, but most nations also seek their origin in his inventions. Mohammed, the second of that name, Emperor of the Turks, writing to our Pope Pius II, "I am astonished," says he, "that the Italians should appear against me, considering that we have our common descent from the Trojans, and that it concerns me as well as it does them to revenge the blood of Hector upon the Greeks, whom they countenance against me." Is it not a noble farce, wherein kings, republics, and emperors have so many ages played their parts, and to which the vast universe serves for a theatre? 7 Grecian cities contended for his birth. So much honor even his obscurity helped him to: Smyrna, Rhodos, Colophon, Salamis, Chios, Argos, Athene. The other is Alexander the Great. For whoever will consider the age at which he began his enterprises, the small means by which he effected so glorious a design, the authority he obtained in such mere youth with the greatest and most experienced captains of the world, by whom he was followed, the extraordinary favor wherewith fortune embraced and favored so many hazardous, not to say rash, exploits. Impellens quicquid sibi summa petenti, obstaret gaudensque viam fecis ruina. Bearing down all who sought to withstand him, and pleased to force his way by ruin. Lucan 1:149. That greatness, to have at the age of 33 years passed victorious through the whole habitable earth, and in half a life to have attained to the utmost of what human nature can do, so that you cannot imagine its just duration, and the continuation of his increase in valour and fortune up to a due maturity of age, but that you must withal imagine something more than man. To have made so many royal branches to spring from his soldiers, leaving the world at his death divided amongst 4 successors, simple captains of his army, whose posterity so long continued and maintained that vast possession. So many excellent virtues as he was master of, justice, temperance, liberality, truth in his word, love towards his own people, and humanity towards those he overcame. For his manners in general seem in truth incapable of any manner of reproach, although some particular and extraordinary actions of his may fall under censure. But it is impossible to carry on such great things as he did within the strict rules of justice. Such as he are to be judged in gross by the main end of their actions. The ruin of Thebes and Persepolis, the murder of Menander and of Hephaestion's physician, the massacre of so many Persian prisoners at one time, of a troop of Indian soldiers not without prejudice to his word, and of the Colchians, so much as to the very children, are indeed sallies that are not well to be excused. For as to Clitus, the fault was more than redeemed, and that very action, as much as any other whatever, manifests the goodness of his nature, a nature most excellently formed to goodness, and it was ingeniously said of him that he had his virtues from nature, his vices from fortune. As to his being a little given to bragging, a little too impatient of hearing himself ill spoken of, and as to those mangers, arms, and beads he caused to be strewn in the Indies, all those little vanities, methinks, may very well be allowed to his youth, and the prodigious prosperity of his fortune. And who will consider withal his so many military virtues, his diligence, foresight, patience, discipline, subtlety, magnanimity, resolution, and good fortune, wherein, though we had not had the authority of Hannibal to assure us, he was the first of men, the admirable beauty and symmetry of his person, even to a miracle, his majestic port and awful mien, in a face so young, ruddy, and radiant. Qualis ubi oceani perfusus luciferunda, quem Venus ante alios astrorum diligit ignes, extulit os sacrum celo tenebrasque resolvit. As when, bathed in the waves of ocean, Lucifer, whom Venus loves beyond the other stars, has displayed his sacred countenance to the heaven, and disperses the darkness. Aeneid 3, 589. The excellence of his knowledge and capacity, the duration and grandeur of his glory, pure, clean, without spot or envy, and that long after his death it was a religious belief that his very medals brought good fortune to all who carried them about them, and that more kings and princes have written his actions than other historians have written the actions of any other king or prince whatever, and that to this very day the Mohammedans, who despise all other histories, admit of and honor his alone by a special privilege. Whoever, I say, will seriously consider these particulars, will confess that, all these things put together, I had reason to prefer him before Caesar himself, who alone could make me doubtful in my choice. And it cannot be denied that there was more of his own in his exploits, and more of fortune in those of Alexander. They were in many things equal, and peradventure Caesar had some greater qualities. They were two fires, or two torrents, overrunning the world by several ways. Et velut imisi diversis partibus ignes, arentem in silvam, et virculta sonantia lauro, aut ubite cursu rapido de montibus altis, dant sonitum spumus iamnes, et in ecphora curunt, quisque sum populatus iter. And as fire supplied in several parts to a dry wood and crackling shrubs of laurel, or as with impetuous fall from the steep mountains foaming torrents pour down to the ocean, each clearing a destructive course. Aeneid 12, 521. But though Caesar's ambition had been more moderate, it would still be so unhappy, having the ruin of his country and universal mischief to the world for its abominable object, that all things raked together and put into the balance, I must needs incline to Alexander's side. The third, and in my opinion the most excellent, is Epaminondas. Of glory he has not near so much as the other two, which, for that matter, is but a part of the substance of the thing. Of valour and resolution, not of that sort which is pushed on by ambition, but of that which wisdom and reason can plant in a regular soul, he had all that could be imagined. Of this virtue of his he has, in my idea, given as ample proof as Alexander himself, or Caesar, for, although his warlike exploits were neither so frequent nor so full, they were yet, if duly considered, in all their circumstances, as important, as bravely fought, and carried with them as manifest testimony of valour and military conduct as those of any whatever. The Greeks have done him the honour, without contradiction, to pronounce him the greatest man of their nation, and to be the first of Greece is easily to be the first of the world. As to his knowledge, we have the ancient judgment of him, that never any man knew so much and spake so little as he. Plutarch on the Demon of Socrates. For he was of the Pythagorean sect, but when he did speak, never any man spoke better, an excellent orator and of powerful persuasion. But as to his manners and conscience, he infinitely surpassed all men who ever undertook the management of affairs. For in this one thing, which ought chiefly to be considered, which alone truly denotes us for what we are, and which alone I make counterbalance all the rest put together, he comes not short of any philosopher whatever, not even of Socrates himself. Innocence in this man is a quality peculiar, sovereign, constant, uniform, incorruptible, compared with which it appears in Alexander subject to something else subaltern, uncertain, variable, effeminate, and fortuitous. Antiquity has judged that in thoroughly sifting all the other great captains, there is found in every one some peculiar quality that illustrates his name. In this man only there is a full and equal virtue throughout, that leaves nothing to be wished for in him, whether in private or public employment, whether in peace or war, whether to live gloriously and grandly, and to die. I do not know any form or fortune of man that I so much honour and love. 'Tis true that I look upon his obstinate poverty, as it is set out by his best friends, as a little too scrupulous and nice, and this is the only feature, though high in itself, and well worthy of admiration, that I find so rugged as not to desire to imitate to the degree it was in him. Scipio Aemilianus alone could one attribute to him as brave and magnificent an end, and as profound and universal a knowledge, might be put into the other scale of the balance. Oh, what an injury has time done me to deprive me of the sight of two of the most noble lives which, by the common consent of all the world, one of the greatest of the Greeks, and the other of the Romans, were in all Plutarch. What a matter! What a workman! For a man that was no saint, but, as we say, a gentleman, of civilian and ordinary manners, and of a moderate ambition, the richest life that I know, and full of the richest and most to be desired parts, all things considered, is, in my opinion, that of Alcibiades. But as to what concerns Epaminondas, I will here, for the example of an excessive goodness, add some of his opinions. He declared that the greatest satisfaction he ever had in his whole life was the contentment he gave his father and mother by his victory at Leuctra, wherein his deference is great, preferring their pleasure before his own, so just and so full of so glorious an action. He did not think it lawful, even to restore the liberty of his country, to kill a man without knowing a cause, which made him so cold in the enterprise of his companion Pelopidas for the relief of Thebes. He was also of opinion that men in battle ought to avoid the encounter of a friend who was on the contrary side, and to spare him; and his humanity, even towards his enemies themselves, having rendered him suspected to the Boeotians, for that, after he had miraculously forced the Lacedaemonians to open to him the pass which they had undertaken to defend at the entrance into the Morea near Corinth, he contented himself with having charged through them without pursuing them to the utmost. He had his commission of general taken from him very honourably upon such an account, and for the shame it was to them upon necessity afterwards to restore him to his command, and so to manifest how much upon him depended their safety and honour, victory like a shadow attending him wherever he went, and indeed the prosperity of his country, as being from him derived, died with him. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of the resemblance of children to their fathers. This faggoting up of so many diverse pieces is so done that I never set pen to paper but when I have too much idle time, and never anywhere but at home, so that it is compiled after divers interruptions and intervals, occasions keeping me sometimes many months elsewhere. As to the rest, I never correct my first by any second conceptions. I, peradventure, may alter a word or two, but it is only to vary the phrase, and not to destroy my former meaning. I have a mind to represent the progress of my humours, and that every one may see each piece as it came from the forge. I could wish I had begun sooner, and had taken more notice of the course of my mutations. A servant of mine, whom I employed to transcribe for me, thought he had got a prize by the stealing several pieces from me, wherewith he was best pleased. But it is my comfort that he will be no greater a gainer than I shall be a loser by the theft. I am grown older by 7 or 8 years since I began, nor has it been without some new acquisition. I have, in that time, by the liberality of years, been acquainted with the stone. Their commerce and long converse do not well pass away without some such inconvenience. I could have been glad that of other infirmities age has to present, long-lived men withal, it had chosen someone that would have been more welcome to me, for it could not possibly have laid upon me a disease for which, even from my infancy, I have had so great a horror. And it is, in truth, of all the accidents of old age, that of which I have ever been most afraid. I have often thought with myself that I went on too far, and that in so long a voyage I should at last run myself into some disadvantage. I perceived, and have often enough declared, that it was time to depart, and that life should be cut off in that sound and living part, according to the surgeon's rule in amputations, and that nature made him pay very strict usury who did not in due time pay the principal. And yet I was so far from being ready that in the 18 months' time or thereabout that I have been in this uneasy condition, I have so inured myself to it as to be content to live on in it, and have found wherein to comfort myself and to hope. So much are men enslaved to their miserable being, that there is no condition so wretched they will not accept, provided they may live. Hear Maecenas: debilem facito manu, debilem pede, coxa, lubricos quate dentes, vita dum superest, bene est. Cripple my hand, foot, hip, shake out my loose teeth. While there's life, 'tis well. Apud Seneca, Epistolae 101. And Tamerlane, with a foolish humanity, palliated the fantastic cruelty he exercised upon lepers when he put all he could hear of to death, to deliver them, as he pretended, from the painful life they lived. For there was not one of them who would not rather have been thrice a leper than be not. And Antisthenes the Stoic, being very sick, and crying out, "Who will deliver me from these evils?" Diogenes, who had come to visit him, "This," said he, presenting him with a knife, "soon enough, if thou wilt." "I do not mean from my life," he replied, "but from my sufferings." The sufferings that only attack the mind I am not so sensible of as most other men, and this partly out of a judgment, for the world looks upon several things as dreadful or to be avoided at the expense of life, that are almost indifferent to me, partly through a dull and insensible complexion I have in accidents which did not point-blank hit me, and that insensibility I look upon as one of the best parts of my natural condition. But essential and corporeal pains I am very sensible of, and yet, having long since foreseen them, though with a sight weak and delicate, and softened with the long and happy health and quiet that God has been pleased to give me the greatest part of my time, I had in my imagination fancied them so insupportable that, in truth, I was more afraid than I have since found I had cause, by which I am still more fortified in this belief, that most of the faculties of the soul, as we employ them, more trouble the repose of life than they are anyway useful to it. I am in conflict with the worst, the most sudden, the most painful, the most mortal, and the most irremediable of all diseases. I have already had the trial of 5 or 6 very long and very painful fits. And yet I either flatter myself, or there is even in this state what is very well to be endured by a man who has his soul free from the fear of death, and of the menaces, conclusions, and consequences which physic is ever thundering in our ears. But the effect even of pain itself is not so sharp and intolerable as to put a man of understanding into rage and despair. I have at least this advantage by my stone, that what I could not heretofore prevail upon myself to resolve upon, as to reconciling and acquainting myself with death, it will perfect. For the more it presses upon and importunes me, I shall be so much the less afraid to die. I had already gone so far as only to love life for life's sake, but my pain will dissolve this intelligence, and God grant that in the end, should the sharpness of it be once greater than I shall be able to bear, it does not throw me into the other no less vicious extreme to desire and wish to die. Summum nec metuas diem, nec optes, neither to wish nor fear to die. Or, thou shouldst neither fear nor desire the last day. Martial 10:7. They are 2 passions to be feared, but the one has its remedy much nearer at hand than the other. As to the rest, I have always found the precept that so rigorously enjoins a resolute countenance and disdainful and indifferent comportment in the toleration of infirmities to be ceremonial. Why should philosophy, which only has respect to life and effects, trouble itself about these external appearances? Let us leave that care to actors and masters of rhetoric, who set so great a value upon our gestures. Let her allow this vocal frailty to disease, if it be neither cordial nor stomachic, and permit the ordinary ways of expressing grief by sighs, sobs, palpitations, and turning pale, that nature has put out of our power, provided the courage be undaunted, and the tones not expressive of despair. Let her be satisfied. What matter the wringing of our hands if we do not wring our thoughts? She forms us for ourselves, not for others. To be, not to seem. Let her be satisfied with governing our understanding, which she has taken upon her the care of instructing, that, in the fury of the colic, she maintain the soul in a condition to know itself, and to follow its accustomed way, contending with and enduring, not merely truckling under pain, moved and heated, not subdued and conquered, in the contention, capable of discourse and other things, to a certain degree. In such extreme accidents, 'tis cruelty to require so exact a composedness. 'Tis no great matter that we make a wry face, if the mind plays its part well. If the body find itself relieved by complaining, let it complain. If agitation ease it, let it tumble and toss at pleasure. If it seem to find the disease evaporate, as some physicians hold, that it helps women in delivery, in making loud outcries, or if this do but divert its torments, let it roar as it will. Let us not command this voice to sally, but stop it not. Epicurus not only forgives his sage for crying out in torments, but advises him to do it. Pugiles etiam cum feriunt in jactantis cestibus ingemiscunt, quia profundenda voc omnes intenditur, venitque plaga vehementior. Boxers also, when they strike, groan in the act, because with the strength of voice the whole body is carried, and the blow comes with the greater vehemence. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones 2:23. We have enough to do to deal with the disease without troubling ourselves with these superfluous rules, which I say in excuse of those whom we ordinarily see impatient in the assaults of this malady. For as to what concerns myself, I have passed it over hitherto with a little better countenance, and contented myself with groaning without roaring out. Not, nevertheless, that I put any great constraint upon myself to maintain this exterior decorum, for I make little account of such an advantage. I allow herein as much as the pain requires, but either my pains are not so excessive, or I have more than ordinary patience. I complain, I confess, and am a little impatient in a very sharp fit, but I do not arrive to such a degree of despair as he who with eiulatu questu gemetu fremetibus resonando multum flebilis voces refert, howling, roaring, groaning with 1,000 voices, expressing his torment in a dismal voice, or wailing, complaining, groaning, murmuring, much avail lugubrious sounds. Verses of Attius in his Philoctetes, quoted by Cicero de Finibus 2:29, Tusculanae Quaestiones 2:14. I try myself in the depth of my suffering, and have always found that I was in a capacity to speak, think, and give a rational answer as well as at any other time, but not so firmly, being troubled and interrupted by the pain. When I am looked upon by my visitors to be in the greatest torment, and that they therefore forbear to trouble me, I often essay my own strength, and myself set some discourse on foot, the most remote I can contrive from my present condition. I can do anything upon a sudden endeavour, but it must not continue long. Oh, what a pity 'tis I have not the faculty of that dreamer in Cicero, who, dreaming he was lying with a wench, found he had discharged his stone in the sheets. My pains strangely deaden my appetite that way. In the intervals from this excessive torment, when my ureters only languish without any great dolor, I presently feel myself in my wonted state, forasmuch as my soul takes no other alarm but what is sensible and corporal, which I certainly owe to the care I have had of preparing myself by meditation against such accidents. Laborum nola mihi nova nunc facies inopinove surget. Omnia praecepi, atque animo mecum ante peregi. No new shape of suffering can arise new or unexpected. I have anticipated all, and acted them over beforehand in my mind. Aeneid 6:103. I am, however, a little roughly handled for an apprentice, and with a sudden and sharp alteration, being fallen in an instant from a very easy and happy condition of life into the most uneasy and painful that can be imagined. For besides that it is a disease very much to be feared in itself, It begins with me after a more sharp and severe manner than it is used to do with other men. My fits come so thick upon me that I am scarcely ever at ease. Yet I have hitherto kept my mind so upright that, provided I can still continue it, I find myself in a much better condition of life than 1,000 others, who have no fewer nor other disease but what they create to themselves for want of meditation. There is a certain sort of crafty humility that springs from presumption, as this, for example, that we confess our ignorance in many things, and are so courteous as to acknowledge that there are in the works of nature some qualities and conditions that are imperceptible to us, and of which our understanding cannot discover the means and causes. By this so honest and conscientious declaration, we hope to obtain that people shall also believe us as to those that we say we do understand. We need not trouble ourselves to seek out foreign miracles and difficulties. Methinks, amongst the things that we ordinarily see, there are such incomprehensible wonders as surpass all difficulties of miracles. What a wonderful thing it is that the drop of seed from which we are produced should carry in itself the impression not only of the bodily form, but even of the thoughts and inclinations of our fathers. Where can that drop of fluid matter contain that infinite number of forms? And how can they carry on these resemblances with so precarious and irregular a process that the son shall be like his great-grandfather, the nephew like his uncle? In the family of Lepidus at Rome there were 3, not successively, but by intervals, who were born with the same eye covered with a cartilage. At Thebes there was a race that carried from their mother's womb the form of the head of a lance, and he who was not born so was looked upon as illegitimate. And Aristotle says that in a certain nation, where the women were in common, they assigned the children to their fathers by their resemblance. 'Tis to be believed that I derive this infirmity from my father, for he died wonderfully tormented with a great stone in his bladder. He was never sensible of his disease till the 67th year of his age, and before that had never felt any menace or symptoms of it, either in his reins, sides, or any other part, and had lived till then in a happy, vigorous state of health, little subject to infirmities, and he continued 7 years after in this disease, dragging on a very painful end of life. I was born about 25 years before his disease seized him, and in the time of his most flourishing and healthful state of body, his 3rd child in order of birth. Where could his propension to this malady lie lurking all that while? And he being then so far from the infirmity, how could that small part of his substance, wherewith he made me, carry away so great an impression for its share? And how so conceal that till 45 years after I did not begin to be sensible of it, being the only one to this hour amongst so many brothers and sisters, and all by one mother, that was ever troubled with it? He that can satisfy me in this point, I will believe him in as many other miracles as he pleases, always provided that, as their manner is, he do not give me a doctrine much more intricate and fantastic than the thing itself for current pay. Let the physicians a little excuse the liberty I take, for by this same infusion and fatal insinuation it is that I have received a hatred and contempt of their doctrine. The antipathy I have against their art is hereditary. My father lived 14 years, my grandfather 69, my great-grandfather almost 80 years without ever tasting any sort of physic. And with them, whatever was not ordinary diet was instead of a drug. Physic is grounded upon experience and examples. So is my opinion. And is not this an express and very advantageous experience? I do not know that they can find me in all their records 3 that were born, bred, and died under the same roof who have lived so long by their conduct. They must here of necessity confess that if reason be not, fortune at least is on my side, and with physicians fortune goes a great deal further than reason. Let them not take me now at a disadvantage. Let them not threaten me in the subdued condition wherein I now am. That were treachery. In truth, I have enough the better of them by these domestic examples, that they should rest satisfied. Human things are not usually so constant. It has been 200 years, say the 18, that this trial has lasted. For the first of them was born in the year 1402. 'Tis now indeed very good reason that this experience should begin to fail us. Let them not therefore reproach me with the infirmities under which I now suffer. Is it not enough that I for my part have lived 47 years in good health? Though it should be the end of my career, 'tis of the longer sort. My ancestors had an aversion to physic by some occult and natural instinct, for the very sight of drugs was loathsome to my father. The Seigneur de Gavillac, my uncle by the father's side, a churchman and a valetudinary from his birth, and yet who made that crazy life hold out to 67 years, being once fallen into a furious fever, it was ordered by the physicians he should be plainly told that if he would not make use of help, for so they call that which is very often an obstacle, he would infallibly be a dead man. That good man, though terrified with this dreadful sentence, yet replied, "I am then a dead man." But God soon after made the prognostic false. The last of the brothers, there were 4 of them, and by many years the last, the Sieur de Bussaguet, was the only one of the family who made use of medicine, by reason, I suppose, of the concern he had with the other arts, for he was a counsellor in the court of Parliament, and it succeeded so ill with him that, being in outward appearance of the strongest constitution, he yet died long before any of the rest, save the Sieur de Saint-Michel. 'Tis possible I have derived this natural antipathy to physic from them, but had there been no other consideration in the case, I would have endeavored to have overcome it, for all these conditions that spring in us without reason are vicious. 'Tis a kind of disease that we should wrestle with. It may be I had naturally this propension, but I have supported and fortified it by arguments and reasons which have established in me the opinion I am of. For I also hate the consideration of refusing physic for the nauseous taste. I should hardly be of that humour who hold health to be worth purchasing by all the most painful cauteries and incisions that can be applied. And with Epicurus, I conceive that pleasures are to be avoided if greater pains can be the consequence, and pains to be coveted that will terminate in greater pleasures. Health is a precious thing, and the only one in truth meriting that a man should lay out not only his time, sweat, labor, and goods, but also his life itself to obtain it. For as much as without it life is wearisome and injurious to us, pleasure, wisdom, learning, and virtue without it wither away and vanish, and to the most labored and solid discourses that philosophy would imprint in us to the contrary, we need no more but oppose the image of Plato being struck with an epilepsy or apoplexy, and, in this presupposition, to defy him to call the rich faculties of his soul to his assistance. All means that conduce to health can neither be too painful nor too dear to me. But I have some other appearances that make me strangely suspect all this merchandise. I do not deny but that there may be some art in it, that there are not amongst so many works of nature things proper for the conservation of health. That is most certain. I very well know there are some simples that moisten and others that dry. I experimentally know that radishes are windy and senna leaves purging, and several other such experiences I have, as that mutton nourishes me and wine warms me. And Solon said that eating was physic against the malady hunger. I do not disapprove the use we make of things the earth produces, nor doubt in the least of the power and fertility of nature, and of its application to our necessities. I very well see that pikes and swallows live by her laws, but I mistrust the inventions of our mind, our knowledge and art, to countenance which we have abandoned nature and her rules, and wherein we keep no bounds or moderation. And we call the piling up of the first laws that fall into our hands justice, and their practice and dispensation very often foolish and very unjust, as those who scoff at it and accuse it do not nevertheless blame that noble virtue itself, but only condemn the abuse and profanation of that sacred title. So in physic I very much honor that glorious name, its propositions, its promises, so useful for the service of mankind. But for the ordinances it foists upon us, betwixt ourselves, I neither honor nor esteem. In the first place, experience makes me dread it, for amongst all my acquaintances I see no people so soon sick and so long before they are well as those who take much physic. Their very health is altered and corrupted by their frequent prescriptions. Physicians are not content to deal only with the sick, but they will moreover corrupt health itself, for fear men should at any time escape their authority. Do they not, from a continual and perfect health, draw the argument of some great sickness to ensue? I have been sick often enough, and have always found my sickness easy enough to be supported, though I have made trial of almost all sorts, and as short as those of any other, without their help, or without swallowing their ill-tasting doses. The health I have is full and free, without other rule or discipline than my own custom and pleasure. Every place serves me well enough to stay in, for I need no other conveniences when I am sick than what I must have when I am well. I never disturb myself that I have no physician, no apothecary, nor any other assistance which I see most other sick men more afflicted at than they are with their disease. What? Do the doctors themselves show us more felicity and duration in their own lives, that may manifest to us some apparent effect of their skill? There's not a nation in the world that has not been many ages without physic, and these the first ages, that is to say, the best and most happy, and the 10th part of the world knows nothing of it yet. Many nations are ignorant of it to this day, where men live more healthful and longer than we do here, and even amongst us, the common people live well enough without it. The Romans were 600 years before they received it, and after having made a trial of it, banished it from the city at the instance of Cato the censor, who made it appear how easy it was to live without it, having himself lived 85 years, and kept his wife alive to an extreme old age, not without physic, but without a physician. For everything that we find to be healthful to life may be called physic. He kept his family in health, as Plutarch says, if I mistake not, with hare's milk, as Pliny reports that the Arcadians cured all manner of diseases with that of a cow, and Herodotus says the Libyans generally enjoy rare health by a custom they have, after their children are arrived to 4 years of age, to burn and cauterize the veins of their head and temples, by which means they cut off all defluxions of rheum for their whole lives. And the country people of our province make use of nothing in all sorts of distempers but the strongest wine they can get, mixed with a great deal of saffron and spice, and always with the same success. And to say the truth, of all this diversity and confusion of prescriptions, what other end and effect is there, after all, but to purge the belly, which 1,000 ordinary simples will do as well? And I do not know whether such evacuations be so much to our advantage as they pretend, and whether nature does not require a residence of her excrements to a certain proportion, as wine does of its lees, to keep it alive. You often see healthful men fall into vomitings and fluxes of the belly by some extrinsic accident, and make a great evacuation of excrements without any preceding need or any following benefit, but rather with hurt to their constitution. 'Tis from the great Plato that I lately learned that of 3 sorts of motions which are natural to us, purging is the worst, and that no man, unless he be a fool, ought to take anything to that purpose but in the extremest necessity. Men disturb and irritate the disease by contrary oppositions. It must be the way of living that must gently dissolve and bring it to its end. The violent gripings and contests between drug and the disease are ever to our loss, since the combat is fought within ourselves, and that the drug is an assistant not to be trusted, being in its own nature an enemy to our health, and by trouble having only access into our condition. Let it alone a little. The general order of things that takes care of fleas and moles also takes care of men, if they will have the same patience that fleas and moles have, to leave it to itself. 'Tis to much purpose we cry out, "Bihor!" a term used by the Languedoc wagoners to hasten their horses. 'Tis a way to make us hoarse, but not to hasten the matter. 'Tis a proud and uncompassionate order. Our fears, our despair displease and stop it from, instead of inviting it to, our relief. It owes its course to the disease as well as to health, and will not suffer itself to be corrupted in favor of the one to the prejudice of the other's right, for it would then fall into disorder. Let us in God's name follow it. It leads those that follow and those who will not follow. It drags along both their fury and physic together. Order a purge for your brain. It will there be much better employed than upon your stomach. One asking a Lacedaemonian what had made him live so long, he made answer, "The ignorance of physic." And the Emperor Adrian continually exclaimed as he was dying that the crowd of physicians had killed him. A bad wrestler turned physician. "Courage," says Diogenes to him, "thou hast done well, for now thou wilt throw those who have formerly thrown thee." But they have this advantage, according to Nicocles, that the sun gives light to their success, and the earth covers their failures. And, besides, they have a very advantageous way of making use of all sorts of events. For what fortune, nature, or any other cause, of which the number is infinite, produces of good and healthfulness, it is the privilege of physic to attribute to itself. All the happy successes that happen to the patient must be thence derived. The accidents that have cured me, and 1,000 others who do not employ physicians usurp to themselves. And as to ill accidents, they either absolutely disown them, in laying the fault upon the patient, by such frivolous reasons as they are never at a loss for, as, he lay with his arms out of bed, or he was disturbed with the rattling of a coach. Raidarum transitus arto vicorum inflexu. The passage of the wheels in the narrow turning of the street. Juvenal 3, 236. Or somebody had set open the casement, or he had lain upon his left side, or he had some disagreeable fancies in his head. In some, a word, a dream, or a look seems to them excuse sufficient wherewith to palliate their own errors. Or, if they so please, they even make use of our growing worse, and do their business in this way, which can never fail them, which is by buzzing us in the ear when the disease is more inflamed by their medicaments, that it had been much worse but for those remedies. He who from an ordinary coal they have thrown into a double tertian egg, had but for them been in a continued fever. They do not much care what mischief they do, since it turns to their own profit. In earnest, they have reason to require a very favorable belief from their patients, and indeed it ought to be a very easy one to swallow things so hard to be believed. Plato said very well that physicians were the only men who might lie at pleasure, since our health depends upon the vanity and falsity of their promises. Aesop, a most excellent author, and of whom few men discover all the graces, pleasantly represents to us the tyrannical authority physicians usurp over poor creatures, weakened and subdued by sickness and fear, when he tells us that a sick person, being asked by his physician what operation he found of the potion he had given him, "I have sweated very much," says the sick man. "That's good," says the physician. Another time, having asked how he felt himself after his physic, "I have been very cold, and have had a great shivering upon me," said he. "That is good," replied the physician. After the third potion, he asked him again how he did. "Why, I find myself swollen and puffed up," said he, "as if I had a dropsy." "That's very well," said the physician. One of his servants coming presently after to inquire how he felt himself. "Truly, friend," said he, "with being too well, I'm about to die." There was a more just law in Egypt, by which the physician, for the 3 first days, was to take charge of his patient at the patient's own risk and cost. But those 3 days being past, it was to be at his own. For what reason is it that their patron Aesculapius should be struck with thunder for restoring Hippolytus from death to life? Nam pater omnipotens, aliquem indignatus ab umbris, mortalem infernis ad lumina surgere vitae, ipse repertorem medicinae talis, et artis fulmine foebigenam stygias detrusit ad undas. Then the Almighty Father, offended that any mortal should rise to the light of life from the infernal shades, struck the son of Phoebus with his forked lightning to the Stygian lake. Aeneid 7:770. And his followers be pardoned, who send so many souls from life to death. a physician boasting to Nicocles that his art was of great authority. "It is so, indeed," said Nicocles, "that can with impunity kill so many people." As to what remains, had I been of their counsel, I would have rendered my discipline more sacred and mysterious. They begun well, but they have not ended so. It was a good beginning to make gods and demons the authors of their science, and to have used a peculiar way of speaking and writing, notwithstanding that philosophy concludes it folly to persuade a man to his own good by an unintelligible way. Ut si quis medicus imperet, ut sumat. Tergenam herbigradam domi portam sanguine casam, describing it by the epithets of an animal trailing with its slime over the herbage without blood or bones and carrying its home upon its back, meaning simply a snail. Cost. It was a good rule in their art, and that accompanies all other vain, fantastic, and supernatural arts, that the patient's belief should prepossess them with good hope and assurance of their effects and operation. A rule they should hold to that degree as to maintain that the most inexpert and ignorant physician is more proper for a patient who has confidence in him than the most learned and experienced whom he is not so acquainted with. Nay, even the very choice of most of their drugs is in some sort mysterious and divine. The left foot of a tortoise, the urine of a lizard, the dung of an elephant, the liver of a mole, blood drawn from under the right wing of a white pigeon, and for us who have the stone, so scornfully they use us in our miseries, the excrement of rats beaten to powder, and such like trash and fooleries, which rather carry a face of magical enchantment than of any solid science. I omit the odd number of their pills, the destination of certain days and feasts of the year, the superstition of gathering their simples at certain hours, and that so austere and very wise countenance and carriage which Pliny himself so much derides. But they have, as I said, failed in that they have not added to this fine beginning the making their meetings and consultations more religious and secret, where no profane person should have admission, no more than in the secret ceremonies of Asclepius, for by the reason of this it falls out that their irresolution, the weakness of their arguments, divinations, and foundations, the sharpness of their disputes, full of hatred, jealousy, and self-consideration, coming to be discovered by every one, a man must be marvelously blind not to see that he runs a very great hazard in their hands. Whoever saw one physician approve of another's prescription without taking something away or adding something to it, by which they sufficiently betray their tricks and make it manifest to us that they therein more consider their own reputation and consequently their profit than their patient's interest. He was a much wiser man of their tribe, who of old gave it as a rule that only one physician should undertake a sick person, for if he do nothing to purpose, one single man's default can bring no great scandal upon the art of medicine, and on the contrary, the glory will be great if he happen to have success, whereas when there are many, they at every turn bring a disrepute upon their calling, forasmuch as they oftener do hurt than good. They ought to be satisfied with the perpetual disagreement which is found in the opinions of the principal masters and ancient authors of this science, which is only known to men well read, without discovering to the vulgar the controversies and various judgments which they still nourish and continue amongst themselves. Will you have one example of the ancient controversy in physic? Herophilus lodges the original cause of all diseases in the humours, Erasistratus in the blood of the arteries, Asclepiades in the invisible atoms of the pores, Alcmaeon in the exuberance or defect of our bodily strength, Diocles in the inequality of the elements of which the body is composed, and in the quality of the air we breathe, Strato in the abundance, crudity, and corruption of the nourishment we take, and Hippocrates lodges it in the spirits. There is a certain friend of ours, Celsus, preface to the first book, whom they know better than I, who declares upon this subject that the most important science in practice amongst us is that which is entrusted with our health and conservation, is, by ill luck, the most uncertain, the most perplexed and agitated with the greatest mutations. There is no great danger in our mistaking the height of the sun for the fraction of some astronomical supputation. But here, where our whole being is concerned, 'tis not wisdom to abandon ourselves to the mercy of the agitation of so many contrary winds. Before the Peloponnesian War, there was no great talk of this science. Hippocrates brought it into repute. Whatever he established, Chrysippus overthrew, and after that, Aristratus, Aristotle's grandson, overthrew what Chrysippus had written. After these, the empirics started up, who took a quite contrary way to the ancients in the management of this art. When the credit of these began a little to decay, Herophilus set another sort of practice on foot, which Asclepiades, in turn, stood up against and overthrew. Then, in their turn, the opinions first of Themiso, and then of Musa, and after that those of Vectius Valens, a physician famous through the intelligence he had with Messalina, came in vogue. The empire of physic in Nero's time was established in Thessalus, who abolished and condemned all that had been held till his time. This man's doctrine was refuted by Crinas of Marseille, who first brought all medical operations under the ephemerides and motions of the stars, and reduced eating, sleeping, and drinking to hours that were most pleasing to Mercury and the moon. His authority was soon after supplanted by Carinus, a physician of the same city of Marseille, a man who not only controverted all the ancient methods of physic, but moreover the usage of hot baths that had been generally, and for so many ages, in common use. He made men bathe in cold water, even in winter, and plunged his sick patients into the natural waters of streams. No Roman till Pliny's time had ever vouchsafed to practice physic, as 'tis now amongst us French, by those who sputter Latin. For, as a very great physician says, we do not easily accept the medicine we understand, no more than we do the drugs we ourselves gather. If the nations whence we fetch our guaiacum, sarsaparilla, and china wood have physicians, how great a value must we imagine by the same recommendation of strangeness, rarity, and dear purchase, do they set upon our cabbage and parsley? For who would dare to contemn things so far-fetched, and sought out at that hazard of so long and dangerous a voyage? Since these ancient mutations in physic, there have been infinite others down to our own times, and for the most part, mutations entire and universal, as those, for example, produced by Paracelsus, Fioravanti, and Argentier, for they, as I am told, not only alter one recipe, but the whole contexture and rules of the body of physic, accusing all others of ignorance and imposition, who have practiced before them. At this rate, in what a condition the poor patient must be, I leave you to judge. End of section 39. Reading by Malone. Section 40 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the resemblance of fathers to their children. If we were even assured that, when they make a mistake, that mistake of theirs would do us no harm, though it did us no good, it were a reasonable bargain to venture the making ourselves better without any danger of being made worse. Aesop tells a story that one who had bought a Morisco slave, believing that his black complexion had arrived by accident and the ill usage of his former master, caused him to enter with great care into a course of baths and potions. It happened that the Moor was nothing amended in his tawny complexion, but he wholly lost his former health. How often do we see physicians impute the death of their patients to one another? I remember that some years ago there was an epidemical disease, very dangerous and for the most part mortal, that raged in the towns about us. The storm being over, which had swept away an infinite number of men, one of the most famous physicians of all the country, presently after, published a book upon that subject, wherein, upon better thoughts, he confesses that the letting blood in that disease was the principal cause of so many mishaps. Moreover, their authors hold that there is no physic that is not something hurtful in it, and even if those of the best operation in some measure offend us, what must those do that are totally misapplied? For my own part, though there was nothing else in the case, I am of opinion that to those who loathe the taste of physic, it must needs be a dangerous and prejudicial endeavour to force it down at so incommodious a time, and with so much aversion, and believe that it marvellously distempers a sick person at a time when he has so much need of repose. And moreover, if we but consider the occasions upon which they usually ground the cause of our diseases, they are so light and nice that I thence conclude a very little error in the dispensation of their drugs may do a great deal of mischief. Now, if the mistake of a physician be so dangerous, we are in but a scurvy condition, for it is almost impossible but he must often fall into those mistakes. He had need of too many parts, considerations, and circumstances, rightly to level his design. He must know the sick person's complexion, his temperament, his humours, inclinations, actions, nay, his very thoughts and imaginations. He must be assured of the external circumstances, of the nature of the place, the quality of the air and season, the situation of the planets, and their influences. He must know in the disease the causes, prognostics, affections, and critical days, in the drugs, the weight, the power of working, the country, figure, age, and dispensation. And he must know how rightly to proportion and mix them together, to beget a just and perfect symmetry, wherein, if there be the least error, if amongst so many springs there be but any one out of order, 'tis enough to destroy us. God knows with how great difficulty most of these things are to be understood. For example, how shall the physician find out the true sign of the disease, every disease being capable of an infinite number of indications? How many doubts and controversies have they amongst themselves upon the interpretation of urines? Otherwise, whence should the continual debates we see amongst them about the knowledge of the disease proceed? How could we excuse the error they so oft fall into of taking fox for marten? In the diseases I have had, though there were ever so little difficulty in the case, I never found 3 of one opinion, which I instance because I love to introduce examples wherein I am myself concerned. A gentleman at Paris was lately cut for the stone by order of the physicians, in whose bladder, being accordingly so cut, there was found no more stone than in the palm of his hand. And in the same place a bishop, who was my particular friend, having been earnestly pressed by the majority of the physicians whom he consulted to suffer himself to be cut, to which also, upon their word, I used my interest to persuade him, when he was dead and opened, it appeared that he had no malady but in the kidneys. They are least excusable for any error in this disease, by reason that it is in some sort palpable, and 'tis thence that I conclude surgery to be much more certain, by reason that it sees and feels what it does, and so goes less upon conjecture, whereas the physicians have no speculum matricus by which to examine our brains, lungs, and liver. For the very promises of physic are incredible in themselves. For, having to provide against divers and contrary accidents that often afflict us at one and the same time, and that have almost a necessary relation, as the heat of the liver and the coldness of the stomach, they will needs persuade us that of their ingredients one will heat the stomach and the other will cool the liver. One has its commission to go directly to the kidneys, nay, even to the bladder, without scattering its operations by the way, and is to retain its power and virtue through all those turns and meanders, even to the place of service of which it is designed. By its own occult property this will dry the brain, that will moisten the lungs. Of all this bundle of things having mixed up a potion, is it not a kind of madness to imagine or to hope that these differing virtues should separate themselves from one another in this mixture and confusion, to perform so many various errands? I should very much fear that they would either lose or change their tickets, and disturb one another's quarters. And who can imagine but that, in this liquid confusion, those faculties must corrupt, confound, and spoil one another? And is not the danger still more when the making up of this medicine is entrusted to the skill and fidelity of still another? To whose mercy we again abandon our lives. As we have doublet and breeches makers, distinct trades, to clothe us, and are so much the better fitted, seeing that each of them meddles only with his own business, and has less to trouble his head with than the tailor who undertakes all. And as in matter of diet, great persons, for their better convenience, and to the end they may be better served, have cooks for the different offices, this for soups and pottages, that for roasting, instead of which, if one cook should undertake the whole service, he could not so well perform it. So also as to the cure of our maladies. The Egyptians had reason to reject this general trade of physicians, and to divide the profession to each disease, to each part of the body. Its person looked to nothing else. Ours are not aware that he who provides for all provides for nothing, and that the entire government of this microcosm is more than they are able to undertake. Whilst they were afraid of stopping a dysentery, lest they should put the patient into a fever, they killed me a friend, Eyquem de la Boétie, who was worth more than the whole of them. They counterpoise their own divinations with the present evils, and because they will not cure the brain to the prejudice of the stomach, they injure both with their dissentient and tumultuary drugs. As to the variety and weakness of the rationale of this art, they are more manifest in it than in any other art. Apparative medicines are proper for a man subject to the stone, by reason that opening and dilating the passages, they help forward the slimy matter whereof gravel and stone are engendered, and convey that downward which begins to harden and gather in the rains. Apparative things are dangerous for a man subject to the stone, by reason that, opening and dilating the passages, they help forward the matter proper to create the gravel towards the rains, which by their own propension being apt to seize it, 'tis not to be imagined but that a great deal of what has been conveyed thither must remain behind. Moreover, if the medicine happen to meet with anything too large to be carried through all the narrow passages, it must pass to be expelled, that obstruction, whatever it is, being stirred by these apparative things, and thrown into those narrow passages, coming to stop them, will occasion a certain and most painful death. They have the like uniformity in the counsels they give us for the regimen of life. It is good to make water often, for we experimentally see that in letting it lie long in the bladder, we give it long time to settle the sediment, which will concrete into a stone. It is good not to make water often, for the heavy excrements it carries along with it will not be voided without violence, as we see by experience that a torrent that runs with force washes the ground it rolls over much cleaner than the course of a slow and tardy stream. So it is good to have often to do with women, for that opens the passages and helps to evacuate gravel. It is also very ill to have often to do with women, because it heats, tires, and weakens the reins. It is good to bathe frequently in hot water, forasmuch as that relaxes and mollifies the places where the gravel and stone lie. It is also ill, by reason that this application of external heat helps the reins to bake, harden, and petrify the matter so disposed. For those who are taking baths, it is most helpful to eat a little at night, to the end that the waters they are to drink the next morning may have a better operation upon the empty stomach. On the other hand, it is better to eat little at dinner, that it hinder not the operation of the waters while it is not yet perfect, and not to oppress the stomach so soon after the other labor, but leave the office of digestion to the night, which will much better perform it than the day, when the body and soul are in perpetual moving and action. Thus do they juggle and trifle in all their discourses at our expense, and they could not give me one proposition against which I should not know how to raise a contrary of equal force. Let them then no longer exclaim against those who in this trouble of sickness suffer themselves to be gently guided by their own appetite and the advice of nature, and commit themselves to the common fortune. I have seen in my travels almost all the famous baths of Christendom, and for some years past have begun to make use of them myself, for I look upon bathing as generally wholesome, and believe that we suffer no little inconveniences in our health by having left off the custom that was generally observed in former times, almost by all nations, and is yet in many, of bathing every day. And I cannot imagine but that we are much the worse by having our limbs crusted and our pores stopped with dirt. And as to the drinking of them, fortune has, in the first place, rendered them not at all unacceptable to my taste, and secondly, they are natural and simple, which at least carry no danger with them, though they may do us no good, of which the infinite crowd of people of all sorts and complexions who repair thither I take to be a sufficient warranty. And although I have not there observed any extraordinary and miraculous effects, but that on the contrary, having more narrowly than ordinary inquired into it, I have found all the reports of such operations that have been spread abroad in those places ill-grounded and false, and those that believe them, as people are willing to be gulled in what they desire, deceived in them. Yet I have seldom known any who have been made worse by those waters, and a man cannot honestly deny but that they beget a better appetite, help digestion, and do in some sort revive us, if we do not go too late and in too weak a condition, which I would dissuade every one from doing. They have not the virtue to raise men from desperate and inveterate diseases, but they may help some light indisposition, or prevent some threatening alteration. He who does not bring along with him so much cheerfulness as to enjoy the pleasures of the company he will there meet, and of the walks and exercises to which the amenity of those places invite us, will doubtless lose the best and surest part of their effect. For this reason I have hitherto chosen to go to those of the most pleasant situation, where there was the best conveniency of lodging, provision, and company, as the baths of Bagnères in France, those of Plombières on the frontiers of Germany and Lorraine, those of Baden in Switzerland, and those of Lucca in Tuscany, and especially those of De la Villa, which I have the most and at various seasons frequented. Every nation has particular opinions touching their use, and particular rules and methods in using them, and all of them, according to what I have seen, almost with like effect. Drinking them is not at all received in Germany. The Germans bathe for all diseases, and will lie dabbling in the water almost from sun to sun. In Italy, where they drink 9 days, they bathe at least 30, and commonly drink the water mixed with some other drugs to make it work the better. Here we are ordered to walk to digest it. There we are kept in bed after taking it till it be wrought off, our stomachs and feet having continually hot claws applied to them all the while. And as the Germans have a particular practice generally to use cupping and scarification in the bath, so the Italians have their docci, which are certain little streams of this hot water brought through pipes, and with these bathe an hour in the morning, and as much in the afternoon, for a month together, either the head, stomach, or any other part where the evil lies. There are infinite other varieties of customs in every country, or rather there is no manner of resemblance to one another. By this you may see that this little part of physic to which I have only submitted, though the least depending upon art of all others, has yet a great share of the confusion and uncertainty everywhere else manifest in the profession. The poets put what they would say with greater emphasis and grace. Witness these two epigrams. Alcon hesterno signum Iovis atticet, ille quam vis marmorius vim patitur medici, ecce hodie iussus transferi ex aede vetusta, effertur quam visit Deus atque lapis. Alcon yesterday touched Jove's statue. He, although marble, suffers the force of the physician. Today, ordered to be transferred from the old temple where it stood, it is carried out, although it be a god and a stone. Ausonius Epistolae 74. And the other, Lotus nobis est, hilaris cenavit, et idem in ventus manias mortuus andragoras, tam subitae mortis causam Faustine requiris, in somnis medicum viderat Hermocratem. Andragoras bathed with us, supped gaily, and in the morning the same was found dead. Dost thou ask, Faustinus, the cause of this so sudden death? In his dreams he had seen the physician Hermocrates, Martial 6:53. Upon which I will relate two stories. The Baron de Coppen in Chalosse and I have betwixt us the advocin of a benefice of great extent, at the foot of our mountains, called La Hontan. It is with the inhabitants of this angle, as 'tis said of those of the Val d'Angrogne, they lived a peculiar sort of life, their fashions, clothes, and manners distinct from other people, ruled and governed by certain particular laws and usages, received from father to son, to which they submitted without other constraint than the reverence to custom. This little state had continued from all antiquity in so happy a condition that no neighboring judge was ever put to the trouble of inquiring into their doings, no advocate was ever retained to give them counsel, no stranger ever called in to compose their differences, nor was ever any of them seen to go a-begging. They avoided all alliances and traffic with the outer world, that they might not corrupt the purity of their own government, till, as they say, one of them, in the memory of man, having a mind spurred on with a noble ambition, took it into his head to bring his name into credit and reputation, to make one of his sons something more than ordinary, and having put him to learn to write in a neighboring town, made him at last a brave village notary. This fellow, having acquired such dignity, began to disdain their ancient customs, and to buzz into the people's ears the pomp of the other parts of the nation. The first prank he played was to advise a friend of his, whom somebody had offended by sawing off the horns of his goats, to make his complaint to the royal judges thereabout. And so he went on from one to another, till he had spoiled and confounded all. In the tail of this corruption, they say, there happened another, and of worse consequence, by means of a physician, who, falling in love with one of their daughters, had a mind to marry her and to live amongst them. This man first of all began to teach them the names of fevers, colds, and imposthumes, the seat of the heart, liver, and intestines, a science till then utterly unknown to them, and instead of garlic, with which they were wont to cure all manner of diseases, how painful or extreme soever, he taught them, though it were but for a cough or any little cold, to take strange mixtures, and began to make a trade not only of their health, but of their lives. They swear till then they never perceived the evening air to be offensive to the head, that to drink when they were hot was hurtful, and that the winds of autumn were more unwholesome than those of spring, that since this use of physic they find themselves oppressed with a legion of unaccustomed diseases, and that they perceive a general decay in their ancient vigor, and their lives are cut shorter by the half. This is the first of my stories. The other is, that before I was afflicted with the stone, hearing that the blood of a he-goat was with many in very great esteem, and looked upon as a celestial manna rained down upon those latter ages for the good and preservation of the lives of men, and having heard it spoken of by men of understanding for an admirable drug, and of infallible operation, I, who have ever thought myself subject to all the accidents that can befall other men, had a mind, in my perfect health, to furnish myself with this miracle, and therefore gave order to have a goat fed at home according to the recipe. For he must be taken in the hottest month of all summer, and must only have apparative herbs given him to eat, and white wine to drink. I came home by chance the very day he was to be killed, and someone came and told me that the cook had found 2 or 3 great balls in his paunch that rattled against one another amongst what he had eaten. I was curious to have all his entrails brought before me, where, having caused the skin that enclosed them to be cut, there tumbled out 3 great lumps, as light as sponges, so that they appeared to be hollow, but as to the rest, hard and firm without, and spotted and mixed all over with various dead colours. One was perfectly round, and of the bigness of an ordinary ball. The other 2, something less, of an imperfect roundness, as seeming not to be arrived at their full growth. I find by inquiry of people accustomed to open these animals that it is a rare and unusual accident. 'Tis likely these are stones of the same nature with ours, and if so, it must needs be a very vain hope in those who have the stone to extract their cure from the blood of a beast that was himself about to die of the same disease. For to say that the blood does not participate of this contagion, and does not thence alter its wonted virtue, it is rather to be believed that nothing is engendered in a body but by the conspiracy and communication of all the parts. The whole mass works together, though one part contributes more to the work than another, according to the diversity of operations. Wherefore it is very likely that there was some petrifying quality in all the parts of this goat. It was not so much for fear of the future and for myself that I was curious in this experiment, but because it falls out in mine, as it does in many other families, that the women store up such little trumperies for the service of the people, using the same recipe in 50 several diseases, and such recipe as they will not take themselves, and yet triumph when they happen to be successful. As to what remains, I honor physicians, not according to the precept for their necessity, for to this passage may be opposed another of the prophet reproving King Asa for having recourse to a physician, but for themselves, having known many very good men of that profession, and most worthy to be beloved. I do not attack them, 'tis their art I inveigh against, and do not much blame them for making their advantage of our folly, for most men do the same. Many callings, both of greater and of less dignity than theirs, have no other foundation or support than public abuse. When I am sick, I send for them, if they be near, only to have their company, and pay them as others do. I give them leave to command me to keep myself warm, because I naturally love to do it, and to appoint leeks or lettuce for my broth, to order me white wine or claret, and so as to all other things, which are indifferent to my palate and custom. I know very well that I do nothing for them in so doing, because sharpness and strangeness are incidents of the very essence of physic. Lycurgus ordered wine for the 6 Spartans. Why? Because they abominated the drinking it when they were well. As a gentleman, a neighbor of mine takes it as another excellent medicine in his fever, because naturally he mortally hates the taste of it. How many do we see amongst them of my humour, who despise taking physic themselves, are men of a liberal diet, and live a quiet, contrary sort of life to what they prescribe others? What is this but flatly to abuse our simplicity? For their own lives and health are no less dear to them than ours are to us, and consequently they would accommodate their practice to their rules, if they did not themselves know how false these are. 'Tis the fear of death and pain, impatience of disease, and a violent and indiscreet desire of a present cure that so blind us. 'Tis pure cowardice that makes our belief so pliable and easy to be imposed upon. And yet most men do not so much believe as they acquiesce and permit, for I hear them find fault and complain as well as we, but they resolve at last, "What should I do then?" as if impatience were of itself a better remedy than patience. Is there any one of those who have suffered themselves to be persuaded into this miserable subjection, who does not equally surrender himself to all sorts of impostures, who dares not give up himself to the mercy of whoever has the impudence to promise him a cure? The Babylonians carried their sick into the public square. The physician was the people. Every one who passed by, being in humanity and civility obliged to inquire of their condition, gave some advice according to his own experience. We do little better. There is not so simple a woman whose gossips and drenches we do not make use of. And according to my humour, if I were to take physic, I would sooner choose to take theirs than any other, because at least, if they do no good, they will do no harm. What Homer and Plato said of the Egyptians, that they were all physicians, may be said of all nations. There is not a man amongst any of them who does not boast of some rare recipe, and who will not venture it upon his neighbor, if he will let him. I was the other day in a company where one, I know not who, of my fraternity, brought us intelligence of a new sort of pills made up of 100 and odd ingredients. It made us very merry, and was a singular consolation, for what rock could withstand so great a battery? And yet I hear from those who have made trial of it, that the least atom of gravel deigned not to stir a fort. I cannot take my hand from the paper before I have added a word concerning the assurance they give us of the certainty of their drugs from the experiments they have made. The greatest part, I should say above 2/3 of the medicinal virtues, consist in the quintessence or occult property of simples, out of which we can have no other instruction than use and custom, for quintessence is no other than a quality of which we cannot by our reason find out the cause. In such proofs those they pretend to have acquired by the inspiration of some daimon, I am content to receive, for I meddle not with miracles, and also the proofs which are drawn from things that, upon some other account, often fall into use amongst us. As if in the wool wherewith we are wont to clothe ourselves, there has accidentally some occult dessicative property been found out of curing kibed heels, or as if in the radish we eat for food there has been found out some apparative operation. Galen reports that a man happened to be cured of a leprosy by drinking wine out of a vessel into which a viper had crept by chance. In this example we find the means and a very likely guide and conduct to this experience, as we also do in those that physicians pretend to have been directed to by the example of some beasts. But in most of their other experiments, wherein they affirm they have been conducted by fortune, and to have had no other guide than chance, I find the progress of this information incredible. Suppose man, looking round about him upon the infinite number of things, plants, animals, metals, I do not know where he would begin his trail, and though his first fancy should fix him upon the elk's horn, wherein there must be a very pliant and easy belief, he will yet find himself as perplexed in his second operation. There are so many maladies and so many circumstances presented to him, that before he can attain the certainty of the point to which the perfection of his experience should arrive, human sense will be at the end of its lesson, and before he can, amongst this infinity of things, find out what this horn is, amongst so many diseases, what is epilepsy, the many complexions in a melancholy person, the many seasons in winter, the many nations in the French, the many ages in age, the many celestial mutations in the conjunctions of Venus and Saturn, the many parts in man's body, nay, in a finger, and being in all this, directed neither by argument, conjecture, example, nor divine inspirations, but merely by the sole motion of fortune, it must be by a perfectly artificial, regular, and methodical fortune. And after the cure is performed, how can he assure himself that it was not because the disease had arrived at its period, or an effect of chance, or the operation of something else that he had eaten, drunk, or touched that day, or by virtue of his grandmother's prayers? And moreover, had this experiment been perfect, how many times was it repeated, and this long bead-roll of haps and concurrences strung anew by chance to conclude a certain rule? And when the rule is concluded, by whom, I pray you? Of so many millions, there are but 3 men who take upon them to record their experiments. Must fortune needs just hit one of these? What if another, and 100 others, have made contrary experiments? We might, peradventure, have some light in this, were all the judgments and arguments of men known to us. But that 3 witnesses, 3 doctors, should lord it over all mankind is against reason. It were necessary that human nature should have deputed and chosen them out, and that they were declared our controllers by express procuration. To Madame de Duras, Marguerite de Gramont, widow of Jean de Durfort, Seigneur de Duras, who was killed near Leghorn, leaving no posterity. Montaigne seems to have been on terms of considerable intimacy with her, and to have tendered her some very wholesome and frank advice in regard to her relations with Henry IV. Madame, The last time you honored me with a visit, you found me at work upon this chapter, and as these trifles may one day fall into your hands, I would also that you testify in how great honor the author will take in her favor you shall please to show them. You will there find the same air and mien you have observed in his conversation, and though I could have borrowed some better or more favorable garb than my own, I would not have done it, for I require nothing more of these writings but to present me to your memory such as I naturally am. The same conditions and faculties you have been pleased to frequent and receive with much more honor and courtesy than they deserve, I would put together, but without alteration or change, in one solid body, that they may peradventure continue some years or some days after I am gone, where you may find them again when you shall please to refresh your memory, without putting you to any greater trouble. Neither are they worth it. I desire you should continue the favor of your friendship to me by the same qualities by which it was acquired. I am not at all ambitious that anyone should love and esteem me more dead than living. The humor of Tiberius is ridiculous, but yet common, who was more solicitous to extend his renown to posterity than to render himself acceptable to men of his own time. If I were one of those to whom the world could owe commendation, I would give out of it one half to have the other in hand. Let their praises come quick and crowding about me, more thick than long, more full than durable, and let them cease in God's name with my own knowledge of them, and when the sweet sound can no longer pierce my ears. It were an idle humor to essay, now that I am about to forsake the commerce of men, to offer myself to them by a new recommendation. I make no account of the goods I could not employ in the service of my life. Such as I am, I will be elsewhere than in paper. My art and industry have been ever directed to render myself good for something. My studies, to teach me to do, and not to write. I have made it my whole business to frame my life. This has been my trade and my work. I am a less a writer of books than anything else. I have coveted understanding for the service of my present and real conveniences, and not to lay up a stock for my posterity. He who has anything of value in him, let him make it appear in his conduct, in his ordinary discourses, in his courtships and his quarrels, in play, in bed, at table, in the management of his affairs, in his economics. Those whom I see make good books in ill breeches should first have mended their breeches, if they would have been ruled by me. Ask a Spartan whether he had rather be a good orator or a good soldier, and if I was asked the same question, I would rather choose to be a good cook, had I not one already to serve me. My God, madam, how should I hate such a recommendation of being a clever fellow at writing, and an ass and an inanity in everything else? Yet I had rather be a fool both here and there than to have made so ill a choice wherein to employ my talent. And am I so far from expecting to gain any new reputation by these follies, that I shall think I come off pretty well if I lose nothing by them of that little I had before? For besides that this dead and mute painting will take from my natural being, it has no resemblance to my better condition, but is much lapsed from my former vigor and cheerfulness, growing faded and withered. I am towards the bottom of the barrel, which begins to taste of the lees. As to the rest, madam, I should not have dared to make so bold with the mysteries of physic, considering the esteem that you and so many others have of it, had I not had encouragement from their own authors. I think there are of these among the old Latin writers but two, Pliny and Celsus. If these ever fall into your hands, you will find that they speak much more rudely of their art than I do. I but pinch it, they cut its throat. Pliny, amongst other things, twits them with this, that when they are at the end of their rope, they have a pretty device to save themselves, by recommending their patients, whom they have teased and tormented with their drugs and diets to no purpose, some to vows and miracles, others to the hot baths. Be not angry, madam. He speaks not of those in our parts, which are under the protection of your house, and all Gramontins. They have a third way of saving their own credit, of ridding their hands of us, and securing themselves from the reproaches we might cast in their teeth of our little amendment, when they have had us so long in their hands that they have not one more invention left wherewith to amuse us, which is to send us to the better air of some other country. This, madam, is enough. I hope you will give me leave to return to my discourse, from which I have so far digressed, the better to divert you. It was, I think, Pericles, who, being asked how he did, "You may judge," says he, "by these," showing some little scrolls of parchment he had tied about his neck and arms, by which he would infer that he must needs be very sick when he was reduced to a necessity of having recourse to such idle and vain fopperies, and of suffering himself to be so equipped. I dare not promise but that I may one day be so much a fool as to commit my life and death to the mercy and government of physicians. I may fall into such a frenzy. I dare not be responsible for my future constancy. But then, if anyone asks me how I do, I may also answer, as Pericles did, "You may judge by this," showing my hand clutching 6 drachms of opium. It will be a very evident sign of a violent sickness. My judgment will be very much out of order, if once fear and impatience get such an advantage over me. It may very well be concluded that there is a dreadful fever in my mind. I have taken the pains to plead this cause, which I understand indifferently, a little to back and support the natural aversion to drugs and the practice of physic I have derived from my ancestors, to the end it may not be a mere stupid and inconsiderate aversion, but have a little more form, and also that they who shall see me so obstinate in my resolution against all exhortations and menaces that shall be given me when my infirmity shall press hardest upon me, may not think 'tis mere obstinacy in me, or any one so ill-natured as to judge it to be any motive of glory, for it would be a strange ambition to seek to gain honour by an action my gardener or my groom can perform as well as I. Certainly, I have not a heart so tumorous and windy that I should exchange so solid a pleasure as health for an airy and imaginary pleasure. Glory, even that of the 4 sons of Ammon, is too dear bought by a man of my humour, if it cost him 3 swinging fits of the stone. Give me health, in God's name. Such as love physic may also have good, great, and convincing considerations. I do not hate opinions contrary to my own. I am so far from being angry to see a discrepancy betwixt mine and other men's judgments, and from rendering myself unfit for the society of men, from being of another sense and party than mine, that on the contrary, the most general way that nature has followed being variety, and more in souls than bodies, forasmuch as they are of more supple substance and more susceptible of forms, I find it much more rare to see our humours and designs jump and agree, and there never were in the world 2 opinions alike, no more than 2 hairs or 2 grains. Their most universal quality is diversity. End of section 40. Recording by Malone. Section 41 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Apology for Raymond Sebond. Learning is, indeed, a very great and a very material accomplishment, and those who despise it sufficiently discover their own want of understanding. But learning, yet I do not prize it at the excessive rate that some others do, as Herodotus, the philosopher for one, who therein places the sovereign good, and maintained that it was only in her to render us wise and contented, which I do not believe, no more than I do what others have said, that learning is the mother of all virtue, and that all vice proceeds from ignorance, which, if it be true, required a very long interpretation. My house has long been open to men of knowledge, and is very well known to them, for my father, who governed it for 50 years and upwards, inflamed with the new ardour with which Francis I embraced letters, and brought them into esteem, with great diligence and expense hunted after the acquaintance of learned men, receiving them into his house as persons sacred, and that had some particular inspiration of divine wisdom, collecting their sayings and sentences as so many oracles, and with so much the greater reverence and religion as he was the less able to judge of them, for he had no knowledge of letters any more than his predecessors. For my part, I love them well, but I do not adore them. Amongst others, Peter Bunel, a man of great reputation for knowledge in his time, having, with some others of his sort, stayed some days at Montaigne in my father's company, he presented him at his departure with a book entitled Theologia Naturalis, sive liber creaturarum magistri Raymondi de Sebond, and as the Italian and Spanish tongues were familiar to my father, and as this book was written in a sort of jargon of Spanish with Latin terminations, he hoped that, with a little help, he might be able to understand it, and therefore recommended it to him for a very useful book, and proper for the time wherein he gave it to him, which was when the novel doctrines of Luther began to be in vogue, and in many places to stagger our ancient belief, wherein he was very well advised, wisely in his own reason, foreseeing the beginning of this distemper would easily run into an execrable atheism, for the vulgar, not having the faculty of judging of things, suffering themselves to be carried away by chance and appearance, after having once been inspired with the boldness to despise and control those opinions which they had before had in extreme reference, such as those wherein their salvation is concerned, and that some of the articles of their religion are brought into doubt and dispute, they afterwards throw all other parts of their belief into the same uncertainty, they having with them no other authority or foundation than the others they had already discomposed, and shake off all the impressions they had received from the authority of the laws, or the reverence of the ancient customs, as a tyrannical yoke. Nam cupide concolcaternimis antimetutum. For with most eagerness they spurn the law, by by which they were before most kept in awe, resolving to admit nothing for the future to which they had not first interposed their own decrees, and given their particular consent. It happened that my father, a little before his death, having accidentally found this book under a heap of other neglected papers, commanded me to translate it for him into French. It is good to translate such authors as this, where there is little but the matter itself to express, but such wherein grace of language and elegance of style are aimed at are dangerous to attempt, especially when a man is to turn them into a weaker idiom. It was a strange and a new undertaking for me, but having by chance at that time nothing else to do, and not being able to resist the command of the best father that ever was, I did it as well as I could, and he was so well pleased with it as to order it to be printed, which after his death was done. I found the ideas of this author exceeding fine, the contexture of his work well followed, and the design full of piety, and because many people take a delight to read it, and particularly the ladies, to whom we owe the most service, I have often thought to assist them to clear the book of two principal objections made to it. His design is bold and daring, for he undertakes, by human and natural reasons, to establish and make good against the atheists all the articles of the Christian religion, wherein, to speak the truth, he is so firm and so successful that I do not think it possible to do better upon that subject. Nay, I believe he has been equalled by none. This work, seeming to me to be too beautiful and too rich for an author whose name is so little known, and of whom all that we know is that he was a Spaniard, practicing physic at Toulouse about 200 years ago, I inquired of Adrian Tournebus, who knew all things, what he thought of that book, who made answer that he thought it was some abstract drawn from St. Thomas d'Aquin, for that, in truth, his mind, so full of infinite erudition and admirable subtlety, was alone capable of such thoughts. Be that as it may, whoever was the author and inventor, and 'tis not reasonable without greater certainty to deprive Sebon of that title, he was a man of great judgment and most admirable parts. The first thing they reprehend in his work is that Christians are to blame to repose their belief upon human reason, which is only conceived by faith and the particular inspiration of divine grace. In which objection there appears to be something of zeal to piety, and therefore we are to endeavor to satisfy those who put it forth with the greater mildness and respect. This were a task more proper for a man well read in divinity than for me, who know nothing of it. Nevertheless, I conceive that in a thing so divine, so high, and so far transcending all human intelligence, as is that truth which it has pleased the bounty of God to enlighten us, it is very necessary that he should moreover lend us his assistance, as a very extraordinary favour and privilege, to conceive and imprint it in our understanding. And I do not believe that means purely human are in any sort capable of doing it, for if they were, so many rare and excellent souls, and so abundantly furnished with natural force in former ages, could not have failed, by their reason, to arrive at this knowledge. 'Tis faith alone that lively minds certainly comprehends the deep mysteries of our religion, but withal, I do not say that it is not a worthy and very laudable attempt to accommodate those natural and human utensils with which God has endowed us to the service of our faith. It is not to be doubted but that it is the most noble use we can put them to, and that there is not a design in a Christian man more noble than to make it the aim and end of all of his studies to extend and amplify the truth of his belief. We do not satisfy ourselves with serving God with our souls and understandings only. We moreover owe and render him a corporal service, and apply our limbs and motions and external things to him honor. We must here do the same, and accompany our faith with all the reason we have, but always with this reservation, not to fancy that it is upon us that it depends, nor that our arguments and endeavors can arrive at so supernatural and divine a knowledge. If it enters not into us by an extraordinary infusion, if it enters not only by reason, but moreover by human ways, it is not in us in its true dignity and splendor. And yet, I am afraid, we only have it by this way. If we hold upon God by the mediation of a lively faith, if we hold upon God by him and not by us, if we had a divine basis and foundation, human occasions would not have the power to shake us as they do. Our fortress would not surrender to so weak a battery. The love of novelty, the constraint of princes, the success of one party, and the rash and fortuitous change of our opinions would not have the power to stagger and alter our belief. We should not then leave it to the mercy of every new argument, nor abandon it to all the rhetoric in the world. We should withstand the fury of these waves with an immovable and unyielding constancy. As a great rock repels the rolling tides that foam and bark about her marble sides from its strong bulk. If we were but touched with this ray of divinity, it would appear throughout. Not only our words, but our works also would carry its brightness and luster. Whatever proceeded from us would be seen illuminated with this noble light. We ought to be ashamed that in all the human sects there never was any of the faction that did not in some measure conform his life and behavior to it, whereas so divine and heavenly institution does only distinguish Christians by the name. Will you see the proof of this? Compare our manners to those of a Mohammedan or pagan. You will still find that we fall very short. Where, out of regard to the reputation and advantage of our religion, we ought to shine in excellency at a vast distance beyond all others, and that it should be said of us, "Are they so just, so charitable, so good? Then they are Christians." All other signs are common to all religions: hope, trust, events, ceremonies, penance, martyrs. The peculiar mark of our truth ought to be our virtue, as it is also the most heavenly and difficult and the most worthy product of truth. For this our good Saint Louis was in the right, who, when the Tartar king, who was become Christian, designed to come to Lyons to kiss the Pope's feet, and there to be an eye-witness of the sanctity he hoped to find in our manner, immediately diverted him from his purpose, for fear lest our disorderly way of living should, on the contrary, put him out of conceit with so holy a belief. And yet it happened quite otherwise, since to that other, who, going to Rome to the same end, and there seeing the dissoluteness of the prelates and the people of that time, settled himself so much the more firmly in our religion, considering how great the force and divinity of it must necessarily be that could maintain its dignity and splendor amongst so much corruption, and in so vicious hands. If we had but one single grain of faith, we should remove mountains from their places, saith the sacred word. Our actions, that would then be directed and accompanied by the divinity, would not be merely human, they would have in them something of miraculous, as well as our belief. Brevis est institutio vitae honestae beataeque, si credes. Believe, and the way to happiness and virtue is a short one. Some oppose upon the world that they believe that which they did not. Others, more in number, make themselves believe that they believe, not being able to penetrate into what it is to believe. We think it strange if, in the civil war which at this time disorders our state, we see events float and vary after a common and ordinary manner, which is because we bring nothing to it but our own. Justice, which is in one party, is only there for ornament and palliation. It is indeed pretended, but 'tis not there received, settled, and espoused. It is there as in the mouth of an advocate, not as in the heart and affection of the party. God owes his extraordinary assistance to faith and religion, not to our passions. Men there are the conductors, and therein serve themselves with religion, whereas it ought to be quite contrary. Observe if it be not only by our hands that we guide and train it, and draw it like a wax into so many contrary figures, from a rule in itself so direct and firm. When and where was this more manifest than in France in our days? They who have taken it on the left hand, they who have taken it on the right, they who call it black, and they who call it white, alike employ it to their violent and ambitious designs, conduct it with a progress so conform in riot and injustice that they render the diversity they pretended in their opinions, in a thing whereon the conduct and rule of our life depends, doubtful and hard to believe. Did one ever see, come from the same school and discipline, manners more united and more the same? Do but observe with what horrid impudence we toss divine arguments to and fro, and how irreligiously we have both rejected and retaken them, accord, as fortune has shifted our places in these intestine storms. This so solemn proposition, whether it be lawful for a subject to rebel and take up arms against his prince for the defense of his religion. Do you remember in whose mouths the last year the affirmative of it was the prop of one party and the negative pillar of another? And hearken now from what quarter comes the voice and instruction of the one and the other, and if arms make less noise and rattle for this cause than for that. We condemn those to the fire who say that truth must be made to bear the yoke of our necessity. And how much worse does France then say it? Let us confess the truth. Whoever should draw out from the army, even that raised by the king, those who would take up arms out of pure zeal to religion, and also those who only do it to protect the laws of their country, or for the service of their prince, could hardly, out of both these put together, make one complete company of gendarmes? Whence does this proceed, that there are so few to be found who have maintained the same will and the same progress in our civil commotions, and that we see them one while move but a foot pace, and in another run at full speed? And the same men one while damage our affairs by their violent heat and fierceness, and another by their coldness, gentleness, and slowness, but that they are pushed on by particular and casual considerations, according to the variety wherein they move. I evidently perceive that we do not willingly afford devotion any other offices but those that least suit with our own passions. Their hostility so admirable as the Christian, our zeal performs wonders when it seconds our inclinations to hatred, cruelty, ambition, avarice, detraction, and rebellion. But when it moves against the hare, towards bounty, benignity, and temperance, unless by miracle some rare and virtuous disposition prompts us to it, we stir neither hand nor foot. Our religion is intended to extirpate vices, whereas it screens, nourishes, and incites them. We must not mock God. If we believed in him, I do not say by faith, but with a simple belief, that is to say, and I speak it to our great shame, if we believed in him and recognized him as we do any other history, or as we would do one of our companions, we should love him above all other things, for the infinite bounty and beauty that shines in him. At least he would go equal in our affection with riches, pleasure, glory, and our friends. The best of us is not so much afraid to outrage him as he is afraid to injure his neighbor, his kinsman, or his master. Is there any understanding so weak that having on one side the object of one of our vicious pleasures, and on the other, in equal knowledge and persuasion, the state of an immortal glory, would change the first for the other? And yet we often renounce this out of mere contempt. For what lust tempts us to blaspheme, if not perhaps the very desire to offend? The philosopher Antisthenes, as he was being initiated in the mysteries of Orpheus, the priest telling him that those who professed themselves of that religion were certain to receive perfect and eternal felicity after death. "If thou believest that," answered he, "why dost thou not die thyself?" Diogenes more rudely, according to his manner, and more remote from our purpose, to the priest that in like manner preached to him, to become of his religion, that he might obtain the happiness of the other world. "What?" said he, "thou wouldst have me to believe that Agesilaus and Epaminondas, who were so great men, should be miserable, and thou, who art but a calf, and canst do nothing to purpose, shalt be happy because thou art a priest?" Did we receive these great promises of eternal beatitude with the same reverence and respect that we do a philosophical discourse, we should not have death in so great horror. "Non jam se moriens dissolvi concurretur, sed magis ire foras. Spemque relinquerit angais, gauderit praelonga senex aut corno acervus." We should not, on a deathbed, grieve to be dissolved, but rather launch out cheerfully from our old hut, and with the snake be glad to cast off the corrupted slough we had, or with the old stag rejoice to be now clear from the large horns, too ponderous grown to bear. "I desire to be dissolved," we should say, "and to be with Jesus Christ." The force of Plato's arguments concerning the immortality of the soul set some of his disciples to seek a premature grave, that they might the sooner enjoy the things he had made them hope for. All this is a most evident sign that we only receive our religion after our own fashion, by our own hands, and no otherwise than as other religions are received. Either we are happened in the country where it is in practice, or we reverence the antiquity of it, or the authority of the men who have maintained it, or fear the menaces it fulminates against misbelievers, or are allured by its promises. These considerations ought, 'tis true, to be applied to our belief, but as subsidiaries only, for they are human obligations. Another religion, other witnesses, the like promises and threats might, by the same way, imprint a quite contrary belief. We are Christians by the same title that we are Perigordians or Germans, and what Plato says, that there are few men so obstinate in their atheism whom a pressing danger will not reduce to an acknowledgment of the divine power, does not concern a true Christian. 'Tis for mortal and human religions to be received by human recommendation. What kind of faith can that be that cowardice and want of courage establish in us? A pleasant faith that does not believe what it believes, but for want of courage to disbelieve. Can a vicious passion such as inconstancy and astonishment cause any regular product in our souls? They are confident in their judgment, says he, that what is said of hell and future torments is all feigned, but an occasion of making the expedient presenting itself, when old age or diseases bring them to the brink of the grave, the terror of death, by the horror of that future condition, inspires them with a new belief. And by reason that such impressions render them timorous, he forbids in his laws all such threatening doctrines, and all persuasion that anything of ill can befall a man from the gods, excepting for his great good when they happen to him, and for a medicinal effect. They say of Bion that, infected with the atheism of Theodorus, he had had long religious men in great scorn and contempt, but that death surprising him, he gave himself up to the most extreme superstition, as if the gods withdrew and returned according to the necessities of Bion. Plato in these examples would conclude that we are brought to a belief of God either by reason or by force. Atheism being a proposition as unnatural as monstrous, difficult also and hard to establish in the human understanding, how arrogant soever, there are men enough seen, out of vanity and pride, to be the authors of extraordinary and reforming opinions, and outwardly to affect the profession of them, who, if they are such fools, have nevertheless not the power to plant them in their own conscience. Yet will they not fail to lift up their hands towards heaven if you give them a good thrust with a sword in the breast? And when fear or sickness has abated and dulled the licentious fury of this giddy humor, they will easily reunite, and very discreetly suffer themselves to be reconciled to the public faith and examples. A doctrine seriously digested is one thing, and those superficial impressions another, which, springing from the disorder of an unhinged understanding, float at random and great uncertainty in the fancy. Miserable and senseless men who strive to be worse than they can. The error of paganism and the ignorance of our sacred truth let this great soul of Plato, but great only in human greatness, fall into this other mistake, that children and old men were the most susceptible of religion, as if it sprung and derived its credit from our weakness, that naught that ought to bind the judgment and the will, that ought to restrain the soul and join it to our Creator, should be a knot that derives its foldings and strength, not from our considerations, from our reasons and passions, but from a divine and supernatural constraint, having one form, one face, and one lustre, which is the authority of God and his divine grace. Now the heart and soul, being governed and commanded by faith, 'tis but reason that they should muster all our other faculties, according as they are able to perform to the service and assistance of their design. Neither is it to be imagined that all this machine has not some marks imprinted upon it by the hand of the mighty architect, and that there is not in the things of this world some image that in some measure resembles the workman who has built and formed them. He has, in his stupendous works, left the character of his divinity, and 'tis our own weakness only that hinders us from discerning it. 'Tis what he himself is pleased to tell us, that he manifests his invisible operations to us by those that are visible. Sebon applied himself to this laudable and noble study, and demonstrates to us that there is not any part or member of the world that disclaims or derogates from its Maker. It were to do wrong to the divine goodness did not the universe consent to our belief. The heavens, the earth, the elements, our bodies, and our souls, all things concur to this. We have but to find out the way to use them. They instruct us, if we are capable of instruction. For this world is a sacred temple, into which man is introduced, there to contemplate statues, not the works of a mortal hand, but such as the divine purpose has made the objects of sense, the sun, the stars, the water, and the earth, to represent those that are intelligible to us. The invisible tilings of God, says St. Paul, appear by the creation of the world, his eternal wisdom and divinity being considered by his works. And God himself envies not men the grace of seeing and admiring heaven's face, but rolling it about, he still anew presents its varied splendor to our view, and in our minds himself inculcates, so that we the Almighty Mover well may know, instructing us by seeing him the cause of ill to revere and obey his laws. Now our prayers and human discourses are but a sterile and undigested matter. The grace of God is the form, 'tis that which gives fashion and value to it. As the virtuous actions of Socrates and Cato remain vain and fruitless for not having had the love and obedience to the true Creator of all things, so is it with our imaginations and discourses. They have a kind of body, but it is an informed mass, without fashion and without light, if faith and grace be not added thereto. Faith coming to tinct and illustrate Sebon's arguments renders them firm and stolid, and to that degree that they are capable of serving for directions, and of being the first guides to an elementary Christian to put him into the way of this knowledge. They in some measure form him to and render him capable of the grace of God, by which means he afterwards completes and perfects himself in the true belief. I know a man of authority, bred up to letters, who has confessed to me to have been brought back from the errors of unbelief by Sebon's arguments. And should they be stripped of this ornament, and of the assistance and approbation of the faith, and be looked upon as mere fancies only, to contend with those who are precipitated into the dreadful and horrible darkness of irreligion, they will even there find them as solid and firm as any others of the same quality that can be opposed against them, so that we shall be ready to say to our opponents, Si melius quid habes arcesse, vel imperium fer. If you have arguments more fit, produce them, or to these submit. Let them admit the force of our reasons, or let them show us others, and upon some other subject, better woven and of finer thread. I am unawares half engaged in the second objection, to which I propose to make answer in the behalf of Sebon. Some say that his arguments are weak and unable to make good what he intends, and undertake with great ease to confute them. These are to be a little more roughly handled, for they are more dangerous and malicious than the first men willingly wrest the sayings of others to favor their own prejudicate opinions. To an atheist, all writings tend to atheism. He corrupts the most innocent matter with his own venom. These have their judgments so prepossessed that they cannot relish Sebon's reasons. As to the rest, they think we give them very fair play in putting them into the liberty of combating our religion with weapons merely human, whom, in her majesty, full of authority and command, they durst not attack. The means that I shall use, and that I think most proper to subdue this frenzy, is to crush and spurn under foot pride and human arrogance, to make them sensible of the inanity, vanity, and vileness of man, to wrest the wretched arms of their reason out of their hands, to make them bow down and bite the ground under the authority and reverence of the divine majesty. 'Tis to that alone that knowledge and wisdom appertain. That alone can make a true estimate of itself, and from which we purloin whatever we value ourselves upon. Greek. God permits not any being but himself to be truly wise. Let us subdue this presumption, the first foundation of the tyranny of the evil spirit. Deus superbis resistit humilibus autem dat gratiam. God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Understanding is in the gods, says Plato, and not at all or very little in men. Now it is in the meantime a great consolation to a Christian man to see our frail and mortal parts so fitly suited to our holy and divine faith, that when we employ them to the subjects of their own mortal and frail nature, they are not even there more unitedly or more firmly adjusted. Let us see, then, if man has in his power other more forcible and convincing reasons than those of Sebon, that is to say, if it be in him to arrive at any certainty by argument and reason. For St. Augustine, disputing against these people, has good cause to reproach them with injustice. In that they maintain the part of our belief to be false that our reason cannot establish, and to show that a great many things may be, and have been, of which our nature could not sound the reason and causes. He proposes to them certain known and undoubted experiments wherein men confess they see nothing. And this he does, as all other things, with a curious and ingenious inquisition. We must do more than this, and make them know that, to convince the weakness of their reason, there is no necessity of culling out uncommon examples, and that it is so defective and so blind that there is no faculty clear enough for it, that to it the easy and the hard are all one, that all subjects equally, and nature in general, disclaim its authority and reject its mediation. What does truth mean when she preaches to us to fly worldly philosophy, when she often inculcates to us that our wisdom is but folly in the sight of God, that the vainest of all vanities is man, that the man who presumes upon his wisdom does not yet know what wisdom is, and that man, who is nothing, if he thinks himself to be anything, does seduce and deceive himself. These sentences of the Holy Spirit do so clearly and vividly express that which I would maintain, that I should need no other proof against men who would with all humility and obedience submit to his authority. But these will be whipped at their own expense, and will not suffer a man to oppose their reason but by itself. Let us then for once consider a man alone, without foreign assistance, armed only with his own proper arms and unfurnished of the divine grace and wisdom, which is all his honor, strength, and the foundation of his being. Let us see how he stands in this fine equipage. Let him make me understand by the force of his reason upon what foundations he has built those great advantages he thinks he has over all other creatures. Who has made him believe that this admirable motion of the celestial arch, the eternal light of those luminaries that roll so high over his head, the wondrous and fearful motions of that infinite ocean, should be established and continue so many ages for his service and convenience? Can anything be imagined so ridiculous, that this miserable and wretched creature, who is not so much as master of himself, but subject to the injuries of all things, should call himself master and emperor of the world, of which he has not power to know the least part, much less to command the whole? And the privilege which he attributes to himself of being the only creature in this vast fabric who has the understanding to discover the beauty and the parts of it, the only one who can return thanks to the architect and keep account of the revenues and disbursements of the world. Who, I wonder, sealed him this patent? Let us see his commission for this great employment. Was it granted in favor of the wise only? Few people will be concerned in it. Are fools and wicked persons worthy so extraordinary favor, and, being the worst part of the world, to be preferred before the rest? Shall we believe this man? For whose sake shall we therefore conclude that the world was made? For theirs who have the use of reason? These are gods and men, than whom certainly nothing can be better. We can never sufficiently decry the impudence of this conjunction. What, wretched creature, what has he in himself worthy of such an advantage? Considering the incorruptible existence of the celestial bodies, beauty, magnitude, and continual revolution by so exact a rule, cum suspicumus moeni caelestia mundi, templa super, stellisque me cantibus aethera finum, et velat in me cantem lunae solisque viarum. When we the heavenly arch above behold, and the vast sky adorned with stars of gold, and mark the regular course that the sun and moon in their alternate progress run, considering the dominion and influence those bodies have, not only over our lives and fortunes, fac et enim et vitas hominum suspendita artis, men's lives and actions on the stars depend, but even over our inclinations, our thoughts and wills, which they govern, incite, and agitate at the mercy of their influences, as our reason teaches us. Contemplating the stars, he finds that they rule by secret and a silent sway, and that the enamelled spheres which roll above do ever by alternate causes move, and studying these he can also foresee by certain signs the turns of destiny, seeing that not only a man, not only kings, but that monarchies, empires, and all this lower world follow the influence of the celestial motions. How great a change a little motion brings! So great this kingdom is that governs kings. If our virtue, our vices, our knowledge, and this very discourse we are upon of the power of the stars, and the comparison we are making betwixt them and us, proceed, as our reason supposes, from their favor, one mad in love may cross the raging main to level lofty Ilium with the plain. Another's fate inclines him more by far to study laws and statutes for the bar. Sons kill their father, fathers kill their sons, and one armed brother against another runs. This war is not theirs, but fate's that spurs them on to shed the blood which, shed, they must bemoan. And I ascribe it to the will of fate, that on this theme I now expatiate. If we derive this little portion of reason we have from the bounty of heaven, how is it possible that reason should ever make us equal to it? How subject its essence and condition to our knowledge? Whatever we see in those bodies astonishes us. Quae molitio, qua ferramenta, qui vectes, quae machina, qui ministri tanti operas fuerunt. What contrivance, what tools, what materials, what engines were employed about so stupendous a work? Why do we deprive them of soul, of life and discourse? Have we discovered in them any immovable or insensible stupidity, we who have no commerce with them but by obedience? Shall we say that we have discovered in no other creature but man the use of a reasonable soul? What? Have we seen anything like the sun? Does he cease to be because we have seen nothing like him? And do his motions cease because there are no other like them? If what we have not seen is not, our knowledge is marvelously contracted. Quae sunt tatae animi angustiae. How narrow are our understandings! Are they not dreams of human vanity, to make the moon a celestial earth, there to fancy mountains and vales, as an Anaxagoras did? There to fix habitations and human abodes, and plant colonies for our convenience, as Plato and Plutarch have done? And of our earth to make a luminous and resplendent star? Amongst the other inconveniences of mortality, this is one, that darkness of the understanding which leads men astray, not so much from a necessity of erring, but from a love of error. The corruptible body stupefies the soul, and the earthly habitation dulls the faculties of the imagination. End of section 41. Reading by Malone.
Section 42 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Apology for Raymond Sebon, Part 2. Presumption is our natural and original disease. The most wretched and frail of all creatures is man, and withal the proudest. He feels and sees himself lodged here in the dirt and filth of the world, nailed and riveted to the worst and deadest part of the universe, in the lowest story of the house, the most remote from the heavenly arch, with animals of the worst condition of the three, and yet in his imagination will be placing himself above the circle of the moon, and bringing the heavens under his feet. 'Tis by the same vanity of imagination that he equals himself to God, attributes to himself divine qualities, withdraws and separates himself from the crowd of other creatures, cuts out the shares of the animals, his fellows and companions, and distributes to them portions of faculties and force, as himself thinks fit. How does he know, by the strength of his understanding, the secret and internal motions of animals? From what comparison betwixt them and us does he conclude the stupidity he attributes to them? When I play with my cat, who knows whether I do not make her more sport than she makes me? We mutually divert one another with our play. If I have my hour to begin or to refuse, she also has hers. Plato, in his picture of the golden age under Saturn, reckons, among the chief advantages that a man then had, his communication with beasts, of whom, inquiring and informing himself, he knew the true qualities and differences of them all, by which he acquired a very perfect intelligence and prudence, and led his life more happily than we could do. Need we a better proof to condemn human impudence in the concern of beasts? This great author was of opinion that nature, for the most part in the corporal form she gave them, had only regard to the use of prognostics that were derived thence in his time. The defect that hinders communication betwixt them and us, why may it not be in our part as well as theirs? 'Tis yet to determine where the fault lies that we understand not one another, for we understand them no more than they do us, and by the same reason they may think us to be beasts as we think them. 'Tis no great wonder if we understand not them, when we do not understand a Basque or a troglodyte. And yet some have boasted that they understood them, as Apollonius Tianeus, Melampus, Tiresias, Thales, and others. And seeing, as cosmographers report, that there are nations that have a dog for their king, they must of necessity be able to interpret his voice and motions. We must observe the parity betwixt us, have some tolerable apprehension of their meaning, and so have beasts of ours, much about the same. They caress us, threaten us, and beg of us, and we do the same to them. As to the rest, we manifestly discover that they have a full and absolute communication amongst themselves, and that they perfectly understand one another, not only those of the same, but of diverse kinds. The tamer herds and wilder sort of brutes, though we of higher race conclude them mutes, yet utter dissonant and various notes from gentler lungs or more distended throats, as fear or grief or anger do them move, or as they do approach the joys of love. In one kind of barking of a dog the horse knows there is anger, of another sort of bark he is not afraid. Even in the very beasts that have no voice at all, we easily conclude from the society of offices we observe amongst them, some other sort of communication; their very motions discover it. As infants who, for want of words, devise expressive motions with their hands and eyes. And why not, as well as our dumb people, dispute, argue, and tell stories by signs? Of whom I have seen some by practice so clever and active that way, that, in fact, they wanted nothing of the perfection of making themselves understood. Lovers are angry, reconciled, entreat, thank, appoint, and, in short, speak all things by their eyes. Even silence in a lover, love and passion can discover. What with the hands? We require, promise, call, dismiss, threaten, pray, supplicate, deny, refuse, interrogate, admire, number, confess, repent, fear, express confusion, doubt, instruct, command, incite, encourage, swear, testify, accuse, condemn, absolve, abuse, despise, defy, provoke, flatter, applaud, bless, submit, mock, reconcile, recommend, exalt, entertain, congratulate, complain, grieve, despair, wonder, exclaim, and what not. And all this with a variety and multiplication, even emulating speech. With the head we invite, remand, confess, deny, give the lie, welcome, honor, reverence, disdain, demand, rejoice, lament, reject, caress, rebuke, submit, huff, encourage, threaten, assure, and inquire. What with the eyebrows? What with the shoulders? There is not a motion that does not speak, and in an intelligible language, without discipline, and a public language that every one understands. Whence it should follow the variety and use distinguished from others considered, that these should rather be judged the property of human nature. I omit what necessity particularly does suddenly suggest to those who are in need: the alphabets upon the fingers, grammars in gesture, and the sciences which are only by them exercised and expressed. And the nations that Pliny reports have no other language. An ambassador of the city of Abdera, after a long conference with Agis, king of Sparta, demanded of him, "Well, sir, what answer must I return to my fellow citizens?" "That I have given thee leave," said he, "to say what thou wouldest, and as much as thou wouldest, without ever speaking a word." Is not this a silent speaking, and very easy to be understood? As to the rest, what is there in us that we do not see in the operations of animals? Is there a polity better ordered, the offices better distributed, and more inviolably observed and maintained than that of bees? Can we imagine that such and so regular a distribution of employments can be carried on without reasoning and deliberation? Hence to the bee some sages have assigned some portion of the god and heavenly wind. The swallows that we see at the return of the spring, searching all the corners of our houses for the most commodious places wherein to build their nest, do they seek without judgment, and amongst 1,000 choose out the most proper for their purpose, without discretion? And in that elegant and admirable contexture of their buildings, can birds rather make choice of a square figure than a round, of an obtuse than of a right angle, without knowing their properties and effects? Do they bring water and then clay, without knowing that the hardness of the latter grows softer by being wetted? Do they mat their palace with moss or down, without foreseeing that their tender young will lie more safe and easy? Do they secure themselves from the wet and rainy winds, and place their lodgings against the east, without knowing the different qualities of the winds, and considering that one is more wholesome than another? Why does the spider make her web tighter in one place and slacker in another? Why now make one sort of knot and then another, if she has not deliberation, thought, and conclusion? We sufficiently discover in most of their works how much animals excel us, and how unable our art is to imitate them. We see, nevertheless, in our rougher performances, that we employ all our faculties and apply the utmost power of our souls. Why do we not conclude the same of them? Why should we attribute to I know not what natural and servile inclination the works that excel all we can do by nature and art, wherein, without being aware, we give them a mighty advantage over us in making nature, with maternal gentleness and love, accompany and learn them, as it were, by the hand to all the actions and commodities of their life, whilst she leaves us to chance and fortune, and to seek out by art the things that are necessary to our conservation, at the same time denying us the means of being able, by any instruction or effort of understanding, to arrive at the natural sufficiency of beasts, so that their brutish stupidity surpasses, in all conveniences, all that our divine intelligence can do. Really, at this rate, we might with great reason call her an unjust stepmother, but it is nothing so. Our polity is not so irregular and unformed. Nature has universally cared for all her creatures, and there is not one she has not amply furnished with all means necessary for the conservation of its being. For the common complaints I hear men make, as the license of their opinions one while lifts them up above the clouds, and then again depresses them to the antipodes, that we are the only animal abandoned naked upon the bare earth, tied and bound, not having wherewithal to arm and clothe us but by the spoil of others, whereas nature has covered all other creatures either with shells, husks, bark, hair, wool, prickles, leather, down, feathers, scales, or silk, according to the necessities of their being, has armed them with talons, teeth, or horns, wherewith to assault and defend, and has herself taught them that which is most proper for them, to swim, to run, to fly, and sing, whereas man neither knows how to walk, speak, eat, or do anything but weep without teaching. Like to the wretched mariner when tossed by raging seas upon the desert coast, the tender babe lies naked on the earth, of all supports of life stripped by his birth. When nature first presents him to the day, freed from the cell wherein before he lay, he fills the ambient air with doleful cries, foretelling thus life's future miseries. But beasts, both wild and tame, greater and less, do of themselves in strength and bulk increase. They need no rattle nor the broken chat, aye, which the nurse first teaches boys to prate. They look not out for different robes to wear, according to the seasons of the year, and need no arms nor walls their goods to save, since earth and liberal nature ever have, and will in all abundance still produce, all things whereof they can have need or use. These complaints are false. There is in the polity of the world a greater equality and more uniform relation. Our skins are as sufficient to defend us from the injuries of the weather as theirs are. Witness several nations that yet know not the use of clothes. Our ancient Gauls were but slenderly clad, any more than the Irish, our neighbours, though in so cold a climate. But we may better judge of this by ourselves. For all those parts that we are pleased to expose to the air are found very able to endure it: the face, the feet, the hands, the arms, the head, according to the various habit. If there be a tender part about us, and that would seem to be in danger from cold, it should be the stomach where the digestion is. And yet our forefathers were there always open, and our ladies, as tender and delicate as they are, go sometimes half bare, as low as the navel. Neither is the binding or swathing of infants any more necessary, and the Lacedaemonian mothers brought theirs in all liberty of motion of members, without any ligature at all. Our crying is common with the greatest part of other animals, and there are but few creatures that are not observed to groan and bemoan themselves a long time after they come into the world, forasmuch as it is a behaviour suitable to the weakness wherein they find themselves. As to the custom of eating, it is in us, as in them, natural and without instruction. For every one soon finds his natural force, which he or better may employ or worse. Who doubts but an infant, arrived to the strength of feeding himself, may make shift to find something to eat? And the earth produces and offers him wherewithal to supply his necessity, without other culture and artifice. And if not at all times, no more does she do it to beasts. Witness the provision we see ants and other creatures hoard up against the dead seasons of the year. The late discovered nations, so abundantly furnished with natural meat and drink, without care or without cookery, may give us to understand that bread is not our only food, and that, without tillage, our mother nature has provided us sufficiently of all we stand in need of; nay, it appears more fully and plentifully than she does at present, now that we have added our own industry. The earth did first spontaneously afford choice fruits and wines to furnish out the board, with herbs and flowers unsown in verdant fields, but scarce by art so good a harvest yields, though men and oxen mutually have strove with all their utmost force the soil to improve. The debauchery and irregularity of our appetites outstrips all the inventions we can contrive to satisfy it. As to arms, we have more natural ones than most other animals more various motions of limbs, and naturally and without lesson extract more service from them. Those that are trained to fight naked are seen to throw themselves into the like hazards that we do. If some beasts surpass us in this advantage, we surpass many others. And the industry of fortifying the body and covering it by acquired means, we have by instinct and natural precept. That it is so, the elephant shows who sharpens and whets the teeth he makes use of in war, for he has particular ones for that service, which he spares, and never employs them at all to any other use. When bulls go to fight, they toss and throw the dust about them. Boars whet their tusks, and the ichneumon, when he is about to engage with the crocodile, fortifies his body, and covers and crusts it all over with close wrought and well tempered slime, as with a cuirass. Why shall we not say that it is also natural for us to arm ourselves with wood and iron. As to speech, it is certain that if it be not natural, it is not necessary. Nevertheless, I believe that a child which had been brought up in an absolute solitude, remote from all society of men, which would be an experiment very hard to make, would have some kind of speech to express his meaning by. And 'tis not to be supposed that nature should have denied that to us which she has given to several other animals. For what is this faculty we observe in them of complaining, rejoicing, calling to one another for succour, and inviting each other to love, which they do with the voice, other than speech? And why should they not speak to one another? They speak to us, and we to them. In how many several sorts of ways do we speak to our dogs, and they answer us? We converse with them in another sort of language, and use other appellations than we do with birds, hogs, oxen, horses, and alter the idiom according to the kind. Thus from one swarm of ants some sally out, to spy another's stock, or mark its route. Lactantius seems to attribute to beasts not only speech, but laughter also; and the difference of language which is seen amongst us, according to the difference of countries, is also observed in animals of the same kind. Aristotle, in proof of this, instances the various calls of partridges according to the situation of places. And various birds do from their warbling throats at various times utter quite different notes, and some their hoarse songs with the seasons change. But it is yet to be known what language this child would speak; and of that what is said by guess has no great appearance. If a man will allege to me, in opposition to this opinion, that those who are naturally deaf speak not, I answer that this is not only because they could not receive the instruction of speaking by ear, but rather because the sense of hearing of which they are deprived relates to that of speaking, and that these hold together by a natural and inseparable tie, in such manner that what we speak we must first speak to ourselves within, and make it sound in our own ears before we can utter it to others. All this I have said to prove the resemblance there is in human things, and to bring us back and join us to the crowd. We are neither above nor below the rest. All that is under heaven, says the sage, runs one law and one fortune. All things remain, bound and entangled in one fatal chain. There is indeed some difference, there are several orders and degrees, but it is under the aspect of one and the same nature. All things by their own rights proceed, and draw towards their ends by nature's certain law. Man must be compelled and restrained within the bounds of this polity. Miserable creature, he is not in a condition really to step over the rail. He is fettered and circumscribed. He is subjected to the same necessity that the other creatures of his rank and order are, and of a very mean condition, without any prerogative of true and real preeminence. That which he attributes to himself by vain fancy and opinion has neither body nor taste. And if it be so that he only, of all the animals has this liberty of imagination and irregularity of thoughts, representing to him that which is not, and that he would have, the false and the true. 'Tis an advantage dearly bought, and of which he has very little reason to be proud. For thence springs the principal and original fountain of all the evils that befall him: sin, sickness, irresolution, affliction, despair. I say, then, to return to my subject, that there is no appearance to induce a man to believe that beasts should, by a natural and forced inclination, do the same things that we do by our choice and industry. We ought from like effects to conclude like faculties, and from greater effects greater faculties, and consequently confess that the same reasoning and the same ways by which we operate are common with them, or that they have others that are better. Why should we imagine this natural constraint in them, who experience no such effect in ourselves? Added that it is more honourable to be guided and obliged to act regularly by a natural and inevitable condition, and nearer allied to the divinity, than to act regularly by a temerarious and fortuitous liberty, and more safe to entrust the reins of our conduct in the hands of nature than our own. The vanity of our presumption makes us prefer rather to owe our sufficiency to our own exertions than to her bounty, and to enrich the other animals with natural goods, and abjure them in their favour, in order to honour and ennoble ourselves with goods acquired, very foolishly in my opinion. For I should as much value parts and virtues, naturally and purely my own, as those I had begged and obtained from education. It is not in our power to obtain a nobler reputation than to be favoured of God and nature. For instance, take the fox the people of Thrace make use of when they wish to pass over the ice of some frozen river, and turn him out before them to that purpose. When we see him lay his ear upon the bank of the river, down to the ice, to listen if from a more remote or nearer distance he can hear the noise of the water's current, and, according as he finds by that the ice to be of a less or greater thickness, to retire or advance. Have we not reason to believe thence that the same rational thoughts passed through his head that we should have upon the like occasions, and that it is a ratiocination and consequence drawn from natural sense, that which makes a noise runs, that which runs is not frozen, what is not frozen is liquid, and that which is liquid yields to impression? For to attribute this to a mere quickness of the sense of hearing, without reason and consequence, is a chimera that cannot enter into the imagination. We are to suppose the same of the many sorts of subtleties and inventions with which beasts secure themselves from, and frustrate, the enterprises we plot against them. And if we will make an advantage even of this, that it is in our power to seize them, to employ them in our service, and to use them at our pleasure, 'tis still but the same advantage we have over one another. We have our slaves upon these terms. The Climacidae, were not they women in Syria who, squat on all fours, served for a ladder or footstool by which the ladies mounted their coaches? and the greatest part of free persons surrender, for very trivial conveniences, their life and being into the power of another. The wives and concubines of the Thracians contended who should be chosen to be slain upon their husband's tomb. Have tyrants ever failed of finding men enough vowed to their devotion? Some of them moreover adding this necessity of accompanying them in death as well as life. Whole armies have bound themselves after this manner to their captains. The form of the oath in the rude school of gladiators was in these words: "We swear to suffer ourselves to be chained, burnt, wounded, and killed with the sword, and to endure all that true gladiators suffer from their master, religiously engaging both body and soul in his service." Ure meum si vis flamma caput et pete ferro corpus et intorto verbere terga seca. Wound me with steel, or burn my head with fire, or scourge my shoulders with well-twisted wire. This was an obligation indeed, and yet there, in 1 year, 10,000 entered into it, to their destruction. When the Scythians interred their king, they strangled upon his body the most beloved of his concubines, his cupbearer, the master of his horse, his chamberlain, the usher of his chamber, and his cook. And upon the anniversary thereof they killed 50 horses, mounted by 50 pages, that they had impaled all up the spine of the back to the throat, and there left them fixed in triumph about his tomb. The men that serve us do it cheaper, and for a less careful and favourable usage than what we treat our hawks, horses, and dogs withal. To what solicitude do we not submit for the conveniences of these? I do not think that servants of the most abject condition would willingly do that for their masters, that princes think it an honour to do for their beasts. Diogenes, seeing his relations solicitous to redeem him from servitude, "They are fools," said he, "'tis he that keeps and nourishes me that in reality serves me." And they who entertain beasts ought rather to be said to serve them than to be served by them. And withal in this these have something more generous, in that one lion never submitted to another lion, nor one horse to another, for want of courage. As we go to the chase of beasts, so do tigers and lions to the chase of men, and do the same execution upon one another: dogs upon hares, pikes upon tench, swallows upon grasshoppers, and sparrowhawks upon blackbirds and larks. The stork, with snakes and lizards from the wood, and pathless wilds supports her callow brood, while Jove's own eagle, bird of noble blood, scours the wide country for undaunted food, sweeps the swift hare or swifter fawn away, and feeds her nestlings with the generous prey. We divide the quarry, as well as the pains and labour of the chase, with our hawks and hounds. And about Amphipolis in Thrace, the hawkers and wild falcons equally divide the prey in the half. As also along the lake Meotis, if the fisherman does not honestly leave the wolves an equal share of what he has caught, they presently go and tear his nets in pieces. And as we have a way of sporting that is carried on more by subtlety than force, as springing hares, and angling with line and hook, there is also the like amongst other animals. Aristotle says that the cuttlefish casts a gut out of her throat as long as a line, which she extends and draws back at pleasure. And as she perceives some little fish approach her, she lets it nibble upon the end of this gut, lying herself concealed in the sand or mud, and by little and little draws it in, till the little fish is so near her that at one spring she may catch it. As to strength, there is no creature in the world exposed to so many injuries as man. We need not a whale, elephant, or a crocodile, nor any such like animals, of which one alone is sufficient to dispatch a great number of men, to do our business. Lice are sufficient to vacate Sylla's dictatorship, and the heart and life of a great and triumphant emperor is the breakfast of a little contemptible worm. Why should we say that it is only for man, or knowledge built up by art and meditation, to distinguish the things useful for his being and proper for the cure of his diseases, and those which are not, to know the virtues of rhubarb and polypody? When we see the goats of Candia, when wounded with an arrow, among 1,000,000 of plants choose out dittany for their cure; and the tortoise, when she has eaten a viper, immediately go out to look for origanum to purge her; the dragon to rub and clear his eyes with fennel; the storks to give themselves clysters of sea water; the elephants to draw not only out of their own bodies and those of their companions, but out of the bodies of their masters too: witness the elephant of King Porus, whom Alexander defeated; the darts and javelins thrown at them in battle, and that so dexterously that we ourselves could not do it with so little pain to the patient. Why do we not say here also that this is knowledge and reason? For to allege to their disparagement that 'tis by the sole instruction and dictate of nature that they know all this, is not to take from them the dignity of knowledge and reason, but with greater force to attribute it to them than to us, for the honour of so infallible a mistress. Chrysippus, though in other things as scornful a judge of the condition of animals as any other philosopher whatever, considering the motions of a dog, who coming to a place where 3 ways meet, either to hunt after his master he has lost, or in pursuit of some game that flies before him, goes snuffing first in one of the ways, and then in another, and after having made himself sure of 2, without finding the trace of what he seeks, dashes into the 3rd without examination, is forced to confess that this reasoning is in the dog: I have traced my master to this place; he must of necessity be gone one of these 3 ways; he is not gone this way nor that, he must then infallibly be gone this other; and that assuring himself by this conclusion, he makes no use of his nose in the 3rd way, nor ever lays it to the ground, but suffers himself to be carried on there by the force of reason. This sally, purely logical, and this use of propositions divided and conjoined, and the right enumeration of parts, is it not every whit as good that the dog knows all this of himself, as well as from Trapezuntius? Animals are not Incapable, however, of being instructed after our method, we teach blackbirds, ravens, pies, and parrots to speak, and the facility wherewith we see they lend us their voices, and render both them and their breath so supple and pliant, to be formed and confined within a certain number of letters and syllables, does evince that they have a reason within which renders them so docile and willing to learn. Everybody, I believe, is glutted with the several sorts of tricks that tumblers teach their dogs; the dances, where they do not miss any one cadence of the sound they hear; the several various motions and leaps they make them perform by the command of a word. But I observe this effect, with the greatest admiration, which nevertheless is very common, in the dogs that lead the blind, both in the country and in cities. I have taken notice how they stop at certain doors where they are wont to receive alms; how they avoid the encounter of coaches and carts, even there where they have sufficient room to pass. I have seen them by the trench of a town forsake a plain and even path and take a worse, only to keep their masters further from the ditch. How could a man have made this dog understand that it was his office to look to his master's safety only, and to despise his own conveniency to serve him? And how had he the knowledge that a way was wide enough for him that was not so for a blind man? Can all this be apprehended without ratiocination? I must not omit what Plutarch says he saw of a dog at Rome with the Emperor Vespasian the father, at the theatre of Marcellus. This dog served a player that played a farce of several parts and personages, and had therein his part. He had, amongst other things, to counterfeit himself for some time dead, by reason of a certain drug he was supposed to eat. After he had swallowed a piece of bread which passed for the drug, he began after a while to tremble and stagger, as if he was taken giddy; at last, stretching himself out stiff, as if dead, he suffered himself to be drawn and dragged from place to place, as it was his part to do, and afterward, when he knew it to be time, he began first gently to stir, as if awaking out of a profound sleep, and lifting up his head, looked about him after such a manner as astonished all the spectators. The oxen that served in the royal gardens of Susa to water them, and turn certain great wheels to draw water for that purpose, to which buckets were fastened, such as there are many in Languedoc, being ordered every one to draw 100 turns a day, they were so accustomed to this number that it was impossible by any force to make them draw 1 turn more; but their task being performed, they would suddenly stop and stand still. We are almost men before we can count 100, and have lately discovered nations that have no knowledge of numbers at all. There is more understanding required in the teaching of others than in being taught. Now, setting aside what Democritus held and proved, that most of the arts we have were taught us by other animals; as by the spider to weave and sew, by the swallow to build, by the swan and nightingale music, and by several animals to make medicines. Aristotle is of opinion that the nightingales teach their young ones to sing, and spend a great deal of time and care in it; whence it happens that those we bring up in cages, and which have not had the time to learn of their parents, want much of the grace of their singing. We may judge by this that they improve by discipline and study. And even amongst the wild, it is not all and every one alike. Every one has learnt to do better or worse according to their capacity. And so jealous are they one of another whilst learning, that they contention with emulation, and by so vigorous a contention that sometimes the vanquished fall dead upon the place, the breath rather failing than the voice. The younger ruminate pensively and begin to mutter some broken notes. The disciple listens to the master's lesson and gives the best account he is able. They are silent by turns. One may hear faults corrected and observe some reprehensions of the teacher. I have formerly seen, says Arrian, an elephant having a cymbal hung at each leg and another fastened to his trunk, at the sound of which all the others danced round about him, rising and bending at certain cadences, as they were guided by the instrument, and 'twas delightful to hear this harmony. In the spectacles of Rome there were ordinarily seen elephants taught to move and dance to the sound of the voice, dances wherein were several changes and cadences very hard to learn. And some have been known so intent upon their lesson as privately to practice it by themselves, that they might not be chidden nor beaten by their masters. But this other story of the pie, of which we have Plutarch himself for a warrant, is very strange. She lived in a barber's shop at Rome, and did wonders in imitating with her voice whatever she heard. It happened one day that certain trumpeters stood a good while sounding before the shop. After that, and all the next day, the pie was pensive, dumb, and melancholic, which everybody wondered at, and thought the noise of the trumpets had so stupefied and astonished her that her voice was gone with her hearing. But they found at last that it was a profound meditation and a retiring into herself, her thoughts exercising and preparing her voice to imitate the sound of those trumpets, so that the first voice she uttered was perfectly to imitate their strains, stops, and changes, having by this new lesson quitted and taken in disdain all she had learned before. I will not omit this other example of a dog also, which the same Plutarch— I am sadly confounding all order, but I do not propose arrangement here any more than elsewhere throughout my book— which Plutarch says he saw on board a ship. This dog being puzzled how to get the oil that was in the bottom of a jar, which he could not reach with his tongue by reason of the narrow mouth of the vessel, went and fetched stones, and let them fall into the jar, till he made the oil rise so high that he could reach it. What is this but an effect of a very subtle capacity? 'Tis said that the ravens of Barbary do the same, when the water they would drink is too low. This action is somewhat akin to what Juba, a king of their nation, relates of the elephants: that when, by the craft of the hunter, one of them is trapped in certain deep pits prepared for them and covered over with brush to deceive them, all the rest, in great diligence, bring a great many stones and logs of wood to raise the bottom so that he may get out. But this animal, in several other effects, comes so near to human capacity that, should I particularly relate all that experience hath delivered to us, I should easily have what I usually maintain granted, namely, that there is more difference betwixt such and such a man than betwixt such a beast and such a man. The keeper of an elephant in a private house of Syria robbed him every meal of the half of his allowance. One day his master would himself feed him, and poured the full measure of barley he had ordered for his allowance into his manger, which the elephant, casting an angry look at the keeper, with his trunk separated the one half from the other, and thrust it aside, by that declaring the wrong was done him. And another, having a keeper that mixed stones with his corn to make up the measure, came to the pot where he was boiling meat for his own dinner, and filled it with ashes. These are particular effects, but that which all the world has seen and all the world knows, that in all the armies of the Levant one of the greatest force consisted in elephants, with whom they did, without comparison, much greater execution than we now do with our artillery, which takes pretty nearly their place in a day of battle, as may easily be supposed by such as are well read in ancient history. The sires of these huge animals were wont the Carthaginian Hannibal to mount. Our leaders also did these beasts bestride, and mounted thus Pyrrhus his foes defied. Nay more, upon their backs they used to bear castles with armed cohorts to the war. They must necessarily have very confidently relied upon the fidelity and understanding of these beasts when they entrusted them with the vanguard of a battle, where the least stop they should have made, by reason of the bulk and heaviness of their bodies, and the least fright that should have made them face about upon their own people, had been enough to spoil all. And there are but few examples where it has happened that they have fallen foul upon their own troops, whereas we ourselves break into our own battalions and rout one another. They had the charge not of one simple movement only, but of many several things to be performed in the battle, as the Spaniards did to their dogs in their new conquest of the Indies, to whom they gave pay and allowed them a share in the spoil. And those animals showed as much dexterity and judgment in pursuing the victory and stopping the pursuit, in charging and retiring as occasion required, and in distinguishing their friends from their enemies, as they did ardor and fierceness. We more admire and value things that are unusual and strange than those of ordinary observation. I had not else so long insisted upon these examples; for I believe whoever shall strictly observe what we ordinarily see in those animals we have amongst us may there find as wonderful effects as those we seek in remote countries and ages. 'Tis one and the same nature that rolls on her course, and whoever has sufficiently considered the present state of things might certainly conclude as to both the future and the past. I have formerly seen men, brought hither by sea from very distant countries, whose language not being understood by us, and moreover their mien, countenance, and habit being quite differing from ours, which of us did not repute them savages and brutes? Who did not attribute it to stupidity and want of common sense to see them mute, ignorant of the French tongue, ignorant of our salutations and cringes, our port and behaviour, from which all human nature must by all means take its pattern and example. All that seems strange to us, and that we do not understand, we condemn. The same thing happens also in the judgments we make of beasts. They have several conditions like to ours. From those we may by comparison draw some conjecture. But by those qualities that are particular to themselves, what know we what to make of them? The horses, dogs, oxen, sheep, birds, and most of the animals that live amongst us, know our voices, and suffer themselves to be governed by them. So did Crassus's lamprey, and came when he called it, as also do the eels that are found in the lake Arethusa. And I have seen several ponds where the fishes come to eat at a certain call of those who use to feed them. They every one have names, and one and all straightway appear at their own master's call. We may judge of that. We may also say that the elephants have some participation of religion, forasmuch as after several washings and purifications, they are observed to lift up their trunk like arms, and fixing their eyes towards the rising of the sun, continue long in meditation and contemplation at certain hours of the days, of their own motion, without instruction or precept. But because we do not see any such signs in other animals, we cannot for that conclude that they are without religion, nor make any judgment of what is concealed from us. As we discern something in this action which the philosopher Cleanthes took notice of, because it something resembles our own. He saw, he says, ants go from their anthill, carrying the dead body of an ant towards another anthill, whence several other ants came out to meet them, as if to speak with them, where, after having been a while together, the last returned to consult, you may suppose, with their fellow citizens, and so made 2 or 3 journeys, by reason of the difficulty of capitulation. In the conclusion, the last comers brought the first a worm out of their burrow, as it were for the ransom of the defunct, which the first laid upon their backs and carried home, leaving the dead body to the others. This was the interpretation that Cleanthes gave of this transaction, giving us by that to understand that those creatures that have no voice are not, nevertheless, without intercourse and mutual communication, whereof 'tis through our own defect that we do not participate, and for that reason foolishly take upon us to pass our censure. But they yet produce either effects far beyond our capacity, to which we are so far from being able to arrive by imitation, that we cannot so much as by imitation conceive it. Many are of opinion that in the great and last naval engagement that Antony lost to Augustus, his admiral galley was stayed in the middle of her course by the little fish the Latins call remora, by reason of the property she has of staying all sorts of vessels to which she fastens herself. And the Emperor Caligula, sailing with a great navy upon the coast of Romania, his galley only was suddenly stayed by the same fish, which he caused to be taken, fastened as it was to the keel of his ship, very angry that such a little animal could resist both the sea, the wind, and the force of all his oars, by being only fastened by the beak to his galley, for it is a shellfish; and was, moreover, not without great reason astonished that, being brought to him in the vessel, it had no longer the strength it had without. A citizen of Cyzicus formerly acquired the reputation of a good mathematician for having learnt the quality of the hedgehog. He has his burrow open in divers places, and to several winds, and, foreseeing the wind that is to come, stops the hole on that side, which that citizen observing gave the city certain predictions of the wind which was presently to blow. The chameleon takes her colour from the place upon which she is laid. But the polypus gives himself what colour he pleases, according to occasion, either to conceal himself from what he fears, or from what he has a design to seize. In the chameleon 'tis a passive, but in the polypus 'tis an active change. We have some changes of colour, as in fear, anger, shame, and other passions, that alter our complexions, but it is by the effect of suffering as with the chameleon. It is in the power of the jaundice, indeed, to make us turn yellow, but 'tis not in the power of our own will. Now these effects that we discover in other animals, much greater than ours, seem to imply some more excellent faculty in them unknown to us; as 'tis to be presumed there are several other qualities and abilities of theirs, of which no appearances have arrived at us. End of section 42. Section 43 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Apology for Raymond Sebon, Part 3. Amongst all the predictions of elder times, the most ancient and the most certain were those taken from the flight of birds. We have nothing certain like it, nor anything to be so much admired. That rule and order of the moving of the wing, whence they derived the consequences of future things, must of necessity be guided by some excellent means to so noble an operation. For to attribute this great effect to any natural disposition, without the intelligence, consent, and meditation of him by whom it is produced, is an opinion evidently false. That it is so, the crempe fish has this quality, not only to benumb all the members that touch her, but even through the nets transmit a heavy dullness into the hands of those that move and handle them. Nay, it is further said, that if one pour water upon her, he will feel this numbness mount up the water to the hand, and stupefy the feeling through the water. This is a miraculous force, but 'tis not useless to the crempe fish. She knows it, and makes use on't, for to catch the prey she desires, she will bury herself in the mud, that other fishes swimming over her, struck and benumbed with this coldness of hers, may fall into her power. Cranes, swallows, and other birds of passage, by shifting their abode according to the seasons, sufficiently manifest the knowledge they have of their divining faculty, and put it in use. Huntsmen assure us that to cull out from amongst a great many puppies that which ought to be preserved as the best way is to refer the choice to the mother, as thus take them and carry them out of the kennel, and the first she brings back will certainly be the best. Or if you make a show as if you would environ the kennel with fire, that one she first catches up to save. By which it appears they have a sort of prognostic which we have not, or that they have some virtue in judging of their whelps other and more certain than we have. The manner of coming into the world, of engendering, nourishing, acting, moving, living and dying of beasts is so near to ours that whatever we retrench from their moving causes and add to our own condition above theirs, can by no means proceed from any meditation of our own reason. For the regimen of our health, physicians propose to us the example of the beasts' manners and way of living. For this saying, out of Plutarch, has in all times been in the mouth of these people: keep warm thy feet and head; as to the rest, live like a beast. The chief of all natural actions is generation. We have a certain disposition of members which is the most proper for us to that end. Nevertheless, we are ordered by Lucretius to conform to the gesture and posture of the brutes, as the most effectual. More ferarum, quadrupedumque magis ritu, plerumque putantur, concipere uxores, quia sic loca sumere possunt, pectoribus positis, sublatis semina lumbis. And the same authority condemns as hurtful those indiscreet and impudent motions which the women have added of their own invention, to whom it proposes the more temperate and modest pattern and practice of the beasts of their own sex. Nam mulier prohibet se concipere atque repugnat, clonibus ipsa viri venerem si laeta retractet, atque exosato quiet omni pectore fluctus, ejicit enim sulci recta regioni viaque vomerem, atque locis avertit seminis ictum. If it be justice to render to every one their due, the beasts that serve, love, and defend their benefactors, and that pursue and fall upon strangers and those who offend them, do in this represent a certain air of our justice, as also in observing a very equitable equality in the distribution of what they have to their young. And as to friendship, they have it without comparison more lively and constant than men have. King Lysimachus's dog Hyrcanus, master being dead, lay on his bed, obstinately refusing either to eat or drink. And the day that his body was burnt, he took a run and leaped into the fire, where he was consumed. As also did the dog of one Pyrrhus, for he would not stir from off his master's bed from the time he died. And when they carried him away, let himself be carried with him, and at last leaped into the pile where they burnt his master's body. There are inclinations of affection which sometimes spring in us without the consultation of reason, and by a fortuitous temerity, which others call sympathy, of which beasts are as capable as we. We see horses take such an acquaintance with one another that we have much ado to make them eat or travel when separated. We observe them to fancy a particular colour in those of their own kind, and where they meet it, run to it with great joy and demonstrations of goodwill, and have a dislike and hatred for some other colour. Animals have choice, as well as we, in their amours, and cull out their mistresses. Neither are they exempt from our jealousies and implacable malice. Desires are either natural and necessary, as to eat and drink, or natural and not necessary, as the coupling with females, or neither natural nor necessary, of which last sort are almost all the desires of men. They are all superfluous and artificial. For 'tis marvellous how little will satisfy nature, how little she has left us to desire. Our ragouts and kickshaws are not of her ordering. The Stoics say that a man may live on an olive a day. The delicacy of our wines is no part of her instruction, nor the refinements we introduce into the indulgence of our amorous appetites. Neque illa magno prognatum deposcit consule cunum. Nature, in her pursuit of love, disclaims the pride of titles and the pomp of names. These irregular desires, that the ignorance of good and a false opinion have infused into us, are so many that they almost exclude all the natural, just as if there were so great a number of strangers in the city as to thrust out the natural inhabitants, or, usurping upon their ancient rights and privileges, should extinguish their authority and introduce new laws and customs of their own. Animals are much more regular than we, and keep themselves with greater moderation within the limits nature has prescribed; but yet not so exactly that they have not sometimes an analogy with our debauches. And as there have been furious desires that have impelled men to the love of beasts, so there have been examples of beasts that have fallen in love with us, and been seized with monstrous affection betwixt kinds. Witness the elephant, who was rival to Aristophanes the grammarian in the love of a young herb wench in the city of Alexandria, who was nothing behind him in all the offices of a very passionate suitor. For going through the market where they sold fruit, he would take some in his trunk and carry them to her. He would, as much as possible, keep her always in his sight, and would sometimes put his trunk under her handkerchief into her bosom to feel her breasts. They tell also of a dragon in love with a girl, and of a goose enamoured of a child; of a ram that was suitor to the minstreless Glaucia in the town of Asopus; and we see not unfrequently baboons furiously in love with women. We see also certain male animals that are fond of the males of their own kind. Oppian and others give us some examples of the reverence that beasts have to their kindred in their copulations, but experience often shows us the contrary. Nec habetur turpe juvencae, fere patrem tergo, fit equo sua filia conjux, quasque creavit in it pecudes caper, ipsaque cuius semine concepta est, ex illo concipit ales. The heifer thinks it not a shame to take her lusty sire upon her willing back. The horse his daughter leaps, goats scruple not to increase the herd by those they have begot. And birds of all sorts do in common live, and by the seed they have conceived, conceive. And for subtle cunning, can there be a more pregnant example than in the philosopher Thales's mule, who, fording a river, laden with salt, and by accident stumbling there, so that the sacks he carried were all wet, perceiving that by the melting of the salt his burden was something lighter, he never failed, so oft as he came to any river, to lie down with his load, till his master, discovering the knavery, ordered that he should be laden with wood; wherein, finding himself mistaken, he ceased to practise that device. There are several that very vividly represent the true image of our avarice; for we see them infinitely solicit us to get all they can, and hide it with that exceeding great care, though they never make any use of it at all. As to thrift, they surpass us not only in the foresight and laying up and saving for the time to come, but they have, moreover, a great deal of the science necessary thereto. The ants bring abroad into the sun their grain and seed to air, refresh, and dry them when they perceive them to mould and grow musty, lest they should decay and rot. But the caution and prevention they use in gnawing their grains of wheat surpass all imagination of human prudence. For by reason that the wheat does not always continue sound and dry, but grows soft, thaws, and dissolves as if it were steeped in milk, whilst hasting to germination; for fear lest it should shoot and lose the nature and property of a magazine for their subsistence, they nibble off the end by which it should shoot and sprout. As to what concerns war, which is the greatest and most magnificent of human actions, I would very fain know whether we would use it for an argument of some prerogative, or, on contrary, for a testimony of our weakness and imperfection, as in truth the science of undoing and killing one another, and of ruining and destroying our own kind, has nothing in it so tempting as to make it be coveted by beasts who have it not. Quando leoni fortior eripuit vitam leo, quo nemore unquam expiravit a per maiores dentibus apri. No lion drinks a weaker lion's gore, no boar expires beneath a stronger boar. Yet are they not universally exempt? Witness the furious encounters of bees, and the enterprises of the princes of the contrary armies. Saepe duobus regibus incessit magno discordia motu, continuoque animus vulgi et trepidantia bello, corda licet longe praesciscere. But if contending factions arm the hive, when rival kings in doubtful battle strive, tumultuous crowds the dread event prepare, and palpitating hearts that beat to war. I never read this divine description but that, methinks, I there see human folly and vanity represented in their true and lively colours. For these warlike movements, that so ravish us with their astounding noise and horror, this rattle of guns, drums, and cries. Fulgur ibi ad caelum se tollit, totaque circum aere renidescit tellus, subterque virum vi excitur pedibus sonitus, clamoreque montes ictireectant voces ad sidera mundi. When burnished arms to heaven dart their rays, and many a steely beam in the sunlight plays, when trampled is the earth by horse and man until the very centre groans again, and that the rocks, struck by the various cries, reverberate the sound unto the skies. In the dreadful embattling of so many thousands of armed men, and so great fury, ardour, and courage, 'tis pleasant to consider by what idle occasions they are excited, and by how light ones appeased. Paridis propter narratur amorem, Graecia barbariae diro colissa duello. Of wanton Paris the illicit love did Greece and Troy to 10 years' warfare move. All Asia was ruined and destroyed for the lust of Paris, the envy of one single man, a despite, a pleasure, a domestic jealousy, causes that ought not to set 2 oyster wenches by the ears, is the mover of all this mighty bustle. Shall we believe those very men who are themselves the principal authors of these mischiefs? Let us then hear the greatest, the most powerful, the most victorious emperor that ever was, turning into a jest, very pleasantly and ingeniously, several battles fought both by sea and land, the blood and lives of 500,000 men that followed his fortune, and the strength and riches of 2 parts of the world drained for the expense of his expeditions. Quod futuit Glaphyran Antonius, hanc mihi poenam fulvia constituit, se quoque uti futuam, fulviam ego ut futuam, quid si me manius oret paedicem faciam, non puto si sapiam. Aut futue aut pugnemus, ait, quid si mihi vita carior est ipsa mentula, signa canant. Qui? Moi, que je serve Fulvi, suffit-il qu'elle ait envie? À ce compte, on verrait se retire pour moi, mais l'épouse mal satisfaite. Et moi, me dit-elle, ou combattant? Mais quoi? Elle est bien laide. Allons, sans trompette. 'Cause Anthony is fired with Glaphyra's charms, fain would his Fulvia tempt me to her arms. If Anthony be false, what then? Must I be slave to Fulvia's lustful tyranny? Then would 1,000 wanton waspish wives. I use my Latin with the liberty of conscience you are pleased to allow me. Now this great body, with so many fronts and so many motions, which seems to threaten heaven and earth, quam multi libico volvuntur marmore fluctus, saevus ubi Orion, Hibernis conditur undis, vel cum solenovo densae torrentur aristae, aut Hermicampo, aut Lyciae flaventibus arvis, scuta sonant, pulsuque pedum tremit excita tellus. Not thicker billows beat the Libyan main, when pale Orion sits in wintry rain, nor thicker harvests on rich Hermus rise, or Lycian fields, when Phoebus burns the skies, than stand these troops, their bucklers ring around, their trampling turns the turf, and shakes the solid ground. This furious monster, with so many heads and arms, is yet man, feeble, calamitous, and miserable man. 'Tis but an ant-hill disturbed and provoked. It nigrum campis agmen. The black troop marches to the field. A contrary blast, the croaking of a flight of ravens, the stumble of a horse, the casual passage of an eagle, a dream, a voice, a sign, a morning mist, are any one of them sufficient to beat down and overturn him? Dart but a sunbeam in his face, he is melted and vanished. Blow but a little dust in his eyes, as our poet says of the bees, and all our ensigns and legions, with the great Pompey himself at the head of them, are routed and crushed to pieces. For it was he, as I take it, that Sertorius beat in Spain with those fine arms, which also served Eumenes against Antigonus, and Syrena against Crassus. Swarm to my bed like bees into their hives. Declare for love or war, she said, and frowned. No love I'll grant. To arms bid trumpets sound. Hi motus animorum, atque haec certamine tanta, pulveris exigui jactu compressa quiescent. Yet at thy will these dreadful conflicts cease, throw but a little dust, and all is peace. Let us but slip our flies after them, and they will have the force and courage to defeat them. Of fresh memory, the Portuguese having besieged the city of Tamli, in the territory of Ziatin, the inhabitants of the place brought a great many hives, of which are great plenty in that place, upon the wall, and with fire drove the bees so furiously upon the enemy that they gave over the enterprise, not being able to stand their attacks and endure their stings. And so the citizens, by this new sort of relief, gained liberty and the victory with so wonderful a fortune, that at the return of their defenders from the battle, they found they had not lost so much as won. The souls of emperors and cobblers are cast in the same mould. The weight and importance of the actions of princes considered, we persuade ourselves that they must be produced by some as weighty and important causes. But we are deceived, for they are pushed on and pulled back in their motions by the same springs that we are in our little undertakings. The same reason that makes us wrangle with a neighbour causes a war betwixt princes. The same reason that makes us whip a lackey, falling into the hands of a king, makes him ruin a whole province. They are as lightly moved as we, but they are able to do more. In a gnat and an elephant, the passion is the same. As to fidelity, there is no animal in the world so treacherous as man. Our histories have recorded the violent pursuits that dogs have made after the murderers of their masters. King Pyrrhus, observing a dog that watched a dead man's body, and understanding that he had for 3 days together performed that office, commanded that the body should be buried, and took the dog along with him. One day, as he was at a general muster of his army, this dog, seeing his masters murderers, with great barking and extreme signs of anger, flew upon them, and by this first accusation awakened the revenge of this murder, which was soon after perfected by form of justice. As much was done by the dog of the wise Hesiod, who convicted the sons of Ganictor of Naupactus of the murder committed on the person of his master. Another dog being to guard a temple at Athens, having spied a sacrilegious thief carrying away the finest jewels, fell to barking at him with all his force, but the warders not awaking at the noise, he followed him, and day being broke, kept off at a little distance, without losing sight of him. If he offered him anything to eat, he would not take it, but would wag his tail at all the passengers he met, and took whatever they gave him. And if the thief laid down to sleep, he likewise stayed upon the same place. The news of this dog being come to the warders of the temple, they put themselves upon the pursuit, inquiring of the color of the dog, and at last found him in the city of Crommyon, and the thief also, whom they brought back to Athens, where he got his reward, and the judges, in consideration of this good office, ordered a certain measure of corn for the dog's daily sustenance, at the public charge, and the priests to take care of it. Plutarch delivers this story for a certain truth, and that it happened in the age wherein he lived. As to gratitude, for I think we need bring this word into a little repute, this one example, which Appian reports himself to have been an eye-witness of, shall suffice. One day, says he, at Rome they entertained the people with the sight of the fighting of several strange beasts, and principally of lions of an unusual size. There was one amongst the rest who, by his furious deportment, by the strength and largeness of his limbs, and by his loud and dreadful roaring, attracted the eyes of all the spectators. Amongst other slaves that were presented to the people in this combat of beasts, there was one Androdus of Dacia, belonging to a Roman lord of consular dignity. This lion, having seen him at a distance, first made a sudden stop, as it were in a wondering posture, and then softly approached nearer in a gentle and peaceable manner, as if it were to enter into acquaintance with him. This being done, and being now assured of what he sought for, he began to wag his tail, as dogs do when they flatter their masters, and to kiss and lick the hands and thighs of the poor wretch, who was beside himself and almost dead with fear. Androdus being by this kindness of the lion a little come to himself, and having taken so much heart as to consider and know him, it was a singular pleasure to see the joy and caresses that passed betwixt them, at which the people, breaking into loud acclamations of joy, the emperor caused the slave to be called, to know from him the cause of so strange an event, who thereupon told him a new and a very strange story. My master, said he, being proconsul in Africa, I was constrained by his severity and cruel usage, being daily beaten, to steal from him and run away, and to hide myself secretly from a person of so great authority in the province, I thought it my best way to fly to the solitudes, sands, and uninhabitable parts of that country; resolving that in case the means of supporting life should chance to fail me, to make some shift or other to kill myself. The sun being excessively hot at noon, and the heat intolerable, I lit upon a private and almost inaccessible cave, and went into it. Soon after there came in to me this lion, with one foot wounded and bloody, complaining and groaning with the pain he endured. At his coming I was exceeding afraid, but he, having spied me hid in the corner of his den, came gently to me, holding out and showing me his wounded foot, as if he demanded my assistance in his distress. I then drew out a great splinter he had got there, and, growing a little more familiar with him, squeezing the wound, thrust out the matter, dirt, and gravel which was got into it, and wiped and cleansed it the best I could. He, finding himself something better, and much eased of his pain, laid him down to rest, and presently fell asleep with his foot in my hand. From that time forward he and I lived together in this cave 3 whole years upon one and the same diet; for of the beasts that he killed in hunting, he always brought me the best pieces, which I roasted in the sun for want of fire, and so ate it. At last, growing weary of this wild and brutish life, the lion being one day gone abroad to hunt for our ordinary provision, I departed thence, and the 3rd day after was taken by the soldiers who brought me from Africa to this city to my master, who presently condemned me to die, and to be thus exposed to the wild beasts. Now, by what I see, this lion was also taken soon after, who has now sought to recompense me for the benefit and cure that he received at my hands. This is the story that Androdus told the emperor, which he also conveyed from hand to the people. Wherefore, at the general request, he was absolved from his sentence and set at liberty, and the lion was, by order of the people, presented to him. We afterwards saw, says Appian, Androdus leading this lion in nothing but a small leash from tavern to tavern at Rome, and receiving what money everybody would give him, the lion being so gentle as to suffer himself to be covered with the flowers that the people threw upon him, every one that met him saying, "There goes the lion that entertained the man. There goes the man that cured the lion." We often lament the loss of beasts we love, and so do they the loss of us. Post bellator equus, positis insignibus, aeton, id lacrimans gutisque humectat grandibus ora. To close the pomp, Aethon, the steed of state, is led the funeral of his lord to wait. Stripped of his trappings, with a sullen pace he walks, and the big tears run rolling down his face. As some nations have their wives in common, and some others have every one his own, is not the same seen among beasts, and marriages better kept than ours? As to the society and confederation they make amongst themselves, to league together and to give one another mutual assistance, is it not known that oxen, hogs, and other animals, at the cry of any of their kind that we offend, all the herd run to his aid and embody for his defense. The fish Scarus, when he has swallowed the angler's hook, his fellows all crowd about him and gnaw the line in pieces. And if by chance one be got into the bow net, the others present him their tails on the outside, which he holding fast with his teeth, they after that manner disengage and draw him out. Mullets, when one of their companions is engaged, cross the line over their back, and with a fin they have there indented like a saw, cut and saw it asunder. As to the particular offices that we receive from one another for the service of life, there are several like examples amongst them. 'Tis said that the whale never moves that she has not always before her a little fish like the sea gudgeon, for this reason called the guide fish, whom the whale follows, suffering herself to be led and turned with as great facility as the rudder guides the ship. In recompense of which service also, whereas all the other things, whether beast or vessel, that enter into the dreadful gulf of this monster's mouth, are immediately lost and swallowed up, this little fish retires into it in great security, and there sleeps, during which time the whale never stirs. But so soon as ever it goes out, she immediately follows it, and if by accident she loses the sight of her little guide, she goes wandering here and there, and strikes her sides against the rocks, like a ship that has lost her helm, which Plutarch affirms to have seen in the island of Anticyra. There is a like society betwixt the little bird called the wren and the crocodile. The wren serves for a sentinel over this great animal, and if the ichneumon, his mortal enemy, approach to fight him, this little bird, for fear lest he should surprise him asleep, both with his voice and bill rouses him and gives him notice of his danger. He feeds of this monster's leavings, who receives him familiarly into his mouth, suffering him to peck in his jaws and betwixt his teeth, and thence to pick out the bits of flesh that remain. And when he has a mind to shut his mouth, he first gives the bird warning to go out by closing it by little and little, and without bruising or doing it any harm at all. The shellfish called the nacre lives in the same intelligence with the shrimp, a little sort of animal of the lobster kind, which serves her in the nature of a porter, sitting at the opening of the shell, which the nacre keeps always gaping and open till the shrimp sees some little fish proper for their prey within the hollow of the shell, where she enters too, and pinches the nacre so to the quick that she is forced to close her shell, where they two together devour the prey they have trapped in their fort. In the manner of living of the tunnies we observe a singular knowledge of the three parts of mathematics. As to astrology, they teach it men, for they stay in the place where they are surprised by the brumal solstice, and never stir thence till the next equinox. For which reason Aristotle himself attributes to them this science. As to geometry and arithmetic, they always form their numbers in the figure of a cube, every way square, and make up the body of a battalion, solid, close, and environed round with 6 equal sides, and swim in this square order, as large behind as before, so that whoever in seeing them can count one rank may easily number the whole troop, by reason that the depth is equal to the breadth, and the breadth to the length. As to magnanimity, it will be hard to exhibit a better instance of it than in the example of the great dog sent to Alexander the Great from the Indies. They first brought him a stag to encounter, next a boar, and after that a bear, all which he slighted, and disdained to stir from his place. But when he saw a lion, he then immediately roused himself, evidently manifesting that he declared that alone worthy to enter the lists with him. Touching repentance and the acknowledgment of faults, 'tis reported of an elephant that, having in the impetuosity of his rage killed his keeper, he fell into so extreme a sorrow that he would never after eat, but starved himself to death. And as to clemency, 'tis said of a tiger, the most cruel of all beasts, that a kid having been put into him, he suffered a 2 days' hunger rather than hurt it, and the third broke the grate he was shut up in to seek elsewhere for prey, so unwilling he was to fall upon the kid, his familiar and his guest. And as to the laws of familiarity and agreement formed by conversation, it ordinarily happens that we bring up cats, dogs, and hares, tame, together. But that which seamen by experience know, and particularly in the Sicilian sea, of the quality of the halcyons, surpasses all human thought of what kind of animal has nature even so much honoured the birth. The poets indeed say that one only island, Delos, which was before a floating island, was fixed for the service of Latona's lying in. But God has ordered that the whole ocean should be stayed, made stable and smooth, without waves, without winds or rain, whilst the halcyon produces her young, which is just about the solstice, the shortest day of the year; so that by her privilege we have 7 days and 7 nights in the very heart of winter, wherein we may sail without danger. Their females never have to do with any other male but their own, whom they serve and assist all their lives, without ever forsaking him. If he becomes weak and broken with age, they take him upon their shoulders and carry him from place to place, and serve him till death. But the most inquisitive into the secrets of nature could never yet arrive at the knowledge of the wonderful fabric wherewith the halcyon builds her nest for her little ones, nor guess at the materials. Plutarch, who has seen and handled many of them, thinks it is the bones of some fish which she joins and binds together, interlacing them, some lengthwise and others across, and adding ribs and hoops in such manner that she forms at last a round vessel fit to launch; which being done, and the building finished, she carries it to the beach, where the sea beating gently against it shows where she is to mend what is not well jointed and knit, and where better to fortify the seams that are leaky, that open at the beating of the waves. And on the contrary, what is well built and has had the due finishing, the beating of the waves does so close and bind together that it is not to be broken or cracked by blows either of stone or iron without very much ado. And that which is more to be admired is the proportion and figure of the cavity within, which is composed and proportioned after such a manner as not to receive or admit any other thing than the bird that built it; for to anything else it is so impenetrable, close, and shut, nothing can enter, not so much as the water of the sea. This is a very dear description of this building, and borrowed from a very good hand, and yet methinks it does not give us sufficient light into the difficulty of this architecture. Now, from what vanity can it proceed to despise and look down upon, and disdainfully to interpret, effects that we can neither imitate nor comprehend? To pursue a little further this equality and correspondence betwixt us and beasts, the privilege our soul so much glorifies herself upon, of things she conceives to her own law, of stripping all things that come to her of their mortal and corporeal qualities, of ordering and placing things she conceives worthy her taking notice of, stripping and divesting them of their corruptible qualities, and making them to lay aside length, breadth, depth, weight, colour, smell, roughness, smoothness, hardness, softness, and all sensible accidents, as mean and superfluous vestments, to accommodate them to her own immortal and spiritual condition. As Rome and Paris, for example, that I have in my fancy; Paris that I imagine and comprehend it without greatness and without place, without stone, without plaster, and without wood. This very same privilege, I say, seems evidently to be in beasts. For a courser accustomed to trumpets, to musket shots, and battles, whom we see start and tremble in his sleep, and stretched upon his litter as if he were in a fight, it is almost certain that he conceives in his soul the beat of a drum without noise, and an army without arms and without body. Quippe videbis equos fortes cum membra jacebunt, in somnis, sudare tamen, spirareque saepe, et quasi de palma summas contendere vires. You shall see managed horses in their sleep, sweat, snort, start, tremble, and a clutter keep, as if with all their force they striving were, the victor's palm proudly away to bear. The hare that a greyhound imagines in his sleep, after which we see him pant so whilst he sleeps, stretch out his tail, shake his legs, and perfectly represents all the motions of a course, is a hare without fur and without bones. Venantumque canes in molli saepe quiete, jactant crura tamen subito, vocesque repente, mittunt, et crebras reducunt naribus auras, ut vestigia si teneant in venta ferarum, experge factique secuntur inania saepe, cervorum simulacra, fugae quasi dedita cernant, donec discussis redeant erroribus ad se. And hounds stir often in their quiet rest, spending their mouths as if upon a quest, snuff and breathe quick and short, as if they went in a full chase upon a burning scent; nay, being waked, imagined stags pursue, as if they had them in their real view, till, having shook themselves more broad awake, they do at last discover the mistake. The watch dogs that we often observe to snarl in their dreams, and afterwards bark out and start up as if they perceived some stranger at hand, the stranger that their soul discerns is a man spiritual and imperceptible, without dimension, without colour, and without being. Consueta domicatulorum blanda propago, degere, saepe levem ex oculis volucremque soporem, discutere, et corpus de terra corripere instant, proinde quasi ignotas facies atque ora tueantur. The fawning whelps of household curs will rise, and shaking the soft slumber from their eyes, oft bark and stare at every one within, as upon faces they had never seen. To the beauty of the body, before I proceed any further, I should know whether or no we are agreed about the description. 'Tis likely we do not well know what beauty is in nature and in general, since to our own human beauty we give so many diverse forms, of which, were there any natural rule and prescription, we should know it in common, as the heat of the fire; but we fancy the forms according to our own appetite and liking. Turpis Romano Belgicus ore color. A German hue ill suits a Roman face. The Indians paint it black and tawny, with great swelled lips, wide flat noses, and load the cartilage betwixt the nostrils with great rings of gold, to make it hang down to the mouth; as also the under lip with great hoops enriched with precious stones, that weigh them down to fall upon the chin, it being with them a singular grace to show their teeth even below the roots. In Peru the greatest ears are the most beautiful, which they stretch out as far as they can by art; and a man now living says that he has seen in an Eastern nation this care of enlarging them in so great repute, and the ear loaded with so ponderous jewels, that he did with great ease put his arm, sleeve and all, through the whole of an ear. There are elsewhere nations that take great care to black their teeth, and hate to see them white, whilst others paint them red. The women are reputed more beautiful, not only in Biscay, but elsewhere, for having their heads shaved, and, which is more, in certain frozen countries, as Pliny reports. The Mexicans esteem a low forehead a great beauty, and though they shave all other parts, they nourish hair on the forehead and increase it by art, and have great breasts in so great reputation, that they affect to give their children suck over their shoulders. We should paint deformity so. The Italians fashion it gross and massy, the Spaniards gaunt and slender, and amongst us one has it white, another brown; one soft and delicate, another strong and vigorous; one will have his mistress soft and gentle, others haughty and majestic; just as the preference in beauty that Plato attributes to the spherical figure, the Epicureans give rather to the pyramidal or square, and cannot swallow a god in the form of a bowl. But be it how it will, nature has no more privileged us in this from her common laws than in the rest. And if we will judge ourselves aright, we shall find that, if there be some animals less favoured in this than we, there are others, and in greater number, that are more. A multis animalibus decore vincimur. Many animals surpass us in beauty. Even among the terrestrial, our compatriots. For as to those of sea, setting the figure aside, which cannot fall into any manner of proportion, being so much another thing in colour, clearness, smoothness, and arrangement, we sufficiently give place to them; and no less in all qualities to the aerial. And this prerogative that the poets make such a mighty matter of, our erect stature, looking towards heaven, our original. Pronaque cum spectent animalia caetera terram, os homini sublime dedit, celumque videre iussit et erectus ad sidera tollere vultus. Whilst all the brutal creatures downward bend their sight, and to their earthly mother tend, he set man's face aloft, that with his eyes uplifted he might view the starry skies. Is truly poetical, for there are several little beasts who have their sight absolutely turned towards heaven. And I find the gesture of camels and ostriches much higher raised and more erect than ours. What animals have not their faces above, and not before, and do not look opposite as we do, and that do not in their natural posture discover as much of heaven and earth as man? And what qualities of our bodily constitution, in Plato and Cicero, may not indifferently serve 1,000 sorts of beasts? Those that most resemble us are the most despicable and deformed of all the herd, for those, as to outward appearance and form of visage, are baboons. Simia quam similis turpissima bestia nobis. How like to man in visage and in shape is, of all beasts, the most uncouth, the ape. As to the internal and vital parts, the hog. In earnest, when I consider man stark naked, even in that sex which seems to have greatest share of beauty, his defects, natural subjection, and imperfections, I find that we have more reason than any other animal to cover ourselves, and are to be excused from borrowing of those to whom nature has in this been kinder than to us, to trick ourselves out with their beauties, and hide ourselves under their spoils, their wool, feathers, hair, and silk. Let us observe, as to the rest, that man is the sole animal whose nudities offend his own companions, and the only one who in his natural actions withdraws and hides himself from his own kind. And really 'tis also an effect worth consideration, that they who are masters in the trade prescribe, as a remedy for amorous passions, the full and free view of the body a man desires; for that to cool the ardour, there needs no more but freely and fully to see what he loves. Ille quod obscenus in aperto corpore partes viderat in cursu qui fuit, haesit amor. The love that's tilting when those parts appear open to view, flags in the hot career. And although this receipt may peradventure proceed from a nice and cold humour, it is notwithstanding a very great sign of our deficiencies that use and acquaintance should make us disgust one another. It is not modesty so much as cunning and prudence that makes our ladies so circumspect to refuse us admittance into their cabinets before they are painted and tricked up for the public view. Nec veneres nostras hoc fallit, quo magis ipsae omnia sumopere hos vitae post scenia celant, quos retinere volunt ad strictoque esse in amore. Of this our ladies are full well aware, which make them with such privacy and care behind the scene all those defects remove, likely to check the flame of those they love. Whereas in several animals there is nothing that we do not love, and that does not please our senses; so that from their very excrements we do not only extract wherewith to heighten our sauces, but also our richest ornaments and perfumes. This discourse reflects upon none but the ordinary sort of women, and is not so sacrilegious as to comprehend those divine, supernatural, and extraordinary beauties, which we see shine occasionally among us like stars under a corporeal and terrestrial veil. As to the rest, the very share that we allow to beasts of the bounty of nature, by our own confession, is very much to their advantage. We attribute to ourselves imaginary and fantastic good, future and absent good, for which human capacity cannot of herself be responsible, or good that we falsely attribute to ourselves by the license of opinion, as reason, knowledge, and honour, and leave to them for their dividend essential, durable, and palpable good, as peace, repose, security, innocence, and health. Health, I say, the fairest and richest present that nature can make us; insomuch that philosophy, even the Stoic, is so bold as to say, that Heraclitus and Pherecydes, could they have trucked their wisdom for health, and have delivered themselves, the one of his dropsy, and the other of the lousy disease that tormented him, they had done well. By which they set a greater value upon wisdom, comparing and putting it into the balance with health, than they do with this other proposition, which is also theirs. They say that if Circe had presented Ulysses with the two potions, the one to make a fool become a wise man, and the other to make a wise man become a fool, that Ulysses ought rather to have chosen the last, than consent to that by which Circe changed his human figure into that of a beast; and say that wisdom itself would have spoken to him after this manner: "Forsake me, let me alone, rather than lodge me under the body and figure of an ass." How, the philosophers, then will abandon this great and divine wisdom for this corporeal and terrestrial covering. It is then no more by reason, by discourse, and by the soul that we excel beasts; 'tis by our beauty, our fair complexion, and our fine symmetry of parts, for which we must quit our intelligence, our prudence, and all the rest. Well, I accept this open and free confession. Certainly they knew that those parts, upon which we so much value ourselves, are no other than vain fancy. If beasts then had all the virtue, knowledge, wisdom, and stoical perfection, they would still be beasts, and would not be comparable to man, miserable, wicked, mad man. For, in short, whatever is not as we are is nothing worth, and God, to procure himself an esteem among us, must put himself into that shape, as we shall show anon. By which it appears that it is not upon any true ground of reason, but by a foolish pride and vain opinion, that we prefer ourselves before other animals, and separate ourselves from their society and condition. End of section 43. Section 44 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Apology for Raymond Sebon, Part 4. But to return to what I was upon before, we have for our part inconstancy, irresolution, incertitude, sorrow, superstition, solicitude of things to come even after we shall be no more, ambition, avarice, jealousy, envy, irregular, frantic, and untamed appetites, war, lying, disloyalty, detraction, and curiosity. Doubtless we have strangely overpaid this fine reason upon which we so much glorify ourselves, and this capacity of judging and knowing, if we have bought it at the price of this infinite number of passions to which we are eternally subject. Unless we shall also think fit, as even Socrates does, to add to the counterpoise that notable prerogative above beasts, that whereas nature has prescribed them certain seasons and limits for the delights of Venus, she has given us the reins at all hours and all seasons. Ut vinum aegrotis, quia prodest raro, nocet saepissime, melius est non adhibere omnino, quam spe dubiae salutis in apertam perniciem incurrere, sic haud scio an melius fuerit humano generi motum istum celerem cogitationis, acumen solertiam, quam rationem vocamus, quoniam pestifera sint multis, ad modum paucis salutaria, non dari omnino, quam tam munifice et tam large dari. as it falls out that wine often hurting the sick, and very rarely doing them good, it is better not to give them any at all than to run into an apparent danger out of hope of an uncertain benefit. So I know not whether it had not been better for mankind that this quick motion, this penetration, this subtlety that we call reason, had not been given to man at all, considering how pestiferous it is to many, and useful but to few, than to have been conferred in so abundant manner and with so liberal a hand. Of what advantage can we conceive the knowledge of so many things was to Varro and Aristotle? Did it exempt them from human inconveniences? Were they by it freed from the accidents that lay heavy upon the shoulders of a porter? Did they extract from their logic any consolation for the gout? Or for knowing how this humour is lodged in the joints, did they feel it the less? Did they enter into composition with death by knowing that some nations rejoice at his approach? Or with cuckoldry, by knowing that in some parts of the world wives are in common? On the contrary, having been reputed the greatest men for knowledge, the one amongst the Romans and the other amongst the Greeks, and in a time when learning did most flourish, we have not heard, nevertheless, that they had any particular excellence in their lives. Nay, the Greek had enough to do to clear himself from some notable blemishes in his. Have we observed that pleasure and health have a better relish with him that understands astrology and grammar than with others? Illiterati num minus nervi rigent? The illiterate ploughman is as fit for Venus's service as the wit. Or shame and poverty less troublesome to the first than to the last? Scilicet et morbis et debilitate carebis, et luctam et curam effugies, et tempora vitae, longa tibi post haec fato meliore dabuntur. Disease thy couch shall flee, and sorrow and care, yes, thou be sure wilt see long years of happiness till now unknown. I have known in my time 100 artisans, 100 labourers, wiser and more happy than the rectors of the university, and whom I had much rather have resembled. Learning, methinks, has its place amongst the necessary things of life, as glory, nobility, dignity, or at the most, as beauty, riches, and such other qualities, which indeed are useful to it, but remotely, and more by opinion than by nature. We stand very little more in need of offices, rules, and laws of living in our society than cranes and ants do in theirs, and yet we see that these carry themselves very regularly without erudition. If man was wise, he would take the true value of everything according as it was useful and proper to his life. Whoever will number us by our actions and deportments will find many more excellent men amongst the ignorant than among the learned, ay, in all sorts of virtue. Old Rome seems to me to have been of much greater value, both for peace and war, than that learned Rome that ruined itself. And though all the rest should be equal, yet integrity and innocency would remain to the ancients, for they cohabit singularly well with simplicity. But I will leave this discourse, that would lead me farther than I am willing to follow, and shall only say this further. 'tis only humility and submission that can make a complete good man. We are not to leave the knowledge of his duty to every man's own judgment. We are to prescribe it to him, and not suffer him to choose it at his own discretion; otherwise, according to the imbecility and infinite variety of our reasons and opinions, we should at large forge ourselves duties that would, as Epicurus says, enjoin us to eat one another. The first law that ever God gave to man was a law of pure obedience. It was a commandment naked and simple, wherein man had nothing to inquire after nor to dispute. For as much as to obey is the proper office of a rational soul, acknowledging a heavenly superior and benefactor. From obedience and submission spring all other virtues, as all sin does from self-opinion. And, on the contrary, the first temptation that by the devil was offered to human nature, its first poison insinuated itself into us by the promise made us of knowledge and wisdom. Eritis sicut dii scientes bonum et malum. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And the sirens in Homer, to allure Ulysses and draw him within the danger of their snares, offered to give him knowledge. The plague of man is the opinion of wisdom, and for this reason it is that ignorance is so recommended to us by our religion as proper to faith and obedience. Cavete nequis vos decipiat per philosophiam et inanes seductiones, secundum elementa mundi. Take heed lest any man deceive you by philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men and the rudiments of the world. There is in this a general consent amongst all sorts of philosophers, that the sovereign good consists in the tranquillity of the soul and body. But where shall we find it? Ad summum sapiens uno minor est Jove, dives, liber, honoratus, pulcher, rex denique regum, praecipue sanus, nisi compituita molesta est. In short, the wise is only less than Jove, rich, free, and handsome, nay, a king above all earthly kings, with health supremely blessed, excepting when a cold disturbs his rest. It seems, in truth, that nature, for the consolation of our miserable and wretched state, has only given us presumption for our inheritance. 'Tis as Epictetus says, that man has nothing properly his own but the use of his opinion. We have nothing but wind and smoke for our portion. The gods have health in essence, says philosophy, and sickness in intelligence. Man, on the contrary, possesses his goods by fancy, his ills in essence. We have reason to magnify the power of our imagination, for all our goods are only in dream. Hear this poor calamitous animal huff. There is nothing, says Cicero, so charming as the employment of letters. Of letters, I say, by means whereof the infinity of things, the immense grandeur of nature, the heavens even in this world, the earth and the seas are discovered to us. 'Tis they that have taught us religion, moderation, and the grandeur of courage, and that have rescued our souls from darkness, to make her see all things, high, low, first, last, and middling. 'Tis they that furnish us wherewith to live happily and well, and conduct us to pass over our lives without displeasure and without offence. Does not this man seem to speak of the condition of the ever-living and almighty God? But as to effects, 1,000 little countrywomen have lived lives more equal, more sweet, and constant than his. Deus ille fuit, Deus inclute memi, qui princeps vitae rationem invenit eam, quae nunc appellatur sapientem, quique per artem fluctibus et tantis vitam, tantisque tenebris, in tam tranquillo et tam clara luce locavit. That God, great Memus, was a God no doubt, who, Prince of Life, first found that reason out, now wisdom called, and by his art who did that life in tempests tossed and darkness hid, place in so great a calm and clear a light. Here are brave ranting words, but a very slight accident put this man's understanding in a worse condition than that of the meanest shepherd, notwithstanding this instructing God, this divine wisdom. Of the same stamp and impudence is the promise of Democritus's book. I am going to speak of all things, and that foolish title that Aristotle prefixes to one of his, order only afforded him a few lucid intervals which he employed in composing his book, and at last made him kill himself. Eusebius's Chronicon. Of the mortal gods, and the judgment of Chrysippus, that Dion was as virtuous as God, and my Seneca himself says that God had given him life, but that to live well was his own. Conformably to this other, in virtute vere gloriamur, quod non contingeret, si id donum ad Deo non a nobis haberemus. We truly glory in our virtue, which would not be if it was given us of God, and not by ourselves. This is also Seneca's saying, that the wise man hath fortitude equal with God, but that his is in spite of human frailty, wherein therefore he more than equals God. There is nothing so ordinary as to meet with sallies of the like temerity. There is none of us who take so much offence to see himself equalled with God, as he does to see himself undervalued by being ranked with other creatures. So much more are we jealous of our own interest than that of our Creator. But we must trample under foot this foolish vanity, and briskly and boldly shake the ridiculous foundation upon which these false opinions are founded. So long as man shall believe he has any means and power of himself, he will never acknowledge what he owes to his Maker. His eggs shall always be chickens, as the saying is. We must therefore strip him to his shirt. Let us see some notable examples of the effects of his philosophy. Posidonius, being tormented with a disease so painful as made him writhe his arms and gnash his teeth, thought he sufficiently scorned the dolour by crying out against it, "Thou mayst do thy worst, I will not confess that thou art an evil." he was as sensible of the pain as my footman, but he made a bravado of bridling his tongue at least, and restraining it within the laws of his sect. Re secumbere non oportebat verbis gloriantem. It did not become him that spoke so big to confess his frailty when he came to the test. Arcesilaus being ill of the gout, and Carneades, who had come to see him, going away troubled at his condition, he called him back, and showing him his feet and breast, "There is nothing comes thence hither," said he. This has something a better grace, for he feels himself in pain, and would be disengaged from it; but his heart, notwithstanding, is not conquered nor subdued by it. The other stands more obstinately to his point, but, I fear, rather verbally than really. And Dionysius Heracleotes, afflicted with a vehement smarting in his eyes, was reduced to quit these stoical resolutions. But even though knowledge should, in effect, do as they say, and could blunt the point and dull the edge of the misfortunes that attend us, what does she, more than what ignorance does more purely and evidently? The philosopher Pyrrho, being at sea in very great danger by reason of a mighty storm, presented nothing to the imitation of those who were with him in that extremity, but a hog they had on board, that was fearless and unconcerned at the tempest. Philosophy, when she has said all she can, refers us at last to the example of a gladiator, wrestler, or muleteer, in which sort of people we commonly observe much less apprehension of death, sense of pain, and other inconveniences, and more of endurance, than ever knowledge furnished any one withal, that was not born and bred to hardship. What is the cause that we make incisions, and cut the tender limbs of an infant, and those of a horse, more easily than our own, but ignorance only? How many has mere force of imagination made sick? We often see men cause themselves to be let blood, purged and physicked, to be cured of diseases they only feel in opinion. When real infirmities fail us, knowledge lends us hers. That colour, that complexion, portend some catarrhous defluxion. This hot season threatens us with a fever. This breach in the lifeline of your left hand gives you notice of some near and dangerous indisposition. And at last she roundly attacks health itself, saying, this sprightliness and vigour of youth cannot continue in this posture; there must be blood taken and the heat abated, lest it turn against yourself. Compare the life of a man subjected to such imaginations, to that of a labourer that suffers himself to be led by his natural appetite, measuring things only by the present sense, without knowledge, and without prognostic, that feels no pain or sickness but when he is really ill; whereas the other has the stone in his soul before he has it in his bladder, as if it were not time enough to suffer the evil when it shall come, he must anticipate it by fancy, and run to meet it. What I say of physic may generally serve in example for all other sciences. Thence is derived that ancient opinion of the philosophers, that placed the sovereign good in the discovery of the weakness of our judgment. My ignorance affords me as much occasion of hope as of fear, and having no other rule for my health than that of the examples of others and of events I see elsewhere upon the like occasion, I find of all sorts, and rely upon those which by comparison are most favourable to me. I receive health with open arms, free, full, and entire, and by so much the more whet my appetite to enjoy it, by how much it is at present less ordinary and more rare. So far am I from troubling its repose and sweetness with the bitterness of a new and constrained manner of living. Beasts sufficiently show us how much the agitation of our minds brings infirmities and diseases upon us. That which is told us of those of Brazil, that they never die but of old age, is attributed to the serenity and tranquillity of the air they live in. But I rather attribute it to the serenity and tranquillity of their souls, free from all passion, thought, or employment, extended or unpleasing, a people that pass over their lives in a wonderful simplicity and ignorance, without letters, without law, without king, or any manner of religion. And whence comes that, which we find by experience, that the heaviest and dullest men are most able and the most to be desired in amorous performances, and that the love of a muleteer often renders itself more acceptable than that of a gentleman, if it be not that the agitation of the soul in the latter disturbs his physical ability, dissolves and tires it, as it also ordinarily troubles and tires itself. What puts the soul beside itself, and more usually throws it into madness, but her own promptness, vigour, and agility, and finally her own proper force? Of what is the most subtle folly made, but of the most subtle wisdom? As great friendships spring from great enmities, and vigorous health from mortal diseases, so from the rare and vivid agitations of our souls proceed the most wonderful and most distracted frenzies. 'Tis but half a turn of the toe from the one to the other. In the actions of madmen we see how infinitely madness resembles the most vigorous operations of the soul. Who does not know how indiscernible the difference is betwixt folly and the sprightly elevations of a free soul, and the effects of a supreme and extraordinary virtue? Plato says that melancholy persons are the most capable of discipline, and the most excellent, and accordingly in none is there so great a propension to madness. Great wits are ruined by their own proper force and pliability. Into what a condition, through his own agitation and promptness of fancy, is one of the most judicious, ingenious, and nearest formed of any other Italian poet, to the air of the ancient and true poesy lately fallen? Has he not vast obligation to this vivacity that has destroyed him, to this light that has blinded him, to this exact and subtle apprehension of reason that has put him beside his own, to this curious and laborious search after sciences that has reduced him to imbecility, and to this rare aptitude to the exercises of the soul, that has rendered him without exercise and without soul? I was more angry, if possible, than compassionate, to see him at Ferrara in so pitiful a condition, surviving himself, forgetting both himself and his works, which, without his knowledge, though before his face, have been published unformed and incorrect. Would you have a man healthy? Would you have him regular and in a steady and secure posture? Muffle him up in the shades of stupidity and sloth. We must be made beasts to be made wise, and hoodwinked before we are fit to be led. And if one shall tell me that the advantage of having a cold and dull sense of pain and other evils brings this disadvantage along with it, to render us consequently less sensible also in the fruition of good and pleasure, this is true; but the misery of our condition is such that we have not so much to enjoy as to avoid, and that the extremest pleasure does not affect us to the degree that a light grief does. Segnius homines bona quam mala sentiunt. We are not so sensible of the most perfect health as we are of the least sickness. Pungit incute vix summa violatum plagula corpus, quando valere nihil quemquam movet, hoc juvat unum, quod me non torquet latus, aut pes, caetera quisquam vix queat aut sanum sese, aut sentire valentem. The body with a little sting is grieved, when the most perfect health is not perceived. This only pleases me, that spleen nor gout neither offend my side nor wring my foot. Excepting these, scarce any one can tell, or e'er observes, when he's in health and well. Our well-being is nothing but the not being ill, which is the reason why that sect of philosophers which sets the greatest value upon pleasure has yet fixed it chiefly in unconsciousness of pain. To be freed from ill is the greatest good that man can hope for or desire. As Ennius says, nimium boni est cui nihil est mali. For that every tickling and sting which are in certain pleasures, and that seem to raise us above simple health and passiveness, that active, moving, and I know not how, itching and biting pleasure, even that very pleasure itself aims at nothing but insensibility as its mark. The appetite that carries us headlong to women's embraces has no other end but only to cure the torment of our ardent and furious desires, and only requires to be glutted and laid at rest, and delivered from the fever. And so of the rest. I say, then, that if simplicity conducts us to a state free from evil, she leads us to a very happy one according to our condition. And yet we are not to imagine it so stupid an insensibility as to be totally without sense. For Crantor had very good reason to controvert the insensibility of Epicurus, if founded so deep that the very first attack and birth of evils were not to be perceived. I do not approve such an insensibility as is neither possible nor to be desired. I am very well content not to be sick, but if I am, I would know that I am so. And if a caustic be applied, or incisions made in any part, I would feel them. In truth, whoever would take away the knowledge and sense of evil, would at the same time eradicate the sense of pleasure, and finally annihilate man himself. Istud nihil dolere non sine magna mercede contingit, immanitatis in animo, stuporis in corpore. An insensibility that is not to be purchased but at the price of inhumanity in the soul, and of stupidity of the body. Evil appertains to man, of course. Neither is pain always to be avoided, nor pleasure always pursued. 'Tis a great advantage to the honour of ignorance that knowledge itself throws us into its arms, when she finds herself puzzled to fortify us against the weight of evil. She is constrained to come to this composition, to give us the reins, and permit us to fly into the lap of the other, and to shelter ourselves under her protection from the strokes and injuries of fortune. For what else is her meaning, when she instructs us to divert our thoughts from the ills that press upon us, and entertain them with the meditation of pleasures past and gone, to comfort ourselves in present afflictions with the remembrance of fled delights, and to call to our succour a vanished satisfaction, to oppose it to the discomfort that lies heavy upon us. Levationes aegritudinum in avocatione a cogitanda molestia, et revocatione ad contemplandas voluptates ponit. He directs us to alleviate our grief and pains by rejecting unpleasant thoughts and recalling agreeable ideas. If it be not that, where her power fails, she would supply it with policy, and make use of sleight of hand where force of limbs will not serve her turn. For not only to a philosopher, but to any man in his right wits, when he has upon him the thirst of a burning fever, what satisfaction can it be to him to remember the pleasure he took in drinking Greek wine a month ago? It would rather only make matters worse to him. Che ricordarsi il ben doppia la noia. The thinking of pleasure doubles trouble. Of the same stamp is this other counsel that philosophy gives, only to remember the happiness that is past, and to forget the misadventures we have undergone; as if we had the science of oblivion in our own power and counsel, wherein we are yet no more to seek. Suavis est laborem praeteritorum memoria. Sweet is the memory of bygone pain. How does philosophy, that should arm me to contend with fortune, and steel my courage to trample all human adversities under foot, arrive to this degree of cowardice, to make me hide my head at this rate, and save myself by these pitiful and ridiculous shifts? For the memory represents to us not what we choose, but what she pleases. Nay, there is nothing that so much imprints anything in our memory as a desire to forget it; and 'tis a good way to retain and keep anything safe in the soul, to solicit her to lose it. And this is false. Est situm in nobis, ut et adversa quasi perpetua oblivione obruamos, et secunda jucunde et suaviter meminerimus. It is in our power to bury, as it were, in a perpetual oblivion, all adverse accidents, and to retain a pleasant and delightful memory of our successes. And this is true. Memini etiam quae nolo, oblivisci non possum quae volo. I do also remember what I would not, but I cannot forget what I would. And whose counsel is this? His qui se unie sapientem profiteri sit ausus, who alone durst profess himself a wise man. Qui genus humanum ingenio superavit et omnes, praestrinxit stellas, exortus uti aeterius sol. Who from mankind the prize of knowledge won, and put the stars out like the rising sun. To empty and disfurnish the memory, is not this the true way to ignorance? Iners malorum remedium ignorantia est. Ignorance is but a dull remedy for evils. We find several other like precepts, whereby we are permitted to borrow frivolous appearances from the vulgar, where we find the strongest reason will not answer the purpose, provided they administer satisfaction and comfort. Where they cannot cure the wound, they are content to palliate and benumb it. I believe they will not deny this, that if they could add order and constancy in a state of life that could maintain itself in ease and pleasure by some debility of judgment, they would accept it. Potare et spargere flores, incipiam patiarque vel in consultus haberi. Give me to drink, and crowned with flowers despise the grave disgrace of being thought unwise. There would be a great many philosophers of Lycus's mind, this man, being otherwise of very regular manners, living quietly and contentedly in his family, and not failing in any office of his duty, either towards his own or strangers, and very carefully preserving himself from hurtful things, became, nevertheless, by some distemper in his brain, possessed with a conceit that he was perpetually in the theatre, a spectator of the finest sights and the best comedies in the world, and being cured by the physicians of his frenzy, was hardly prevented from endeavouring by suit to compel them to restore him again to his pleasing imagination. Pol me occidistis amici, non seruastis ait, cui sic extorta voluptas, et demptus per vim mentis gratissimus error. By heaven, you've killed me, friends, outright, and not preserved me, since my dear delight and pleasing error, by my better sense, unhappily returned, is banished hence. With a madness like that of Thrasilaus, the son of Pythodorus, who made himself believe that all the ships that weighed anchor from the port of Piraeus, and that came into the haven, only made their voyages for his profit, congratulating them upon their successful navigation, and receiving them with the greatest joy. And when his brother Crito caused him to be restored to his better understanding, he infinitely regretted that sort of condition wherein he had lived with so much delight and free from all anxiety of mind. 'Tis according to the old Greek verse that there is a great deal of convenience in not being overwise. And Ecclesiastes, in much wisdom there is much sorrow, and who gets wisdom gets labour and trouble. Even that to which philosophy consents in general, that last remedy which she applies to all sorts of necessities, to put an end to the life we are not able to endure. Placet, pare; non placet, quaecumque vis exi; pungit dolor, vel fodiat sane, si nudus es da jugulum, sin tectus armis vulcaniis, id est fortitudine resiste. Does it please? Obey it. Not please? Go where thou wilt. Does grief prick thee, nay, stab thee? If thou art naked, present thy throat; if covered with the arms of Vulcan, that is, fortitude, resist it. And this word, so used in the Greek festivals, aut bibat aut abeat, either drink or go, which sounds better upon the tongue of a Gascon, who naturally changes the B into V, than on that of Cicero. Vivere se recte nescis, decere peritis, lusisti satis, edisti satis, atque bibisti. Tempus ab ire tibi est, ne potum largius aequo rideat et pulsit lascivia decentius aetas. If to live well and right thou dost not know, give way, and leave thy place to those that do. Thou'st eaten, drunk, and played to thy content, 'tis time to make thy parting compliment, lest youth, more decent in their follies, scoff the nauseous scene, and hiss thee, reeling, off. What is it other than a confession of his impotency, and a sending back not only to ignorance, to be there in safety, but even to stupidity, insensibility, and non-entity? Democritum postquam matura vetustas, admonuit memorem motus languescere mentis, spontes sua leto caput obvius obtulit ipsa. Soon as, through age, Democritus did find a manifest decadence in his mind, he thought he now survived to his own wrong, and went to meet his death that stayed too long. 'Tis what Antisthenes said, that a man should either make provision of sense to understand, or of a halter to hang himself. And what Chrysippus alleged upon this saying of the poet Tyrtaeus, or to arrive at virtue or at death. And Crates said, that love would be cured by hunger, if not by time, and whoever disliked these two remedies, by a rope. That Sextius, of whom both Seneca and Plutarch speak with so high an encomium, having applied himself, all other things set aside, to the study of philosophy, resolved to throw himself into the sea, seeing the progress of his studies too tedious and slow. He ran to find death, since he could not overtake knowledge. These are the words of the law upon the subject. If peradventure some great inconvenience happen, for which there is no remedy, the haven is near, and a man may save himself by swimming out of his body as out of a leaky skiff; for 'tis the fear of dying, and not the love of life, that ties the fool to his body. As life renders itself by simplicity more pleasant, so more innocent and better, also it renders it, as I was saying before. The simple and ignorant, says St. Paul, raise themselves up to heaven and take possession of it; and we, with all our knowledge, plunge ourselves into the infernal abyss. I am neither swayed by Valentinian, a professed enemy to all learning and letters, nor by Licinius, both Roman emperors, who called them the poison and pest of all political government; nor by Mahomet, who, as 'tis said, interdicted all manner of learning to his followers. but the example of the great Lycurgus, and his authority, with the reverence of the divine Lacedaemonian policy, so great, so admirable, and so long flourishing in virtue and happiness, without any institution or practice of letters, ought certainly to be of very great weight. Such as return from the New World discovered by the Spaniards in our fathers' days, testify to us how much more honestly and regularly those nations live, without magistrate and without law, than ours do, where there are more officers and lawyers than there are of other sorts of men and business. Di citatoria piene e di libelli, disamine e di carte di procure, hanno le mani e il seno e gran fastelli, diciosa di consili e di letture, per cui la facoltà de poverelli non sono mai nella città sicure, hanno dietro ed innanzi ed ambi i lati notai, procuratori e avvocati. Their bags were full of writs and of citations, of process, and of actions and arrests, of bills, of answers, and of replications, in courts of delegates and of requests, to grieve the simple sort with great vexations. They had resorting to them as their guests, attending on their circuit and their journeys, scriveners and clerks and lawyers and attorneys. It was what a Roman senator of the latter ages said, that their predecessors' breath stunk of garlic, but their stomachs were perfumed with a good conscience; and that, on the contrary, those of his time were all sweet odour without, but stunk within of all sorts of vices; that is to say, as I interpret it, that they abounded with learning and eloquence, but were very defective in moral honesty. Incivility, ignorance, simplicity, roughness, are the natural companions of innocence. Curiosity, subtlety, knowledge, bring malice in their train. Humility, fear, obedience, and affability, which are the principal things that support and maintain human society, require an empty and docile soul, and little presuming upon itself. Christians have a particular knowledge how natural and original an evil curiosity is in man. The thirst of knowledge and the desire to become more wise was the first ruin of man, and the way by which he precipitated himself into eternal damnation. Pride was his ruin and corruption. 'Tis pride that diverts him from the common path, and makes him embrace novelties, and rather choose to be head of a troop, lost and wandering in the path of error, to be a master and a teacher of lies, than to be a disciple in the school of truth, suffering himself to be led and guided by the hand of another in the right and beaten road. 'Tis peradventure the meaning of this old Greek saying, that superstition follows pride, and obeys it as if it were a father. He desidaimonia kathaper patri to tufo pathetai. Ah, presumption, how much dost thou hinder us! After that Socrates was told that the God of wisdom had assigned to him the title of sage, he was astonished at it, and searching and examining himself throughout, could find no foundation for this divine judgment. He knew others as just, temperate, valiant, and learned as himself, and more eloquent, more handsome, and more profitable to their country than he. At last he concluded that he was not distinguished from others, nor wise, but only because he did not think himself so, and that his God considered the opinion of knowledge and wisdom as a singular absurdity in man, and that his best doctrine was the doctrine of ignorance, and simplicity his best wisdom. The sacred word declares those miserable among us who have an opinion of themselves. Dust and ashes, says it to such, what hast thou wherein to glorify thyself? And in another place, God has made man like unto a shadow, of who can judge, when by removing the light it shall be vanished? Man is a thing of nothing. Our force is so far from being able to comprehend the divine height, that of the works of our Creator, those best bear his mark, and are with better title his, which we the least understand. To meet with an incredible thing is an occasion to Christians to believe, and it is so much the more according to reason, by how much it is against human reason. If it were according to reason, it would be no more a miracle, and if it were according to example, it would be no longer a singular thing. Melius scitur Deus nesciendo. God is better known by not knowing him, says St. Augustine. And Tacitus, sanctius est ac reverentius de actis deorum credere, quam scire. It is more holy and reverent to believe the works of God than to know them. And Plato thinks there is something of impiety in inquiring too curiously into God, the world, and the first causes of things. Atque illum quidem parentem huius universitatis invenire difficile, et quum iam inveneris indicare in vulgis nefas. To find out the parent of the world is very difficult, and when found out, to reveal him to the vulgar is sin, says Cicero. We talk indeed of power, truth, justice, which are words that signify some great thing, but that thing we neither see nor conceive at all. We say that God fears, that God is angry, that God loves. Immortalia mortali sermone notantes. Giving to things immortal, mortal names. These are all agitations and emotions that cannot be in God according to our form, nor can we imagine them according to his. It only belongs to God to know himself, and to interpret his own works. And he does it in our language, going out of himself to stoop to us who grovel upon the earth. How can prudence, which is the choice between good and evil, be properly attributed to him whom no evil can touch? How can reason and intelligence, which we make use of, to arrive by obscure at apparent things, seeing that nothing is obscure to him? How justice, which distributes to every one what appertains to him, a thing begot by the society and community of men, how is that in God? How temperance, which is the moderation of corporal pleasures, that have no place in the divinity? Fortitude to support pain, labour, and dangers, as little appertains to him as the rest. These three things have no access to him. for which reason Aristotle holds him equally exempt from virtue and vice. Neque gratia, neque ira teneri potest, quod quae talia essent, imbecilla essent omnia. He can neither be affected with favour nor indignation, because both these are the effects of frailty. The participation we have in the knowledge of truth, such as it is not acquired by our own force. God has sufficiently given us to understand that, by the witnesses he has chosen out of the common people, simple and ignorant men, that he has been pleased to employ to instruct us in his admirable secrets. Our faith is not of our own acquiring, 'tis purely the gift of another's bounty, 'tis not by meditation or by virtue of our own understanding that we have acquired our religion, but by foreign authority and command, wherein the imbecility of our own judgment does more assist us than any force of it, and our blindness more than our clearness of sight. 'Tis more by the mediation of our ignorance than of our knowledge that we know anything of the divine wisdom. 'Tis no wonder if our natural and earthly parts cannot conceive that supernatural and heavenly knowledge. Let us bring nothing of our own but obedience and subjection; for, as it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? Hath not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. Finally, should I examine whether it be in the power of man to find out that which he seeks, and if that quest, wherein he has busied himself so many ages, has enriched him with any new force or any solid truth, I believe he will confess, if he speaks from his conscience, that all he has got by so long inquiry is only to have learned to know his own weakness. We have only by a long study confirmed and verified the natural ignorance we were in before. The same has fallen out to men truly wise, which befalls the ears of corn. They shoot and raise their heads high and pert, whilst empty; but when full and swelled with grain in maturity, begin to flag and droop. So men, having tried and sounded all things, and having found in that mass of knowledge and provision of so many various things nothing solid and firm, and nothing but vanity, have quitted their presumption, and acknowledged their natural condition. 'Tis what Velleius reproaches Cotta withal, and Cicero, that they had learned of Philo that they had learned nothing. Pherecydes, one of the 7 sages, writing to Thales upon his deathbed, I have, said he, given order to my people, after my interment, to carry my writings to thee. If they please thee and the other sages, publish; if not, suppress them. They contain no certainty with which I myself am satisfied. Neither do I pretend to know the truth, or to attain to it. I rather open than discover things. The wisest man that ever was, being asked what he knew, made answer, he knew this, that he knew nothing. By which he verified what has been said, that the greatest part of what we know is the least of what we do not. That is to say, that even what we think we know is but a piece, and a very little one, of our ignorance. We know things in dreams, says Plato, and are ignorant of them in truth. Omnes pene veteres nihil cognosci, nihil percipi, nihil sciri posse dixerunt, angustos sensus, imbeciles animos, brevia curricula vitae. Almost all the ancients have declared that there is nothing to be known, nothing to be perceived or understood. The senses are too limited, men's minds too weak, and the course of life too short. And of Cicero himself, who stood indebted to his learning for all he was worth, Valerius says, that he began to disrelish letters in his old age, and when at his studies, it was with great independency upon any one party, following what he thought probable, now in one sect and then in another, ever more wavering under the doubts of the Academy. Dicendum est, sed ita ut nihil affirmem, quaeram omnia, dubitans plerumque et mihi diffidens. Something I must say, but so as to affirm nothing. I inquire into all things, but for the most part in doubt and distrust of myself. End of section 44. Section 49 of Essays.